Chapter 1369. The Twin Dragon Roar was Yi Xian's most powerful attack. It was even more powerful than the storm of swords and serpent sweep. The Water Serpent King was taken aback. It spat out another water column, but this time, it was much more powerful. Moreover, it contained the aura of ice, which instantly froze the water column into ice. Catcher, catcher, catcher. A series of crisp sounds rang out. The frozen water column was blasted away by the Twin Dragon Roar. The Twin Dragon Roar finally landed on the Water Serpent King's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the Water Serpent King's body shook violently and fell backward. The Twin Dragon Roar was extremely powerful. Coupled with the Beast God bloodline and other factors, this attack was enough to severely injure the Water Serpent King. Next, I'll take your life. The two Yi Xian immediately executed the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to the sky and attacked again. Twin Dragon Roar. Stop! When the Twin Dragon Roar erupted, a figure came from afar, but it was too late. Boom! The Twin Dragon Roar pierced through the sky and landed on the Water Serpent King's head again. Instantly, the Water Serpent King's head exploded. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian immediately rushed down and took the Thousand Beasts fire from the Water Serpent King's body. Bastard! The elder in the distance had already rushed over. This dead Water Serpent King was something he had tamed with great difficulty. It had accompanied him for many years. Now that it had died at the hands of Yi Xian, it was even more painful than the death of his own son. Die! The Thousand Beasts sect leader was enraged and slammed his palm down. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian executed his ultimate move again. The recovery speed of the immortal Phoenix bloodline allowed him to use the Twin Dragon Roar limitlessly. The Thousand Beasts sect leader had not broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, but he was already at the peak of the 4th level. However, in the face of Yi Xian's powerful attack, his palm shadows were instantly crushed. What? The Thousand Beasts sect leader was shocked. He quickly dodged the Dragon Roar. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. A 2nd-level Nirvana stage martial artist was actually able to execute such a powerful attack. How was this possible? The Thousand Beasts sect leader couldn't believe it. After being exposed, Yi Xian had returned to his original appearance. His face was extremely unfamiliar to the Thousand Beasts sect's old sect leader. Where did this brat come from? Could it be the Yin-Yang Temple? The Thousand Beasts sect leader guessed. Yi Xian had fair skin and was quite handsome. Although he looked like a man, he might be a Yin-Yang person from the Yin-Yang Temple because most Yin-Yang people looked like men. As long as the female's voice was not exposed, it would be hard to tell. In this area, the only force that could nurture such a genius was definitely the Yin-Yang Temple. However, he didn't understand why the disciples of the Yin-Yang Temple would come to the Thousand Beasts sect to cause trouble. Who are you? The Thousand Beasts sect's old sect leader could not help but ask. I only need the 10,000 beast flames. I'll take it and leave, Yi Xian replied calmly. Take it and leave? The Thousand Beasts sect leader suspected that he had misheard. Did Yi Xian think that the Thousand Beasts sect was a market where he could come and go as he pleased? Today, no matter who you are, you will die. The Thousand Beasts sect leader didn't want to waste any more words. Yi Xian had killed his heaven-reaching beast, so he had to take revenge. Even if Yi Xian was a Yin-Yang person from the Yin-Yang Temple, he still had to die. Yi Xian had long since expected this. If the old sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect told him to turn around and leave, then that would be too cowardly. Twin Dragon Roar. Another powerful breath was released. However, this time, the Thousand Beasts sect leader had learned his lesson. He quickly dodged the attack and swept towards Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian didn't dare to split himself. He quickly merged with his body and his battle strength increased by 60%. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon roared and attacked the Thousand Beasts sect leader. This time, the Thousand Beasts sect leader raised his hand to block the attack when he saw that the attack was weakened. However, what he had never expected was that there was a secret hidden within this golden flame dragon. Eye of Destruction. Bang! The Thousand Beasts sect leader's Nirvana Flames barrier was broken and Wei Zhentian suddenly attacked. Wei Zhentian was already at the 3rd level Nirvana realm when he was fighting with the Grand Elder of the Purple Mist Divine Sect. Now that Yi Xian had obtained so many good items, he had already broken through to the 4th level Nirvana realm. This sword was extremely fast and directly pierced the Thousand Beasts sect leader's shoulder. Swish! At this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly extended a large number of spikes and pierced the Thousand Beasts sect leader's shoulder into a sieve. At this moment, the Thousand Beasts sect leader realized that he had encountered a difficult opponent. Yi Xian was 2 levels lower than him, but he was suppressed and the one who was injured first was him who was at the peak of the 4th level Nirvana realm. This made him lose face. However, this also strengthened his resolve to kill Yi Xian. However, at this moment, a dramatic change occurred in another battlefield in the distance. The Supreme Elder, who was also at the 4th level Nirvana realm, suddenly let out a scream before he was attacked by the other Grand Elders. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and discovered that the Supreme Elder's sky-piercing beast had fallen. As for the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Beast sect, he was actually ambushed by the Thousand Beast sect leader and was heavily injured before he was captured. I don't want to be too ruthless. To be honest, I'm just a robber. I only want money, not lives. I'll leave as long as you give me your interspatial ring. Yi Xian suddenly said to the Thousand Beasts sect leader. The Thousand Beasts sect leader almost choked when he heard this. Yi Xian had brazenly robbed him and now he wanted to threaten him. How could he let him do as he wished? I'll give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he'll die and I'll join forces with the others to attack you. Therefore, your decision concerns the fate of the Thousand Beasts sect. Yi Xian said slowly. The Thousand Beasts sect leader gritted his teeth and thought for a moment before he asked, "Are they under your control?" One of the Grand Elders was his son. It was impossible for him to betray the sect, so it must be Yi Xian's doing. That's right. After I leave, they'll return to normal. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, a second had passed. If the Thousand Beasts sect leader still did not make a decision, the Supreme Elder would die. At that time, the Grand Elders and even the sect leader would fall. All right, here you go. The Thousand Beasts sect leader had no choice but to take off his interspatial ring and throw it to Yi Xian. After the latter received it, he checked it and found that there were many things missing. Good, very good. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He asked someone to take off the Supreme Elder's interspatial ring and put it away. Chapter 1370. Sure, but I want to ask you another question. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he paused and asked, "Do you know where I can find the 95th ranked exceptional flame, the Icebound Flame?" The Icebound Flame? The Thousand Beasts sect leader was stunned. Yi Xian stole something and now he's asking me a question? Is he kidding me? However, he still answered truthfully, "I heard that the Vice Temple Master of the Yin-Yang Temple has the Icebound Flame." The Yin-Yang Temple. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed like he was in luck. Of course, the Thousand Beasts sect leader could have been lying and wanted Yi Xian to commit suicide. All right, goodbye. Yi Xian did not think much of it and left. After that, the Thousand Beasts sect leader and the other elders regained consciousness. In this battle, there were no casualties. Only a few heaven-reaching beasts had fallen. Among them was the Thousand Beasts sect leader's Water King Python. Even the Thousand Beasts fire was taken. Of course, they should rejoice. If Yi Xian was a cold-blooded killer, then today would be the day the Thousand Beasts sect was annihilated. Although the Thousand Beasts sect's first senior brother Huang Long was killed by him, it would not affect the Thousand Beasts sect much. However, if the Thousand Beasts sect leader, the Supreme Elder, and the other elders were killed by him, then the Thousand Beasts sect would be in chaos. At that time, the Purple Mist Divine Sect would definitely annihilate the Thousand Beasts sect and become the overlord of this area. In that case, Yi Xian would be indirectly annihilating the Thousand Beasts sect. He did not want to annihilate the entire sect. After learning about the Icebound Flame, he headed north directly. The Thousand Beasts sect leader said that the vice-temple master of the yin-yang temple had the icebound flame. He did not know if it was true, but it did not matter. After all, the yin-yang temple was Yi Xian's next target. He rushed at full speed and only spent a day to reach the boundary of the yin-yang temple's sub-temple. During this day, Luo Luo and the old tree broke through one after another. They both reached the third level of the Nirvana realm, but Wei Zhentian was the fastest. He had already reached the fifth level of the Nirvana realm. It was because of it that Yi Xian dared to go against the yin-yang temple. There are many yin-yang people in the yin-yang temple. I'll use my bewitching technique. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The patriarch of the Bei clan of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance, Bei Yang, had been killed by him, but he had learned the illusory divine ability that Bei Yang had created. Now, he was going to use the illusory divine ability to make the yin-yang people of the yin-yang temple live in nightmares. At this moment, he was already in front of the yin-yang temple. Looking at the people coming and going, he narrowed his eyes. Now that he was observing with the eye of revelation, he realized that the internal environment of the yin-yang beings was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were actually two sets of organs in the yin-yang body, 2 hearts, 2 dantians, 2 souls, and 2 balls of nirvana fire. 2 people fused together. No wonder it was called a fusion. It was a forced fusion. 2 sets of organs in one body. It was a little too deformed. More importantly, both men and women had organs. How disgusting. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He immediately made a decision. He was going to save these yin-yang people from the abyss of suffering. There were 2 ways. One was to kill them. The other was to disintegrate them. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to use the second way. Killing them wouldn't relieve his hatred. If you want to blame someone, blame the yin-yang ancestor. He immediately went over and used his Eye of the Soul to control a yin-yang person from afar. This yin-yang person was in the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. He was within Yi Xian's range of control. This yin-yang person looked like a man. He was in his late 20s. He ran towards Yi Xian and arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. "Introduce yourselves." Yi Xian asked straightforwardly. "Nai Rong. My sister is Nai Xin. We are both 28 years old. We entered the yin-yang temple 20 years ago to cultivate the Saint Yin-yang technique. 12 years ago, we successfully fused." Nai Rong started to introduce himself. After introducing himself, he introduced the yin-yang temple. "Then let me ask you, who in the yin-yang temple has the icebound flame?" Yi Xian continued asking. "I heard that the vice palace master of the yin temple has one. I don't know if he has fused with it." Nai Rong answered. Just now, he introduced the situation of the yin-yang temple's sub-palace. There was a main palace master and 2 vice palace masters in this sub-palace. The 2 vice palace masters were in charge of the yin temple and the yang temple respectively. The yin temple was usually a combination of an older sister and a younger brother, while the yang temple was a combination of an older brother and a younger sister. If they were to compare, the yang hall was much stronger than the yin hall. Moreover, the yin-yang temple's recruitment was very strange. The members had to be siblings. They couldn't have a 3rd sibling. It was said that the yin and yang would be unbalanced. One body couldn't fuse with 3 people. Then, Yi Xian asked Nai Rong a few more things. Then, he started to plan. First, he wanted to get the icebound flame if it hadn't been refined. Second, he wanted to find out the location of the yin-yang temple's main palace. Third, he wanted to destroy this sub-palace. Because Nai Rong was already under his control, he could disguise himself as Nai Rong with the face-changing mask. He just didn't know if he would be exposed. To be safe, he went to control a 3rd-level Nirvana realm yin-yang person and disguised himself as him. Then, he asked Nai Rong to bring him in. What a tragedy. If I didn't accept the special level-up mission, I could have used the Eye of the Soul to destroy this sub-palace. Yi Xian, who was following behind Nai Rong, felt very helpless. Even if he had cultivation resources now, he couldn't break through. He could only give them to Luo Luo and the other 2. However, the yin-yang temple wasn't weak. Nirvana realm disciples could be seen everywhere. There were also disciples who hadn't fused with their bodies, but they were generally in the fragmentation realm. I'll control some second and third level Nirvana realm disciples first and then investigate before I make a move. Yi Xian thought to himself. His plan was to use these disciples to investigate the icebound flame and raise Luo Luo's and the other two's cultivation levels. He was currently at the peak of the second level Nirvana realm and could only fight with a fourth level Nirvana realm disciple. If he added Luo Luo and the other two, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a fifth level Nirvana realm disciple. However, in this sub-palace, just the elders alone were at the fourth or fifth level Nirvana realm. Then, the two deputy palace masters and the main palace master might have reached the sixth level Nirvana realm. Under Nai Rong's lead, Yi Xian controlled many second and third level Nirvana realm disciples. There were about 30 of them in total. Then, he left the sub-palace. Chapter 1371. However, at this moment, 3 people suddenly flew out of the Yin-Yang temple and successfully attracted Yi Xian's attention. What a powerful aura! They're at least at the 5th or 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and looked. When he saw the man and woman behind the leader, he couldn't help but tremble. The Xianming duo? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. How could the Xianming duo that he had been searching for be in the Yin-Yang temple? Previously, he thought that the Xianming duo had died in the Fiend Earth sect. Later, he found out that the Fiend Earth sect's elder Shu Yang had taken them through the Unfrozen Sea region, but he didn't know where they went. Now, the Xianming duo had actually appeared here. Could it be that someone in the Yin-Yang temple had obtained the charm willpower paper and was preparing to escort them out? No, that couldn't be. Yi Xian immediately reacted because he saw that Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie had shackles that sealed off their vital energy. This meant that they had been captured. Right, they're also siblings. The Yin-Yang temple is interested in them. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. He had to admit that fate was really clever. It actually connected the Xianming duo and the Yin-Yang temple together. The Xianming duo were rebirth travelers and were rebirth realm powerhouses in their previous lives. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor was strong, he was at most in the immortality realm. After the immortality realm was the rebirth realm. There was a huge gap between the two realms. If the Xianming duo's reinforcements found out that they had been captured, the Yin-Yang temple would definitely suffer a devastating blow or even be destroyed. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression changed because Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were now in the Yin-Yang ancestors' hands. What if Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were exposed and implicated? Who was that? Yi Xian quickly focused on the middle-aged man who had flown away with the Xianming duo. That was the temple master, Nai Rong replied. Then where is he going? Yi Xian continued to ask. I'm not sure. Nai Rong shook his head. All of a sudden, Yi Xian had a premonition. Could it be that the branch hall master was sending the mysterious underworld duo demons to the main hall? At that moment, Yi Xian directly used the death pursuit order to mark Nailan Bing. But the aura of this branch hall master was exceedingly formidable, and he was probably an expert at the 6th level of the rebirth realm. Besides that, there were a few elders at the 4th or 5th level of the rebirth realm standing behind him. Therefore, Yi Xian had no chance at all. If the mysterious underworld duo demons are really being escorted to the main palace, then I don't need to ask for the location of the main palace. I can just follow the death warrant and find them, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not have the strength to go to the main hall. What he needed to do now was to level up quickly. If he wanted to level up, he needed the icebound blaze. I hope that the icebound flame is still there and has not been completely refined. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. There was still the eternal earth core flame in his planting space. Perhaps it was the exceptional flame that he needed to break through to the 4th level of the rebirth realm. Then, as long as he obtained the icebound flame, he could quickly break through to the 3rd level of the rebirth realm and reach the peak of the 3rd level of the rebirth realm by devouring it. If he devoured the eternal earth core flame, he could instantly break through to the 4th level of the rebirth realm. At that time, he could catch up with the branch hall master of the Yin-Yang temple and kill everyone, including the mysterious underworld duo demons. Firstly, he could avenge Mo Shuari. Secondly, The matter of the mysterious underworld duo demons being captured could be covered up. The yin-yang temple would not be destroyed, and Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would be fine. Yi Xian watched as Nalan Bing and the others disappeared into the distance. His eyes flickered, and he directly broke through the void, bringing the 32nd and 3rd level rebirth yin-yang people to a mountain range that was some distance away from the branch hall of the yin-yang temple. All of you from the yin hall, step forward. Then, 8 women stepped forward. 5 of them were at the 2nd level of the rebirth realm, while the other 3 were at the 3rd level of the rebirth realm. The members of the yin hall were a combination of older sisters and younger brothers, so they maintained the appearance of older sisters. Who knows the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall? Yi Xian immediately asked. As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes landed on a beautiful woman. This woman looked normal, but she was a yin-yang person, which meant that her younger brother was in her body. Ordinary people would feel their stomach churning when they thought of this. However, Yi Xian put aside his prejudice and asked directly, "You know the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall?" "Master, I'm called Chang Ling. The Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall is my master." The woman nodded. "Then, do you know about the icebound flame?" Yi Xian asked again. "Yes." The woman continued to nod, and then explained, "My master has had the icebound flame for many years, but the icebound flame's attribute is water. She doesn't dare to fuse it with her body because it will cause the yin and yang to be disrupted. Therefore, she has been looking for the flame of fury and the eternal earth core flame, hoping to balance them. So, she didn't fuse with the icebound flame?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The flame of fury's attribute was fire, and its ranking was close to the icebound flame. Besides, the eternal earth core flame was also possible. No, she just cultivated beside the icebound flame. The woman shook her head and replied, "Great." Yi Xian suddenly revealed a hopeful expression, and thought in his heart, since the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall needs the eternal earth core flame, I can use the eternal earth core flame to lure her out. However, the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough to deal with her. Yi Xian immediately collected everyone's interspatial rings. These yin-yang people were the elites of the yin-yang temple, and their masters were mostly elders. Therefore, they didn't lack cultivation resources. The things inside were enough to create a 5th-level Nirvana realm expert. Wei Zhentian is currently at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, while Luo Luo and the old tree are at the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. Due to my problem, the old tree has a hard time improving, so I can only stack Luo Luo up first. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and said to the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall, Chang Ling, "Return to the Yin-Yang Temple and exchange these treasures for ores, and half of them for cultivation elixirs." These things were useless to Yi Xian, so Yi Xian decided to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. However, he might not be able to contend with the Vice Hall Master, so he still needed Luo Luo's help. If Luo Luo broke through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, then he would have confidence. Yes. The woman named Chang Ling nodded, and then she passed through the Eye of Void that Yi Xian opened and returned to the Yin-Yang Temple. Chapter 1372. Soon, Chang Ling returned with a large amount of ores and cultivation elixirs. Although the treasures were good, the cultivation elixirs were easier to absorb. Luo Luo's refining ability was already strong, and with the help of the eternal earth core fire, she could break through to the 4th level of Nirvana realm in half a day. As for Wei Zhentian, Wei Zhentian broke through. He is currently at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. After Yi Xian swallowed all the ores, Wei Zhentian broke through. Yi Xian was stuck at the 2nd level of Nirvana realm. After swallowing all the ores, he would only benefit from the Super Devour crystal. His cultivation would not improve at all. It was indeed a waste, but he had no other choice. Next, Yi Xian was going to test something. "You, come out," Yi Xian said to a man at the 2nd level of Nirvana realm. The man stepped forward without saying a word. Then, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He used the bewitching technique that he had learned from Bai Yang's wife, Bai Lin's tomb. In the next moment, the man's face started to turn red as he saw something. Everyone looked at them and suddenly had a bad premonition. Brother, sister. Suddenly, two different voices came out from the man's throat. One was his own voice, and the other was the voice of his sister in his body. This was just an appetizer. Next, Yi Xian would get serious. Bewitching technique. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The man's clothes were suddenly torn apart by a fierce vital energy. Then, his body started to change. His back swelled rapidly as though a tumor had grown. It was as though there was a person standing back to back with him. No, this tumor was the man's sister. At this moment, the sister's organs had already grown out. Even her hair had grown out. In the end, their skin broke apart and they were split into two. The sister stood there motionless. Her eyes were wide open and her face was red. She was in disbelief. She had been with her brother for many years. Now, they were disintegrated. She was a disciple of the Yin-Yang Temple. She knew that once a Yin-Yang person disintegrated, the success rate of merging again was less than 1%. However, Yi Xian was their master now, so they didn't dare to say anything. Most people who saw this scene would be disgusted to the point of vomiting, but Yi Xian had a strange look in his eyes when he saw this. Success. The heart-bewitching art had successfully split a yin-yang person into two. The fusion of yin-yang people also has a degree of fusion. Generally, the fusion is 30%. The higher the fusion, the stronger the combat power. After this man and his younger sister separated, the younger sister's cultivation dropped to the first level of the Nirvana realm, and the man actually dropped to the 9th level of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian was a little excited. This heart charm technique was really the nemesis of yin-yang people, but its success rate was affected by the yin-yang person's fusion rate and the strength of his soul. Moreover, he was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm now, so it was slightly difficult for him to use it. At this time, he also discovered a problem. Originally, he had only spent one slot to use the Eye of Control to control this man. Now that this man had disintegrated, even his sister was under his control. However, only one spot was taken. As for the two who had disintegrated, they were easily charmed by Luo Luo. Then, she told them to leave this place and live a good life. The Yin-Yang Temple was extremely overbearing. As long as there were siblings who met the requirements, they had to send them here, so this was not a choice. These people were also pitiful. Of course, there was another reason why Yi Xian chose to let them go. The two of you, spread this ability after you leave. Yi Xian suddenly took out a book from the devouring space. It was the heart-bewitching art. Yes, master. The two of them put on their robes and left with the heart-bewitching art. The Yin-Yang Temple had harmed many families. If the surrounding forces had this heart-bewitching art, then the Yin-Yang Temple would not be so arrogant. Who is at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm and has a fusion rate of 40%? Yi Xian suddenly turned around and asked. Then, 3 Yin-Yang people from the Yang Temple walked out. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly used the heart-bewitching art on them. Soon, the 3 of them were disintegrated. 6 naked bodies were exposed in the air, causing everyone present to tremble. Take the heart-bewitching art and leave. Yi Xian also gave the 6 of them the heart-bewitching art and told them to spread it out. This group of yin-yang people who were being controlled had a fusion rate of 60% at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. In the end, all the 2nd level Nirvana realm cultivators were disintegrated by Yi Xian and left with the heart-bewitching art. As for the remaining 8 3rd level Nirvana realm yin-yang people, Yi Xian still needed them. Changling, how many elders are there in the Yin-Yang Temple now? Yi Xian asked. 8 4th level Nirvana realm elders and 2 5th level Nirvana realm elders, Changling replied. All right, go and call them out one by one. Yi Xian nodded and ordered. Yes. Immediately, Changling left again. The 4th and 5th level Nirvana realm were higher than Yi Xian's level. However, Wei Zhantian had broken through to the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. He alone was enough to deal with all of them. As for Luo Luo, she was cultivating in the planting space. She should be able to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm soon. Oh right, Luo Luo still has the eyes of enchantment. She should be able to control the 4th level Nirvana realm elders. As long as we take in these 8 people, there will only be 2 5th-level Nirvana Realm Elders and 2 Deputy Temple Masters left in the Yin-Yang Temple. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. The Eyes of Enchantment's effect was not inferior to his mind's eye. Soon, Changling brought in a 4th-level Nirvana Realm Elder. The former was the Deputy Temple Master's disciple, so it was not difficult to lure him out. "Changling, why did you bring me here?" An old lady behind Changling asked in surprise. "I'm bringing you to meet someone," Changling answered honestly. "Someone?" The old lady muttered to herself. She did not know who Changling was talking about. Soon, Changling brought her in front of Yi Xian. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you going back to cultivate?" The old lady asked in surprise. However, at this moment, a petite figure appeared in front of her. It was Luo Luo. However, when Luo Luo used her Eyes of Enchantment, Yi Xian used his mind's eye first. Instantly, the old lady raised her eyebrows and her soul was injured. Not only that, but she was also attacked by Changling, who was beside her. Both her physical body and soul were severely injured at the same time. Enchantment. Luo Luo finally used her Eyes of Enchantment. With just a glance, she subdued the old lady. "Changling, continue to lure her out," Yi Xian said to Changling. "Yes." Chapter 1373. It would only take a few minutes to lure out an elder. Yi Xian could afford to wait for this amount of time. Subsequently, the elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage were lured out one by one and were charmed by Luo Luo. 8 elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage and Wei Zhentian are enough to kill the 2 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. Yi Xian thought to himself. Luo Luo was only at the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage and had yet to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana stage. Without using the Eyes of Enchantment, it was still difficult for her to charm someone who was 2 levels above her. After all, a yin-yang person's soul was stronger than an ordinary person. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to kill the 2 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. The group of people lay in ambush and waited quietly. Soon, Changling returned with an elder from the Yang Hall. The elder was at the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. "Changling, why did you bring me here?" the elder asked in confusion. In the next moment, 8 familiar faces appeared. They were the 8 elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage who were charmed by Luo Luo earlier. "Why are all of you here?" The elder was very surprised. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure broke through the ground. Rip! A crisp sound entered everyone's ears. A section of the elder's calf was cut off. What? The elder was shocked. However, he was about to face the attacks of the 8 experts at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage. Boom! 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 The elder was directly sent flying. As the people around him were his own people, the elder was not very vigilant. Moreover, Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana stage. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. The elder's heart was directly pierced and he died. His corpse fell to the ground. Yi Xian looked at the corpse and shook his head helplessly. The Nirvana stage was not his stage. He was afraid that he would have to rely on Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo. However, after he completed the 9 special level-up missions, his strength would probably be extremely powerful. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the elder's corpse and the interspatial ring. "There's one more. Continue luring it in," Yi Xian said to Changling. "Yes." Changling responded and continued to leave. Not long after, another elder at the 5th level of the Rebirth Realm was drawn over as well, and he was instantly killed just like the first elder. Now that 2 5th-level Rebirth stage elders have died, then next. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took something out of the devouring space. It was a small flame. It was the eternal earth core flame. Then he said to Changling, "Use this flame to lure your teacher out." Changling's teacher was the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall, a 6th-level Nirvana realm martial artist. She was currently searching for the Flame of Fury or the Eternal Core Flame to temper her icebound flame. Therefore, Yi Xian was confident that he could lure Changling's teacher out. Yes. Changling was a little surprised. She did not expect Yi Xian to possess the Eternal Core Flame. However, she did not dare to betray him. She quickly took the flame and returned to the Yin-Yang Hall. This time, Yi Xian had to deal with a 6th-level Nirvana realm martial artist who possessed a mystical flame. His strength was not to be underestimated. Although Wei Zhentian was also a 6th-level Nirvana realm martial artist and was assisted by 8 4th-level Nirvana realm martial artists, it was better to be safe than sorry. Not long after Changling left, Yi Xian heard the system notification again. Ding! Luo Luo made a breakthrough. She is currently at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, the system notification said. Initially, he estimated that Luo Luo would need half a day to make a breakthrough. However, he had overlooked one factor, the myriad beasts fire that she had just obtained. Luo Luo had completely refined the myriad beasts fire, which was why she made a breakthrough in advance. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to wait for a while before luring the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall. Wei Zhentian, set up an ambush. Even if we can't kill him in one go, we must severely injure him, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian nodded and burrowed into the ground. It was the best tool for an ambush because it was only a heaven-reaching weapon. It did not have the aura of a human or a heaven-reaching beast. As long as it did not move, no one would discover it underground. Apart from the 8 4th-level Nirvana realm martial artists, Yi Xian was the only one left. As for the others, they were all chased away by Yi Xian. Facing a 6th-level Nirvana realm martial artist, they would not be able to do anything. Instead, they would only be a hindrance. After a while, Changling returned. This time, she brought a middle-aged woman with her. This woman was young and looked to be around 35 years old. She had a pretty face and fair skin. However, her aura was much more powerful than the 2 5th-level Nirvana realm martial artists. She must be Changling's master, the Vice Palace Master of Yin Hall, Guo Yurong. Of course, some martial artists like to look old while others like to look young. It was impossible to tell their real age just by looking at their faces. Disciple, are you sure it's the eternal earthcore fire? Along the way, Guo Yurong asked in surprise. Yes, Master, a man's voice sounded. He was Chang Kuan, Changling's younger brother in her body. Haha, this is great. With the eternal earthcore fire, sister, you can merge with the icebound flame and I can merge with the eternal earthcore fire. This way, the yin and yang will not be out of balance. We can even break through to the 7th level of Nirvana realm. Guo Yurong opened her mouth. This time, it was still a man's voice. He was Guo Yurong's younger brother. That's right. We have been searching for so long. I didn't expect to find the eternal earthcore fire nearby. Disciple, you have done well this time. I will reward you greatly when we return. Guo Yurong nodded her head in satisfaction. Master, that is the place where the eternal earthcore fire was unearthed. At this moment, Changling suddenly pointed at the mountain in front of them. All right. At that moment, Guo Yurong quickly flew over. However, just as she passed by Changling, the latter suddenly attacked and slashed Guo Yurong's back with a ray of sword chi. Bang! Guo Yurong was severely injured. Her entire body flew out uncontrollably. She could not understand why her most beloved disciple would sneak an attack on her. Stupid girl, what are you doing? Guo Yurong's younger brother shouted angrily. Fortunately, they were 3 levels apart. Otherwise, they would have been severely injured. Before Changling could reply, 8 people appeared from the left and right in front of them. They were the 8 elders at the 4th level of Nirvana realm. Guo Yurong and her younger brother were shocked. It turned out that this was an ambush. However, they were at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. Even if 8 5th-level Nirvana realm experts came, as long as she wanted to run, no one could catch up with her. However, these 8 4th-level Nirvana realm elders were only responsible for attracting her attention. Chapter 1374. Swoosh. Suddenly, a slender figure broke out from the ground and turned into a ray of light, slashing at Guo Yurong's calf. With a ripping sound, Guo Yurong's calf was cut off easily. What? Guo Yurong and her younger brother were shocked. They were at 6th level Nirvana realm and their bodies were extremely strong. How could they be cut off by a single slash? However, they did not know that Wei Zhentian was also at 6th level Nirvana realm. Moreover, He had been tempered by the eternal earthcore fire during this period of time and was extremely sharp. Guo Yurong, who was burning with anger, threw out a palm strike and sent Wei Zhentian flying. "Master, just surrender." Chang Ling suddenly reminded him. "You evil disciple, I'll kill you." Guo Yurong's younger brother shouted and slapped Chang Ling. If Chang Ling was hit, she would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared. It was Luo Luo, who had broken through to 4th level Nirvana realm. Bewitching heart technique. Luo Luo squinted her eyes and used the illusory technique that Bei Yang had created on Guo Yurong. This technique was specially used to deal with yin-yang beings. After Guo Yurong was hit by the technique, the scene in front of her changed. At this moment, it was her younger brother who was standing in front of her. However, her younger brother was actually naked. Oh no! Guo Yurong immediately reacted. There was a flaw in cultivating the divine yin-yang technique, which was to never think about such things. Otherwise, there would be a risk of disintegration. "Sister," Guo Yurong's younger brother in her body suddenly made a strange sound. Guo Yurong reacted, but her younger brother was trapped in the illusion. "This is a good opportunity. Wei Zhentian, kill her." Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into a green dragon and swiped his claw at Guo Yurong's throat. Bam! Guo Yurong reacted and used her left hand to deflect the dragon claw. However, her right hand was placed in front of her chest. "Brother, wake up!" Guo Yurong shouted angrily in her heart. There were 2 souls in this body. She had broken through the illusion, but her younger brother had not. This was troublesome. If her younger brother broke the precepts, he would be disintegrated. If they were to disintegrate, then their cultivation would drop. It was possible for them to fall from the 4th or 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. Sis, Guo Yurong's younger brother was still in the illusion. Under his influence, Guo Yurong's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wei Zhentian continued to attack. At the same time, Luo Luo wasn't idle either. Charm. Bewitching heart technique. Not only that, but even Yi Xian wasn't idle either. He used his eye of the heart. Even though there was a difference of 4 levels between the 2nd level of the Nirvana stage and the 6th level of the Nirvana stage, it was always good to be able to deal a little more damage at this moment. As long as she disintegrated, Guo Yurong would become a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of Yi Xian. The 8 elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage swiftly flew over as well. However, they didn't participate in the battle directly. Instead, they supported Wei Zhentian with their all-creations energy. Immediately, Wei Zhentian's speed doubled. As a result, the pressure on Guo Yurong was even greater. "No, I must leave." Guo Yurong made a prompt decision. She reckoned that she would disintegrate with her younger brother in a few seconds. In fact, she might even be killed by Wei Zhentian before she could disintegrate. Immediately, she took out a blue flame from her interspatial ring. It was the Icebound Flame. The Icebound Flame was ranked 95th on the exotic flame list. As her cultivation base was high enough, Guo Yurong didn't need the exotic flame lantern. At the same time when Guo Yurong took out the Icebound Flame, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was the key to him breaking through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. However, Guo Yurong didn't take out the Icebound Flame to show it off. Icebound 1,000 miles. Guo Yurong circulated her true energy and combined it with the all-creations energy. She immediately cast a divine ability that she created. This divine ability was called Icebound 1,000 miles. It required the Icebound Flame to be cast. Moreover, this was her first time using this technique in a battle. Suddenly, a surge of ice energy spread out. Wei Zhentian, who was charging toward Guo Yurong, froze. His entire body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into an ice sculpture. Catcher, catcher, catcher. A series of crisp sounds came from afar. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the 8 elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage were all frozen into ice sculptures. Even the Nirvana fire in their bodies was extinguished by the ice. From this, It could be seen how powerful this 1,000 miles of ice was. Fortunately, Yi Xian was very far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what would happen. After freezing the troublesome people, Guo Yurong immediately turned around and ran. Wei Zhentian, break free quickly and chase after her, Yi Xian shouted at Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he released Luo Luo again. Luo Luo was only using her illusion technique and charm from afar. Therefore, when the ice energy spread out, she was kept into the planting space by Yi Xian. She can't run away. Luo Luo snorted lightly and turned into a golden ray of light. 9 reincarnation flash, first flash. 9 reincarnation flash, second flash. 9 reincarnation flash, third flash. After 3 times, Luo Luo was already behind Guo Yurong. What? Guo Yurong did not expect someone to be able to catch up with her so quickly after the icebound 1,000 miles. After a moment of shock, she turned around and slapped her palm out. However, Luo Luo's speed was even faster than hers. In fact, it was much faster. She successfully slapped her palm out. However, before that, Luo Luo had already brushed past Guo Yurong's body. A line of blood appeared on Guo Yurong's throat and rapidly expanded. This is impossible. Guo Yurong's eyes widened as she spat out a few words. Soon after, her head fell mercilessly and was embedded in the mud. Plop. Her body fell face first onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and flowed into the ground. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After Guo Yurong died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was probably the first time he killed an enemy who was 4 realms higher than him. Although he did not kill her personally, the killing intent points were credited to him. F***CK. That's a lot. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, his killing intent points had almost reached the upper limit. Does this yin-yang person count as 2 people? At this moment, Yi Xian thought of this problem. Yin-yang person was a combination of a man and a woman. Chapter 1375. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking that if he killed the Yang Hall's Vice Hall Master, he might be able to reach the upper limit. At that time, he would be able to exchange for Devour points. Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, well done, Yi Xian praised. He quickly flew over and kept Guo Yurong's interspatial ring. There were many things inside, but Yi Xian's attention was on the icebound flame. The icebound flame is finally in my hands. With it, I can immediately break through to the peak of Nirvana stage. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he resisted the urge to devour the icebound flame because he might be able to earn more Devour points. Young master, why aren't you breaking through? Luo Luo asked curiously. There's no hurry. We might have to fight another battle. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The 8 elders of Nirvana stage had already been killed by Guo Yurong's icebound 1,000 miles. It was a pity that the killing intent of those 8 elders was not worth it. It had to be said that the exceptional flame was very powerful. Only now did Wei Zhentian manage to break free. Yi Xian had actually copied down that move. However, he was about to devour the icebound flame, so there was no point in learning it. After all, it could only be used together with the icebound flame. Young master, there's a Vice Hall Master in the Yang Hall. Are you going to kill him? Luo Luo blinked her big eyes and asked. Yes, after killing him, we'll dismember everyone and destroy this yin-yang temple. Yi Xian nodded. He immediately tore through the void and arrived at the entrance of the yin-yang hall. This time, he was serious. The Vice Hall Master of the Yang Hall of the Yin-Yang Temple was called Ma Deyu. This was what Yi Xian found out from Chang Ling. After arriving at the entrance of the Yin-Yang Hall, Yi Xian circulated his vital energy and roared, Vice Hall Master of the Yang Hall, Ma Deyu, get out here right now. His voice was deafening. Everyone in the Yin-Yang Hall must have heard it. Hearing this, the disciples of the Yin-Yang Temple all raised their heads in surprise. If it was just Ma Deyu, they might not know who he was. However, with the addition of the words Deputy Palace Master of Yang Hall, even if they were fools, they would know who he was talking about. Someone actually dared to provoke the Yang Hall's Vice Palace Master. Wasn't that courting death? If it was under ordinary circumstances, there would surely be many elders that would come out. But now, there wasn't a single elder in this branch hall, and only some second or third level rebirth realm guardians remained. The protectors were the first to rush out. "How dare you call the Vice Palace Master by his name?" A sarcastic old man jumped out. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wei Zhentian had already cut off his head with a swing of his sword. Wei Zhentian then brought the interspatial ring back to Yi Xian. "Old tree, Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, as long as they are in the Nirvana realm, kill them all." Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Previously, he did let some of the yin-yang people go. However, they were once his subordinates after all. They were controlled and used by him. Yi Xian was relatively merciful to his subordinates. Sometimes, he would let them go. However, these yin-yang people who had nothing to do with him couldn't escape death. "Okay." Luo Luo and the other two responded one after another. In an instant, they charged out. The entire yin-yang sacred hall turned into hell. Countless screams rang out. Even Yi Xian himself couldn't help but charge out. There were hundreds of Nirvana realm cultivators in the yin-yang sacred hall. These people all had double the killing intent value. Killing one was worth 2. In order to devour points, Yi Xian had to be ruthless. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increase. The system beeps rang out one after another. Many of these people were forced to do so. They were captured when they were young. However, after being groomed inhumanely by the yin-yang sacred hall, their personalities became twisted. After merging, they became even more terrifying. If he only destroyed the yin-yang sacred hall and let these people escape, it might bring disaster to the surrounding forces. Therefore, Yi Xian gave the order to kill. None of them could be left alive. As for those yin-yang people who hadn't reached the Nirvana realm, Yi Xian directly used the bewitching technique to disintegrate them. Soon, the yin-yang sacred hall was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. The Yang Sacred Hall's deputy hall master, Ma Dayu, came out of seclusion when he heard Yi Xian's roar. When he came out, he saw a savage person slaughtering the yin-yang sacred hall's disciples. "Don't be presumptuous." A deep roar entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and realized that the person had a powerful aura. He was at least at the Nirvana realm. "Ma Dayu, I've finally found you." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gave Wei Zhentian an order. "Kill." Instantly, Wei Zhentian turned into a ray of light and intercepted Ma Dayu. Wei Zhentian, who had the undying attribute, could even fight against a Nirvana realm martial artist. As long as he was given enough time, he could exhaust his opponent to death. "What the hell is this? Get lost." Ma Dayu was furious and punched Wei Zhentian. "Catcher." Wei Zhentian was hit by the punch until a few cracks appeared on his body. At the same time, he turned around and swung his dragon tail. Bam! Ma Dayu's waist was hit and he was sent flying. What a joke. So what if his physique was strong? Could it be compared to a divine weapon? In the end, Wei Zhentian was just an undying weapon. At the same level, its combat strength was actually weaker than the old tree. However, its strength lay in the fact that it could transform at will. When Ma Dayu was sent flying, Wei Zhentian quickly transformed into a chain of arrow towers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp arrows shot out one after another. Ma Dayu's face was gloomy as he endured the pain and blocked the arrows. On the other side, Luo Luo had also arrived. She immediately used the charm and bewitching technique on Ma Dayu. This move caused the other person in Ma Dayu's body to react strangely. T. Ma Dayu instantly got rid of the illusion. However, Ma Ling in his body did not. He was in the same situation as Guo Yurong. If he continued to fight, he would definitely disintegrate. However, if he escaped, wouldn't the disciples of Yin-Yang Temple die in vain? Kill. Ma Dayu did not care anymore. He had already made up his mind. Even if he died, he would kill Yi Xian. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Sword, / Ma Dayu gathered flames in his left hand and ice crystals in his right. The moment he put his palms together, the flames and ice crystals suddenly expanded and condensed into a gigantic ice and fire sword. Then, he slashed down. Wei Zhentian could not dodge in time and was hit by the sword. This move was a high-level Nirvana superpower in Yin-Yang Temple. In the entire Yin-Yang Temple, he was the only one who had learned it. One should know that even the main temple master of the temple did not know it. However, he had learned it. This was enough to show his talent. Chapter 1376. Ding. Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding. Wei Zhentian is resurrected. After the two system notifications, Yi Xian released Wei Zhentian again. What? How is this possible? Ma Diyu was shocked. He clearly saw Wei Zhentian turn into ashes. How did Wei Zhentian reappear in the next moment? Since that's the case, I will kill you again. Ice and fire yin-yang sword. Ma Diyu condensed another ice and fire sword and slashed down rapidly. This time, Wei Zhentian did not dodge. He did not manage to dodge the previous time, but this time, he did it on purpose. Catcher. Wei Zhentian was killed again. Two system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind again. However, this time, Wei Zhentian was just a bait to attract Ma Diyu's attention. The real danger had quietly crept up behind Ma Diyu. 9 reincarnation flash, 4th flash. Swish. A crisp sound rang. Ma Diyu's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed 3 meters high like a fountain. Ma Diyu, dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After Ma Diyu's death, Yi Xian's killing intent increased by a large margin. Then, another system notification rang. Ding. Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to exchange the killing intent points for 1 Devour point? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Ding. Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Ding. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. He had finally exchanged the killing intent points for Devour points. This was the 3rd time. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a way to obtain Devour points quickly. That was to increase Wei Zhentian's cultivation to Nirvana Realm level 9 quickly and then kill the level 9 experts. Not to mention level 9 Nirvana Realm, as long as he killed level 8 or level 7 Nirvana Realm experts, he might be able to reach the upper limit once. However, the main thing now was to increase his cultivation level. Although Devour points could make him stronger, the increase in strength would not exceed the increase in cultivation level. Since he had obtained the Devour points, the next step would be to break through. Ding. Host has devoured Ice Sealing Flame. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. Ding. The host has completed the special leveling up mission. The reward is the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline and the sharing of the object. After 3 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian froze on the spot. The bloodline of the Immortal Divine Phoenix could be shared with other living things. Previously, when he had formed a contract with the old tree had obtained the recovery ability of the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. But now, he even had the ability to detoxify and resist fire. Not only that, it was the same for Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian. In the future, Luo Luo wouldn't have to worry about the problem of true qi consumption. Of course, after Wei Zhentian obtained the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline, he would be able to recover from his injuries immediately. Furthermore, his resistance to fire had also increased by quite a bit. Previously, Wei Zhentian had been killed twice by the ice and fire yin-yang sword. However, after being killed, he did not die. Instead, he self-destructed because he could not be repaired. If he had the bloodline of the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline just now, with the fire resistance of the bloodline, the ice and fire yin-yang sword would not have caused so much damage to him. Moreover, even if he was cut in half, he would be able to recover quickly. There was no need for him to self-destruct and resurrect to fight again. That would save him a lot of time. Not bad, not bad. The reward this time is also very good. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he quickly devoured the items that he had collected previously. Ding. The host has reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. Every time Yi Xian reached the peak of the Nirvana stage, he would know what he needed next time. As expected, When he saw the requirement to break through to the peak of the third level of the Nirvana stage, he could not help but smile. The mysterious fire required to break through to the fourth level of the Nirvana stage from the peak of the third level of the Nirvana stage was actually the eternal earth core fire. The heavens are really helping me. Yi Xian looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. When Wei Zhentian saw this, he could not help but think to himself, damn, retard. Ding. The host has devoured the eternal earth core fire. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is currently at the fourth level of the Nirvana stage. Ding. The host has completed the special level-up mission. The reward is a bottle of blessing oil. When Yi Xian heard this, he was shocked again. Blessing oil? Isn't that something that can increase luck? At that moment, he took a glance and realized that there was an additional golden bottle in the Devour space. Blessing oil. Wei Zhentian, you have been with me for so long. I will give it to you. Without hesitation, Yi Xian took out the blessing oil and poured the entire bottle to Wei Zhentian. The moment the blessing oil was poured on Wei Zhentian, it was immediately absorbed by him. Although there seemed to be no change, Yi Xian heard the system notification. Ding. Wei Zhentian's luck has increased. The current luck is at 1 point. The host's luck was the sum of the luck points of all the equipment. In other words, Yi Xian had 1 point of luck points. Yi Xian only had 3 pieces of equipment on him. The first was Wei Zhentian, the second was the old tree's divine wood seal, and the last was the glorious set. Now, Wei Zhentian's realm was the highest, so he was naturally given to him. When the weapon's luck points increased, it might cause a critical hit effect when attacking. In other words, the attack this time would be stronger. Yi Xian gave the blessing oil to Wei Zhentian for another reason. Wei Zhentian could be used as a weapon and also as a shield. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Yi Xian's luck points, it was also very useful. For example, when exchanging for items, there would be a critical hit effect. He would use the price of 1 item to exchange for 2 of the same item. When forging equipment, there would be a critical hit effect. He would use 1 set of materials to forge 2 pieces of equipment. At the same time, it could increase the chances of winning a lottery. Yi Xian had never used the Devour space lottery system before. Finally, it could increase the chances of the God-slaying bloodline's instant kill skill. In short, there were many benefits to increasing luck points. Ah, young master, your realm has increased so quickly. Luo couldn't help but say. That's right. It's rare to break through twice in a row. Yi Xian chuckled. Young master, you're really amazing. I'm impressed. The old tree also complimented. Previously, because Yi Xian was stuck at the second level of the Nirvana stage, his improvement was slow. Now that Yi Xian had surpassed him, he estimated that he would break through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage in a short period of time. If it were other sky-reaching beasts, they might not break through even once in a few years. However, for the old tree, it would usually break through once every few days. He definitely didn't follow the wrong master. Now that the breakthrough was complete, the slaughter continued. The Yin-Yang Temple's branch palace had to be destroyed today. Chapter 1377. I've killed almost all of the Nirvana realm cultivators. I've also dismembered the fragmentation realm cultivators. I've collected over 2,000 interspatial rings. Yi Xian began to count his spoils. Although he did not kill the fragmentation realm cultivators, it did not mean that he would not take their interspatial rings. Everything in the 2,000 interspatial rings went into his pocket. Ding. The host has reached the peak of the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, the system notified. Yi Xian instinctively glanced at it and realized that the Sea Heart Flame, which was ranked 90th on the exceptional flame list, was required to break through to the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. The Sea Heart Flame was born in the deep sea. However, this was land. Where did the sea come from? That's right. The unfrozen sea region is the sea. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. However, he did not have time to return to the unfrozen sea region to look for the Sea Heart Flame. He had something more important to do. He came to the entrance of the Yin-Yang Temple and looked towards the north. Xianming Duo Demons, prepare to die. Yi Xian's eyes shone with unprecedented confidence. When the Xianming duo demons were escorted away, they were only at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. The escorts were the temple master of the Yin-Yang temple and 3 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with them. Not to mention that the 6th level of the Nirvana realm did not have the Bladestorm. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used the shadow steps and rushed towards the north. It had only been 2 hours since the Xianming duo demons left. Yi Xian's speed was not slower than the temple master's. Coupled with the effect of the shadow step, he was confident that he could catch up to the temple master within an hour. His plan was to intercept and kill the Xianming duo demons on the way. Otherwise, if the Xianming duo demons' helper found out, the Yin-Yang temple might be destroyed. Yi Xian did not care whether the Yin-Yang temple was destroyed or not. He was afraid that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would be affected. The Xianming duo demons had to die. Yi Xian's speed was off the charts when he used shadow steps. With his perception of the target of the Death Hunt order, Yi Xian wouldn't go in the wrong direction. He could accurately sense that the distance between him and his opponent was rapidly closing. An hour later, he finally saw the target of the Death Hunt order, Nalan Bing. "I've finally found you." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled. This time, he had to kill the Xianming duo demons and fulfill his promise to Mo Shuari. At the same time, he would resolve the crisis of the Yin-Yang temple. The person escorting the mysterious underworld duo demons was the main hall master of the Yin-Yang temple. There were also 3 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. To Yi Xian, all of this was extremely powerful. But after he broke through, it was nothing. Wei Zhentian, I'll let you go on a killing spree this time, Yi Xian thought to himself. To be on the safe side, he was prepared to use Bladestorm to kill all 6 people in front of him, leaving no survivors. However, at this moment, the sub-hall master escorting the mysterious underworld duo demons suddenly turned around. "Who is it?" The sub-hall master shouted angrily. Since the beginning, he had been a little nervous, as if something big was about to happen, so he was very vigilant. Yi Xian did not expect that he would be discovered by the sub-hall master even though he was so far away. It seemed that the sub-hall master was at the peak of the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Yi Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed. "Mind's eye. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful." 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. The 3 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm were directly controlled by Yi Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them suddenly attacked, and their targets were the Xianming duo demons. The Xianming duo demons were shackled and could not use their true qi. They could only fly by relying on the sub-hall master. They could not avoid the sneak attack of the 3 of them at all. "Elders, what are you doing?" The sub-hall master was shocked and hurriedly blocked in front of the Xianming duo demons, and then completely defeated the sneak attack. Rumble. The 3 elders' sneak attacks all failed. In fact, Yi Xian was anxious. If he let the 3 elders launch a sneak attack when he was fighting with the sub-hall master, it would be 100% successful. "It's you." Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie also noticed Yi Xian, and their eyes widened. They wanted to return to the rescue, and then send the Immortality Realm powerhouses to search for Yi Xian. They did not expect Yi Xian to deliver himself to them. Most importantly, when they saw Yi Xian previously, Yi Xian was only at the Fragmentation Realm. In such a short time, Yi Xian actually broke through to the Nirvana Realm, and seemed to have the ability to fight with a peak 6th level Nirvana Realm powerhouse. These 3 elders were probably already controlled by Yi Xian. Although their sneak attack had failed, so what if it had failed? "Elders, I didn't expect you to betray us. Die." At this moment, the sub-hall master immediately reacted and attacked. Swish. 1 sword, 3 heads. The sub-hall master's strength was outstanding. He was indeed at the peak of the 6th level Nirvana realm and was about to break through to the 7th level. It was not difficult to kill 3 people instantly. "Brat, who are you?" The branch hall master's attention once again fell onto the blonde Yi Xian as he questioned. There was a question in his heart that he could not figure out. If these 3 dead elders had already betrayed them and wanted to kill the Xian Ming duo demons, why did they wait until now to attack? They had been on the road for 3 hours, and they could have attacked along the way. If that was the case, he would not have been able to react in time. But now, the 3 elders were waiting for the moment he turned around to attack. Could it be that they were instantly controlled by Yi Xian? You don't need to know. I only want to kill the 2 of them. After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, he immediately attacked. Killing intent explosion, peerless flaming dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon swept out. The sub-hall master could feel the power of this attack, but he still said disdainfully, insignificant skill. Icefire yin-yang sword. A giant sword of ice and fire formed and slashed down viciously. Previously, the vice hall master of Yang Hall thought that he was the only one who had mastered this move. In fact, the sub-hall master had mastered it earlier than him, but he had not used it yet. That was why vice hall master Ma Diyu thought so. Bang! The giant sword of ice and fire defeated the golden flaming dragon. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already dashed toward the sub-hall master. Enrich, you're courting death. The sub-hall master shouted. After ensuring that there was no one else around, he went up to him. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had 3 helpers waiting in the planting space. Killing intent explosion, peerless flaming dragon slash. Icefire yin-yang sword. Chapter 1378. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian, go and kill the Xian Ming duo demons, Yi Xian said in his heart. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared and dashed toward the Xian Ming duo demons. What? The sub-hall master was shocked. He did not know how the sword appeared. After all, the weapon was not thrown by Yi Xian. It appeared suddenly. However, he was already entangled with Yi Xian. It was impossible for him to catch up with Wei Zhentian. Damn it. This is a sacrifice for the main hall. You can't touch him. The sub-hall master shouted angrily. I don't care who you're going to sacrifice you to. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Wei Zhentian had already arrived in front of the Xian Ming duo demons. In the next moment, he would chop off their heads. The Xian Ming duo demons widened their eyes. They never thought that they would die here. However, at this moment, swoosh, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere. Wei Zhentian was blocked by this gust of wind and could not move. What? Yi Xian was shocked. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was not a gust of wind but a person. However, this person's speed was so fast that he could not react. It was an old man in white. His right hand was choking Wei Zhentian so that Wei Zhentian could not move. Even Yi Xian could not see through this old man's cultivation level. However, Yi Xian had a feeling that this old man in white was extremely powerful. Even the old ancestor Yin Yang might not be a match for this old man in white. This was Yi Xian's feeling. Escort. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Swoosh. The old man in white's right hand suddenly caught fire. Then, Wei Zhentian was instantly burned to ashes. Ding. Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding. Wei Zhentian is resurrected. The 2 system notifications rang. However, Yi Xian was still stunned. Such a powerful opponent was at least a Nirvana realm level 8 or level 9. He might even be in the immortality realm. Immortal level? No way. Yi Xian could not believe it. If his opponent was on immortal level, he had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention the longevity realm, even if it was the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, it would be impossible for him to win. Damn it, it's right in front of me, and I'm being disturbed again. Yi Xian was cursing in his heart. Why was the mysterious underworld duo so lucky? Someone had saved them several times already. Seniors, are you all right? The white-robed old man said respectfully. Don't worry, capture these 2. Naylan Bing didn't say anything else and directly ordered. All right. The white-robed old man nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He prepared to tear open the void and leave. However, He suddenly realized that he could not move his body. Not only that, but the nearby palace masters were also the same. Eyes of nature. Yi Xian widened his eyes. Using the power of 10,000 elephants from a distance was the effect of the eye of 10,000 elephants. Who would have thought that this white-clothed old man would also have it? This was going to be troublesome. It seems that I can only fake my death. Yi Xian immediately summoned Wei Zhentian and directly pierced his own chest. Swish. The Megatron's sword pierced his heart. This scene also surprised the white-haired old man. Even if you're dead. At this moment, Nalan Bing shouted in a low voice. Yi Xian's life didn't matter to her now because she could already use the soul-searching divine power. Even if it was a dead person, she could still search it. When the time came, she would know where Luo Luo was. Yi Xian originally wanted to fake his death to avoid this disaster, but he didn't expect Nalan Bing to be so ruthless. This was really troublesome. Oh no, I can't move now, and the white-robed old man is vigilant. Even if I break open the void, I'm afraid I can't get the old tree to help me through the void door. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. No matter what, this method had to be tried. Eyes of the void. A void door opened. The white-robed old man reacted quickly and immediately used the Eye of Thousand Forms to pull Yi Xian over. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was pulled in front of him. Although Nalan Bing said that he could be dead, it was better to be alive than dead, right? Now, Yi Xian was completely restrained and couldn't move. He couldn't hurt anyone and couldn't escape. His fate was probably over. I know, Nalan Bing wants to search my memories. She wants to search my memories. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he had the Eye of Eternity. As long as his two eyeballs were not destroyed, he wouldn't die. Faking his death wouldn't be able to fool the white-robed old man. It seems that this time, I have to lose my doppelganger. Yi Xian suddenly made a decision in his heart. This decision was one that he had never made before, and that was to commit suicide. This time, it was really suicide. Xianming Duodemons, Yi Xian, admit defeat this time. Yi Xian's golden eyes flashed and suddenly turned red. The white-robed old man and the Xianming Duodemons felt that something was wrong and reacted in the next moment. However, the Xianming Duodemons didn't stop them. In their opinion, Yi Xian's eyes were nothing. It wouldn't matter even if he died. Bam! Yi Xian's eyes were forcefully squeezed out by his own true energy. This time, even if he had the Eye of Eternity, Yi Xian was still dead. After Yi Xian's eyes exploded, his body suddenly turned into flying ash and was blown away by the wind. What's going on? Nalan Bing was shocked. How did it become like this when he was just blinded? Could it be that the Yi Xian in front of them was just a puppet? Seniors, the white-haired old man also didn't understand the situation. If he was alive, they wanted to see him. If he was dead, they wanted to see his corpse. However, Yi Xian was dead. There wasn't even a corpse, only a set of clothes left behind. How was this possible? Is there no one else in the range of your spiritual sense? Nalan Jie asked. I'm sure there's no one else. The white-robed old man shook his head and glanced at the sub-temple leader. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's probably just a puppet, Nalan Bing said unhappily. She thought that she could catch Luo Luo, but she failed again. Nalan Jie also glanced at the sub-temple leader and said, then the Yin-Yang temple, destroy it. Don't leave a single sub-temple. Nalan Bing said coldly. Yes, seniors. The white-robed old man nodded respectfully. Wiping out a force like the Yin-Yang temple was something he could do with a snap of his fingers. Also, I want the inheritance of the Yin-Yang temple. Nalan Bing suddenly reminded him. The Yin-Yang temple's level was too low for them, but they might be inspired to improve the Yin-Yang saint technique. Ding. The host's clone is dead. Ding. The host's clone is dead. The original body and the first clone were in a merged state, so one body and two lives were lost. At this moment, his second clone, who was far away in the eastern continent, suddenly opened his eyes. Xianming Duodemons, Yi Xian, will definitely avenge this. Chapter 1379. This time, Yi Xian admitted defeat. He had no choice but to let his 2 clones commit suicide. After all, if he was shackled, he would not be able to use his true qi. If he was controlled again, he would never be able to leave. At that time, the only one who could move would be his 2nd clone in the eastern continent. If that was the case, what was the point of keeping his original body and 1st clone? Therefore, he made the decision to self-destruct his eyes. Now that he had merged with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, he only felt that it was a pity that his 2 undying clones died. However, this was inevitable. With the immortal Phoenix bloodline, I can use Devour points to revive my undying clones. However, I only have 1 point now. Yi Xian thought for a while and finally decided to recall some of his skills. Old tree, I'm sorry. Yi Xian told the old tree what had happened. It's fine. Isn't it just an ultimate skill? You've helped me increase my realm by so much. Moreover, I'm undying. If you die, won't I die too? Old tree did not think much of it and gladly accepted this fact. All right. Yi Xian did not say anything else and recalled old tree's Berserk Python sweep. Ding. Berserk Python sweep successfully recalled. Ding. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. Berserk Python sweep was a pretty good skill. However, because old tree's realm was not up to par, Yi Xian decided to recall it first. Recalling the Berserk Python sweep gave him 2 Devour points. Previously, he had also exchanged 1 Devour point for the upper limit of his killing intent. Therefore, Yi Xian had a total of 3 Devour points. Ding. Host has consumed 1 Devour point. Reviving undying clones. Undying clones are reviving. Current consumption is 1%. Ding. Host has consumed 1 Devour point. Reviving undying clones. Undying clones are reviving. Current consumption is 1%. 4 system notifications sounded. Yi Xian only had 1 Devour point left. Unfortunately, the resurrection still required 1 more day. What's wrong with you? Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, Guan Yulon suddenly stood up and said. It had already been more than 2 years since Song Suijing was taken away. During these 2 years, although Yi Xian and Guan Yulon were both in the same room, they only hugged each other to sleep and didn't do anything. Yi Xian smiled when he saw that Guan Yulon had woken up. He caressed Guan Yulon's hair affectionately and said, "It's nothing. 2 of my clones were killed and are currently being repaired." Killed? Guan Yulon trembled. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian only had 1 life left? Don't worry, this 2nd clone of mine won't leave the eastern continent, Yi Xian hurriedly explained. In the Bloodrock continent, other than Lianyun City, there was no one from the Wanxiang realm. Other than old immortal Tianju who lived in seclusion in the Great Desolation, no one else was a threat to him. Although Guan Yulon had never left the Bloodrock continent, all the treasures that Yi Xian had obtained before were brought back by his 2nd clone. Right now, Guan Yulon and the others were in the Fragmentation realm, and some had even reached the Nirvana realm. In this Bloodrock continent, they were the overlords. Then who killed your 2 clones? Guan Yulon asked curiously. She knew that Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, and Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Who could kill them? It was the mysterious underworld duo demons. I didn't expect that a super powerhouse who seemed to be in the immortal realm would appear along the way. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Immortal realm? Guan Yulon was shocked. A powerhouse in the immortal realm could live for at least 1,000 years. This was even longer than the history of some sects. Don't worry, I'll be more careful this time, Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay. Guan Yulon nodded slightly and leaned into Yi Xian's arms. In the past 2 years, there had been some changes in the Bloodrock continent. For example, Yi Xian used the power of all creations to build a floating island, Zhao Pan gave birth to a little fatty, the 6th prince unified the main continent, and the 2 brothers, Feng Wuchen and Feng Wuhan, trained together in the Penglai Divine Land. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the things here. He was worried that the mysterious underworld duo demons would attack the temple of Yin Yang. Soon, a day had passed. Ding. The undying clone has been revived successfully. Ding. The undying clone has been revived successfully. 2 system notifications sounded out. and Yi Xian once again had 3 lives. Then, he immediately summoned them. "Young master, you must be careful this time." On the floating island, Luo Luo said to Yi Xian's original body. Since there was still a clone in the eastern continent, Luo Luo, the old tree, and Wei Zhantian could come here to play with others when they were tired of cultivating. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded and immediately turned into a stream of light and left. With his speed, he arrived at the entrance of the Penglai Divine Land in the blink of an eye. Then, he began his journey again. The Blood Rock continent was connected to the Penglai Divine Land. Therefore, he must arrive at the Land of the Dead as soon as possible and use the cross-realm transfer formation of the 8 great families to teleport to the Glazed Light Divine Land. A few seconds later, Yi Xian arrived at the cross-realm transfer formation. That day, he and the mini sky dragon were teleported to the Glazed Light Divine Land from here. Then, they parted ways. He continued to wander around the Glazed Light Divine Land while the mini sky dragon looked for the next cross-realm transfer formation to teleport to the Life Divine Land. Before using the teleportation array, Yi Xian had also reinforced the teleportation array and set up some defensive formations to prevent it from being accidentally destroyed. This way, he wouldn't be able to go. Whoosh! The cross-realm transfer formation activated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian returned to the Glazed Light Divine Land. "I have a void positioning system in the Thousand Beasts sect. This distance is enough." Next, he didn't hurry on his way. Instead, he tore through the void. Passing through the void gate, Yi Xian returned to the Thousand Beasts sect. With his speed, it would only take a little more than an hour to reach the Yin-Yang Temple's branch. A day has already passed. That white-robed old man might have already checked the surroundings. However, I still have to be careful. Yi Xian frowned. He transformed into the appearance of a person he had once controlled and concealed his presence. Then, he began to hurry on his way again. An hour later, Yi Xian cautiously arrived at the Yin-Yang Temple's branch and found that it had already been reduced to ruins. Damn it. It seems that the white-haired old man really did make the Shenming Duodemons attack. Suijing is in danger. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He looked into the distance. The death pursuit order hadn't been lifted, but Naylan Bing was now very far away from him. Perhaps the Yin-Yang Temple hadn't been destroyed yet. Immediately, he began to hurry on his way again. Soon, he arrived at the place where he self-destructed that day. However, there was nothing to miss here. Thus, he continued north. What surprised him was that after chasing for a while, he found that he had arrived at the seaside. This is the Unfrozen Sea region? Chapter 1380. This is the Unfrozen Sea region? Yi Xian's eyebrows rose. Earth Emanations Island was in the Unfrozen Sea region. However, it was not huge and was considered an inland sea. This sea region seemed to be bigger than the Unfrozen Sea region of Earth Emanations Island. The Shenming Duodemons were too far away from me. However, they must have passed through this Unfrozen Sea region. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He recalled the route that the Deputy Hall Master took that day. It seemed that he was going to enter the Unfrozen Sea region as well. Hence, after thinking for a while, he decided to enter the Unfrozen Sea region directly. It is impossible to fly in the Unfrozen Sea region. There is also no way to move the frozen surface. I can only use my All Creations force to move the boat. At the same time, I have to be careful of those whirlpools. Yi Xian took out a small boat and entered the Unfrozen Sea region. With the Eye of the Void, Yi Xian did not have to worry about his life. If he was accidentally sucked into a whirlpool, he could escape. In this Unfrozen Sea region, there were many whirlpools. However, with Yi Xian's Eye of Perception, Spiritual Perception, and Killer Instinct, he could easily find a way out. However, it was not 100% certain that he could avoid them. Just as Yi Xian entered the Unfrozen Sea region for 2 hours, the surface of the sea suddenly changed. *T, these whirlpool beasts are starting to move. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Luckily, he had been using the void positioning technique along the way. Otherwise, he would be very weak. The whirlpool beasts below would change their positions every once in a while. Then, They would form another whirlpool and swallow any food that was accidentally sucked into it. Every time there was a change, Yi Xian's boat could capsize. So be it. What a waste of my time. Yi Xian had a headache. He immediately increased his speed. As long as he could leave this region, everything would be fine. However, life was unpredictable. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, the water around him started to churn. Yi Xian's intuition told him that there was a whirlpool forming below. Holy sh**, it's huge. All the water within Yi Xian's perception was actually churning. How big was this whirlpool? Just as he was about to break open the void and leave, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and he fell in. This scene happened so suddenly that even he was caught unprepared. Gulp, gulp. Yi Xian's entire body was thrown into the whirlpool and began to spin continuously. Wei Zhentian, protect me. Yi Xian hastily summoned Megatron and had it turn into a set of armor to cover the brilliant golden armor. Now that Wei Zhentian's luck attribute had increased by 1 point, his defensive capabilities had become much stronger than before. Although critical defense would not always appear, it might still be able to save his life during critical moments. This whirlpool rotated at an extremely fast speed. Even Yi Xian, who was at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, could not resist it. Fortunately, an expert at his level could almost survive without relying on air. He could completely replace it with his true qi. Therefore, even if he stayed in the sea for 100 years, there would not be any problems. However, as the whirlpool continued to descend, the seawater of the unfrozen sea region became heavier and heavier. Yi Xian only felt that his speed had decreased by at least 20%, and it was still increasing. He reckoned that this time, he would be swallowed by the whirlpool beast below. However, the whirlpool beast would definitely not bite such a small creature like him and would directly swallow him into its stomach. At that time, he would be able to kill this whirlpool beast while he was at it. Such a huge whirlpool would require a whirlpool beast that was at least at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm or even the 8th level of the Nirvana realm to come out. This was a huge fortune. At the same time, as long as he killed this whirlpool beast, he would be able to return to the surface of the water again. He would not need to travel again and save time. Let me see the true face of this whirlpool beast. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was already prepared to unleash his ultimate move. He followed the whirlpool and soon, he felt that his speed had decreased by at least 30%. Not only that, he also felt a trace of warmth. Strange, why is the seawater getting hotter as we descend? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Since there was no danger, Yi Xian directly commanded Wei Zhentian to check. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian immediately turned into a thin needle and broke through the water. Not long after, he received a message. What? You said there's a glowing beast with a big mouth. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The sky-reaching beast in the whirlpool was called the whirlpool beast by the surrounding people. However, no one was able to survive after seeing this whirlpool beast. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The suction force was strong because of the big mouth. Yi Xian's perception range was agitated. It seemed that this whirlpool beast's body was not good. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why the whirlpool beast was glowing. Could it be the anglerfish? I'll go down and take a look too. Yi Xian, who was wearing the brilliant golden armor, circulated his true qi and broke through the water. After a while, he saw a ball of light. He immediately used the Eye of Revelation and discovered that the ball of light was actually the thing he was looking for. That is the sea heart flame. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He was currently at the peak of Nirvana realm. If he wanted to break through to Nirvana realm level 5, he would need the sea heart flame, which was ranked 90th on the exceptional flame list. The sea heart flame was usually born in the deep sea. However, the deep sea was always a dangerous place. It was not easy to find the sea heart flame. Yi Xian had been guessing whether the sea heart flame was in the Unicy Sea region. Originally, he wanted to confirm the situation in the main hall of the Yin-Yang Temple before going back to look for it. He did not expect to encounter it now. However, the sea heart flame was not exposed to the water. Instead, it was in the body of a big monster. This big monster was the sky-reaching beast known as the whirlpool beast. It's so big. It's going to be troublesome to kill it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, it was not good to be big because it would be fatal if it inhaled something bad. For example, Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian, let's go in. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. Immediately, Wei Zhentian followed beside Yi Xian and was sucked into the whirlpool beast's body. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed was only about 60% of his speed outside. The seawater was too heavy. An ordinary level 4 Nirvana realm martial artist would have been suppressed to the point of being unable to move. The whirlpool beast sucked Yi Xian into its body. After passing through its esophagus and other organs, it was sucked into its stomach. The whirlpool beast's stomach was very big. Whatever it could digest would be left in its stomach. As for the seawater, it would be directly expelled from its body. When it was almost done with its food, the whirlpool beast would stop devouring. This whirlpool beast clearly had not eaten enough, so it was continuously taking in water. Yi Xian came to the huge stomach and glanced around. He realized that the sea heart flame was right beside the whirlpool beast's heart. At the same time, it happened to be right above his head. Wei Zhentian, directly above, break it open. Chapter 1381. However, Yi Xian had forgotten one thing. This time, Wei Zhentian was powerless because it was restricted and could not fly. There was also an area of air in the stomach. Anything in the unfrozen sea region could not fly unless they were of a high cultivation level. If that's the case, I'll break it myself. Yi Xian grabbed Wei Zhentian in his hand and swung his sword at the top of his head. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flaming dragon slash. The golden flaming dragon roared out and blasted a large hole in the stomach wall. Then, Yi Xian took out a small boat and climbed onto it. Poof! Yi Xian's entire body drilled into the large hole that was blasted open by the golden flame dragon. Then, his eyes began to flicker. Eye of destruction, eye of destruction, eye of destruction. Yi Xian used the decomposing effect of the eye of destruction to open a passage in the whirlpool beast's stomach. Roar! The whirlpool beast's stomach was pierced by Yi Xian. It was in excruciating pain and its huge body trembled. However, Yi Xian was like a spider, holding on tightly to the whirlpool beast's flesh. Since he had come out, he would not fall back into the stomach again. Fortunately, the stomach was located closer to the front and was only used to filter the seawater. Therefore, there was no stomach acid. Otherwise, even Wei Zhentian would have been melted by the stomach acid. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the top of the stomach. After passing through several obstacles, he finally saw the sea heart flame. There should be more than one sea heart flame in this unfrozen sea region. That's why the seawater cannot be frozen. However, I don't know why I can't fly. Yi Xian thought to himself. He stomped his feet and rushed toward the sea heart flame. The sea heart flame was ranked 90th on the exceptional flame list. Yi Xian could withstand the flames of this thing, so Yi Xian could collect it with his hands. Ding! Host has devoured the sea heart flame. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Ding! Host has completed a special level-up mission. Reward: killing intent explosion increased by 1 time. The reward this time was not bad. Killing intent explosion was very useful for Yi Xian, so it undoubtedly increased his combat strength. But most importantly, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the rebirth stage, and this caused his strength to rise explosively. The whirlpool beast could sense that the sea heart flame had been taken away by Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was inside its body. What could it do to Yi Xian? Die! Yi Xian slashed down with the heaven-shaking sword. Killing intent explosion, peerless flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon flew straight for the massive heart. The whirlpool beast's defense was indeed very strong, but its internal organs were not that strong. The whirlpool beast's heart was instantly pierced through by the golden flame dragon. Tons of blood poured out like a waterfall, and the pungent smell of blood immediately spread out. Under normal circumstances, the heart was a vital point. Even though one would not die immediately after having their heart pierced, they would not be able to live for long. The whirlpool beast's body shook violently and fell to the bottom of the sea. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large amount, but the most precious thing was still this corpse. This whirlpool beast is probably at the 8th level of the Nirvana stage. Its strength is not bad. I wonder if there are any whirlpool beasts that are bigger than it in the unfrozen sea region, Yi Xian thought to himself. He went back the way he came and kept the whirlpool beast's corpse in the planting space. Then, he returned to the surface of the sea and continued his journey. The rest of the journey was very smooth. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage, his journey was even faster. After a day, he had left the unfrozen sea region. He estimated that the main hall of the Yin-Yang temple was nearby. Let's look around. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed as he flew in a random direction. Half an hour later, he found a small town. This town was not big, but there were many experts in it. The strongest one had even reached the 6th level of the Nirvana stage. Moreover, this 6th level Nirvana stage expert was actually a Yin-Yang man. It seemed that he had found a disciple of the Yin-Yang temple. Mind's eye. Yi Xian, who had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage, had no problem controlling this 6th level Yin-Yang man Ding. Control successful. When the system notification rang out, the disciple of the Yin-Yang temple left the town and walked towards Yi Xian. Are you a disciple of the main hall of the Yin-Yang temple? Yi Xian asked directly. Yes. The Yin-Yang man nodded. Did something happen to the Yin-Yang temple? Yi Xian continued to ask. Yes. The Yin-Yang man nodded again. This answer made Yi Xian's heart sink. Something really did happen to the Yin-Yang temple. What happened? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. The Yin-Yang man paused for a moment and explained, I don't know the details. I wasn't in the Yin-Yang temple that day. I heard it from other disciples. A few days ago, an immortal-level powerhouse came to the Yin-Yang sacred hall all of a sudden. He destroyed the hall in one hit and killed countless disciples. Everything was taken away by that powerhouse, Lin Huang said. Boom. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled violently. He hurriedly asked, who is the Yin-Yang ancestor? Where is he? The Yin-Yang ancestor is the first temple master of the Yin-Yang temple. He was the one who established the Yin-Yang temple. However, it is said that he doesn't live in seclusion in the Yin-Yang temple. The Yin-Yang man replied. Life was really full of ups and downs. Previously, Yi Xian thought that the Yin-Yang ancestor was dead. After hearing this, he suddenly saw hope and asked again, then do you know Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song? Song Suijing? Adjudicator Song? The Yin-Yang man paused for a moment and seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, the woman in his body suddenly said, they seem to be the two disciples that the ancestor took in 3 years ago. However, the ancestor found them in an extremely remote place. I heard that they haven't merged yet. Oh right. I also remember. It is said that their physiques are very perfect. If they merge, their fusion should surpass the ancestors' 90% and reach 100%. The Yin-Yang elder brother also reacted. So they haven't merged yet? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. I don't think so. I heard that the two have been rejecting each other. Their soul frequency is always different, so. The Yin-Yang sister shook her head. This time, Yi Xian was relieved. It was very likely that the Yin-Yang ancestor didn't live in seclusion in the Yin-Yang temple. Instead, he chose another place to teach Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. I hope so. Yi Xian was still a little nervous. After all, this Yin-Yang man was only at the 6th level of Nirvana stage. He didn't know much. Chapter 1382. Immediately, Yi Xian inquired about the location of the Yin-Yang temple before rushing over by himself. Ever since the destruction of the Yin-Yang sacred hall, due to their previous arrogance and despotism, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred hall were all wanted and didn't dare to appear again. If they were exposed, they would definitely be killed. When he arrived at the main hall of the Yin-Yang temple, he saw that it was in ruins. There was no sign of life at all. It seemed that it had been destroyed by a single blow. It must have been done by the white-robed elder. That person is indeed an immortal-level expert. Yi Xian still had a lingering fear. He shuddered at the thought of that day. Fortunately, he still had a doppelganger in the eastern continent. Otherwise, he would have died. He survived facing Mo Shui. Now, facing the Xianming duo, he was forced to detonate 2 of his doppelganger. I will definitely get my revenge. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said to himself. But before that, he had to find Song Suijing and adjudicate a song. This place was in ruins. There was not even a dog. It would be difficult to investigate. Not everyone knew where the yin-yang ancestor was. Even if he found some yin-yang people, it would be of no help. It would be very troublesome to find them. However, just as Yi Xian was at his wit's end, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Xian sensed something and turned his head. When he saw who it was, his whole body trembled. This person was the yin-yang ancestor that he had been looking for nearly 3 years. No, no, no! The yin-yang ancestor roared as he flew. His gaze fell on the ruins. He had built the yin-yang temple single-handedly, but now it was destroyed. How could he remain calm? No, who is it? Who is it? Patriarch Yin-yang seemed to have lost his mind and was shouting and yelling like a madman. At the same time, Yi Xian withdrew his murderous gaze and quickly retreated. At the same time, he placed another death warrant on the yin-yang ancestor. After completing a specific level-up task, the death warrant was upgraded. Now, it could mark 2 people. One of the marks was for Nailan Bing of the Xianming duo. The second one was for the yin-yang ancestor. This time, he did not expect the yin-yang ancestor to appear. Therefore, he could not lose track of the yin-yang ancestor. He placed a death warrant on the yin-yang ancestor first. At the same time, he knew the names of the yin-yang ancestor and his sister. The brother was Lu Wenxing, and the sister was Lu Wenyu. The yin-yang ancestor was indeed not in the yin-yang ancestor's residence. With a few disciples. If it weren't for the yin-yang people who had survived and found his place of seclusion, he probably wouldn't have known that the yin-yang temple had been destroyed. After learning of this, he immediately rushed over. As expected, the yin-yang temple that he had built up was no more. Of a person. Wenxing. Who did? I don't know. I can't think of anyone who can destroy the entire yin-yang ancestor's residence. It must be a LV2 or 3 immortality realm expert. Lu Wenxing gritted his teeth. The people in the temple must have offended a strong enemy. Brother, there aren't many forces with such a level of expert around, right? Lu Wenyu continued. No matter what, we must find the culprit. Our 1,000 years of effort must not go to waste. As Lu Wenxing spoke, he turned around and left. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was out of Yi Xian's field of vision. Even the Eye of Revelation could not find him. So fast. Yi Xian could not help but gulp when he saw the yin-yang ancestor's speed. He did not hear what the yin-yang ancestor said, but he saw the movement of the yin-yang ancestor's lips. After some analysis, he knew what they were talking about. However, the siblings' conversation was worthless. He guessed that the yin-yang ancestor was also an immortality realm expert. Of course, their aura was not as strong as the old man in white. It seems that the scripture of punishment and the judge are fine. The yin-yang ancestor might have returned to his place of seclusion. Go after them. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly followed. Although ancestor yin-yang's speed was astonishingly fast, with the effect of the death pursuit order, Yi Xian wouldn't lose his target even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. During the chase, Yi Xian kept an eye on the yin-yang ancestor's movements to see if he had stopped at a certain place. Perhaps that place was the yin-yang ancestor's place of seclusion. After about half a day, the yin-yang ancestor stopped for about 5 minutes. Then, he rushed north. There. Yi Xian widened his eyes and quickly memorized the approximate location. He estimated that with his speed, it would take him at least a day to reach the place where the yin-yang ancestor stopped for 5 minutes. He hoped that the scripture of punishment and the judge were there. After stopping for 5 minutes, Patriarch Yin-yang continued to head north. He traveled for an entire day without stopping to rest. This direction was in the same direction as the other target of the Death Hunt command, Nailan Bing, was in. Although the yin-yang ancestor and Nailan Bing are going in the same direction, They are too far apart. Nalan Bing is several days ahead of the yin-yang ancestor. The yin-yang ancestor won't be able to catch up with her, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he had been traveling for a day and finally arrived at the place where the yin-yang ancestor stopped for 5 minutes. It was a valley surrounded by maze formations, illusory formations, and various defensive formations. It seemed that Yi Xian did not find the wrong place. I found them, I finally found them. The scripture of punishment and the judge, wait for me. Yi Xian was a little excited. After searching for nearly 3 years, he had finally climbed all the way from the Supreme Being to the Nirvana realm. After experiencing countless life and death situations, he finally found the yin-yang ancestor. There might be some experts in the yin-yang ancestor's place of seclusion. I have to test it out first. Yi Xian quietly approached and made preparations. Then, he asked Wei Zhentian to transform into a sky dragon and attack the valley. Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. His strength was not bad. However, the defensive formation around the valley was personally set up by the yin-yang ancestor. It could not be broken by ordinary people. Rumble. Wei Zhentian transformed into a 100-meter-long sky dragon and attacked the defensive formation of the valley. The deafening sound naturally fell into the ears of the people in the valley. How dare you attack the yin-yang ancestor's place of seclusion? You're courting death. Chapter 1383. These people were all at the 7th level of the Nirvana stage and their strength was not bad. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian who had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. Young master, should we kill or control them? Luo Luo asked. Control them. I need to use them to enter the valley and use the Eye of Enchantment once, Yi Xian replied. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and appeared next to Yi Xian. After a few days of traveling, she had broken through to the 6th level of the Nirvana stage from the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. She did not need the Eye of Enchantment to charm these 4 people. However, considering that they were yin-yang people and had stronger souls than ordinary people, she decided to use the Eye of Enchantment to be on the safe side. The 4 of them had already appeared in front of Wei Zhentian. Soon after, they attacked together, preparing to capture Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Luo Luo suddenly attacked. Eye of Enchantment. A pink eyeball appeared and controlled the 4 yin-yang people in an instant. Then, they pretended to kill Wei Zhentian and began to search the surroundings. Yi Xian glanced around and called the 4 people over when he did not see anyone else or sky-reaching beast. Without saying a word, he took off their universe rings and devoured them without hesitation. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana stage. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. After hearing the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian finally knew what kind of exotic flame was needed to break through to the 6th level of the Nirvana stage. The Dragon Phoenix flame was ranked 88th on the exotic flame list. It was said that it was born in the body of a sky-reaching beast like the Dragon Phoenix. The Dragon Phoenix was the descendant of the Sky Dragon and the Phoenix. However, there was a substitute exotic flame called the Dragon Phoenix flame this time. The Dragon Phoenix was also the descendant of the Sky Dragon and the Phoenix. However, between the Dragon Phoenix and the Dragon Phoenix, the former was male and the latter was female. At this moment, Yi Xian did not have time to investigate the Dragon Phoenix flame. It was more important to ask. This is the yin-yang old ancestor's place of seclusion, right? Is there a pair of brother and sister named Song Suijing and adjudicator Song inside? Yi Xian went straight to the point. Even the yin-yang man from before knew the names of Song Suijing and adjudicator Song. It was impossible for these 4 to not know them. Yeah, they were locked up by the patriarch in the valley. That's right. Because they weren't willing to merge, the ancestor locked them up. He's been using threats and promises all this time. I heard that the ancestor even tried to erase their memories, but for some reason, he failed. Both of them have great aptitudes. They have only joined the Yin-Yang Temple for less than 3 years. They haven't even merged yet, but they have already broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Their aptitudes are so good that it makes people envious. The 4 Yin-Yang people answered one question each. Hearing this, Yi Xian was relieved. It seemed that what he was worried about did not happen. How many experts are there in the valley? Yi Xian asked once again. There are 10 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts, 3 8th-level Nirvana Realm experts, and 1 9th-level Nirvana Realm expert. They are the ancestors' first pair of disciples. One of them replied. 10 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts, 3 8th-level Nirvana Realm experts, and 1 9th-level Nirvana Realm experts. I can't deal with them now. Yi Xian's expression was a little ugly. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were now locked up inside, but he didn't have the strength to break in. However, it wasn't like there was no way to save them. You guys, tell me the method to enter the array, then secretly lure out the 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts. Yi Xian said to the 4 of them. Yes. The 4 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts nodded and immediately told Yi Xian the method to enter the valley. Looking at their backs as they left, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. There were 10 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts inside. With Luo Luo's current level, she could charm them. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for the 14 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts to deal with the 3 8th-level Nirvana Realm experts. Of course, the 9th-level Nirvana Realm expert would be a big problem. Or perhaps, he could let Luo Luo break through to the 7th-level Nirvana Realm. This way, Luo Luo could face the 9th-level Nirvana Realm expert alone. However, this method wasn't safe. After all, Luo Luo still needed 2 days to break through. What if the ancestor returned in 2 days? Wouldn't it be a tragedy? Soon, the 4 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts brought their companions out one by one and were finally controlled by Luo Luo. The 10 7th-level Nirvana Realm interspatial rings were all obtained by Yi Xian. Master, the ancestor's disciple seems to have the dragon phoenix flame that you want, one of the yin-yang people suddenly said. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Dragon Phoenix Flame was the key to his breakthrough from the 5th-level Nirvana Realm to the 6th-level Nirvana Realm. If he had the Dragon Phoenix Flame, he could immediately break through to the 6th-level Nirvana Realm. At that time, it would be enough for him to kill his way in. Unfortunately, the Dragon Phoenix Flame was in the hands of the Ancestor's disciple. The Ancestor's disciple was the former temple master of the Yin-Yang Temple. He was at the 9th-level Nirvana Realm and was not easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian was thinking about another problem at this moment. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? The Beast Fire, Wind Thunder Raging Flame, Ice Sealing Flame, Sea Heart Flame, Eternal Earthcore Flame, and Dragon Phoenix Flame are all around me. This is too much of a coincidence. Yi Xian thought to himself in astonishment. However, he quickly calmed down. Perhaps the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Temple knew that Yi Xian would come here. Amazing. Forget it, the most important thing is to get the Dragon Phoenix Flame. Thinking of this, Yi Xian turned his head and asked, is the Dragon Phoenix Flame important to the ancestor's disciple? Temple Master Kui has already refined 2 types of mysterious flames and is trying to fuse the Dragon Phoenix Flame to break through to the immortal realm. One of the Yin-Yang people replied. Fusing the Dragon Phoenix Flame meant that it was very important to Temple Master Kui. It seemed that it would not be so easy to get it. Can we lure out the 3 elders at the 8th-level Nirvana Realm? Yi Xian continued to ask. Yes. Everyone answered. Good, then we'll lure out the weaker one. Yi Xian nodded. Soon after, these Yin-Yang people hurriedly returned. In order to prevent the people inside from becoming suspicious, they had planted a few spies in the valley. The ancestor's disciple, Temple Master Kui, was the person guarding Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Although Yi Xian did not have the ability to fight against him, he could rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song as long as he sent him away. Not long after, 3 Yin-Yang people left the valley with an 8th-level Nirvana Realm Elder. Chapter 1384. A bunch of trash. You call yourselves the elites of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall. How are you going to revive the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall if you can't even deal with an 8th-level Nirvana stage heaven-reaching beast? An old man slowly walked out. However, his voice was that of an old woman's. Elder Chen, that heaven-reaching beast seems to have the ability to break through the void. The hole it left behind is over there, One of the yin-yang people pointed forward. "Oh! Break through the void!" The old man's eyes lit up. He was immediately interested. Then, they arrived at the void door. This was the void door that Yi Xian had opened in advance. His purpose was to lure the old man through. How mysterious. This heaven-reaching beast actually has such a skill. Why haven't I heard of it before? The old man walked up to the void door in astonishment and examined it. However, at this moment, the 3 7th-level Nirvana stage yin-yang people behind him suddenly attacked at the same time. Boom! 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 The 3 of them attacked with all their might and directly knocked the old man into the void door. At the same time, the void door closed instantly. The old man was shocked. He didn't understand why he was ambushed. Furthermore, where was this? Before he could react, a golden figure flashed from the side. 9 flash reincarnation, 4th flash. Rip! The old man's head flew up with a crisp sound. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was not far away, heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the killing intent of an 8th-level Nirvana stage martial artist. Yi Xian wasn't confident that he could defeat Luo Luo when they were at the same level. Now that Luo Luo was 1 level higher than him, he naturally let Luo Luo do it. After accepting the special level-up mission, Yi Xian knew that he had to rely on Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and picked up the universe ring to check. There are actually 2 10,000 beasts' flames. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, the 10,000 beasts' flames were not very useful to him at his current level. Luo Luo had also merged with 10,000 beasts' flames, but it had no effect. As for the old tree, it could be used, but he did not know if it would be effective. Yi Xian gave one of the myriad beast flames to the old tree. As for the other one, he kept it for himself. Then, Yi Xian asked those people to continue luring monsters out for Luo Luo to deal with. The 9 flashes of samsara consumed a lot of vital energy, but ever since Yi Xian and Luo Luo shared the immortal phoenix bloodline, Luo Luo could use it whenever she wanted. Soon, the remaining 2 elders were lured out by the same method and then killed. Now, only the 9th-level Nirvana stage expert and Song Suijing were left in the valley. As long as he lured this 9th-level Nirvana stage expert away, Yi Xian would be able to rescue Song Suijing and Song Caijue. However, according to these yin-yang people, Song Suijing and Song Caijue had tried to escape countless times, but none of them succeeded. One of the reasons was because of Temple Master Kui's tight guard. Go, lure him out again. Yi Xian directly gave the orders to the yin-yang people through the air. As for him, he quietly waited. After a while, a 7th-level Nirvana stage yin-yang person came back to report. Master, Temple Master Kui has not left. The yin-yang person said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned and said, "What reason did you use?" "We used the reason that the 3 elders went out and have not returned yet. We suspected that they were swallowed by a powerful sky-connecting beast, but Temple Master Kui did not agree and stayed inside." The yin-yang person replied. "Is that so?" Yi Xian was silent. Temple Master Kui was at the peak of the 9th-level Nirvana stage, only 1 step away from immortality. Now, he was probably refining the Dragon Phoenix Flame, trying to break through to the immortality stage. In addition, he was guarding Song Suijing and Song Caijue. This was his master's order. As long as the array was not broken, he would not leave. It seemed that he had to find another way. Temple Master Kui is at the peak of the 9th-level Nirvana stage. I don't have the ability to resist him. Wei Zhentian is also close to breaking through to the 8th-level Nirvana stage. Yi Xian thought and asked in his mind, "Luo Luo, when will you be able to break through with those treasures?" "Now, it will probably take a day, unless there is a relatively high-ranked mysterious flame." Luo Luo replied. "A day." Then, Yi Xian would wait for a day. As long as Luo Luo broke through to the 7th-level Nirvana stage, she would be able to fight against a 9th-level Nirvana stage expert. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, the difference in strength between these 14 7th-level Nirvana stage yin-yang beings and Hall Master Kui was too great. Yi Xian still remembered that Guo Yurong had used the icebound flame to kill those elders. A peak 9th level Nirvana stage expert could not be underestimated. In order to find Song Suijing and Song Caijue, Yi Xian had been searching for nearly 3 years. Now that he had finally found them, one more day would not make a difference. However, Yi Xian was not worried about this, but about the yin-yang ancestor. The yin-yang ancestor seems to be still far away, don't worry, Yi Xian thought in his heart. He was afraid that the yin-yang ancestor would suddenly turn back and catch them off guard while Luo was cultivating. Fortunately, there was a death warrant, which allowed Yi Xian to accurately grasp the yin-yang ancestor's location. Caijue, just wait for a day and I will rescue you, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Time slowly passed. However, after half a day, Yi Xian, who was quietly waiting, suddenly blinked and shouted in a low voice, "Not good, the yin-yang ancestor has begun to turn back." Fortunately, the yin-yang ancestor would turn back after half a day, which meant that he would need another day and a half to rush back. After half a day, Luo had already broken through to the 7th level Nirvana stage. As long as they could rescue Caijue and Song Caijue, they would immediately leave. All in all, the yin-yang ancestor was only 1 day away. Of course, as long as they left, it would not be just 1 day away. Yi Xian prayed in his heart, hoping that the rescue would be successful and that nothing would go wrong. Soon, another half a day passed. Ding! Luo has broken through to the 7th level Nirvana stage. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Luo had broken through to the 7th level Nirvana stage and had the strength to contend with a peak 9th level Nirvana stage expert. "Young master, I broke through." Luo's excited voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. The reason why Yi Xian worked so hard was because of Song Suijing and Song Caijue. How could Luo not know this? Speaking of which, she had not met Song Suijing yet. After all, she had only formed a contract with Yi Xian after Song Suijing had been captured. Chapter 1385. That yin-yang patriarch will take about a day to arrive. Let's go, Yi Xian said impatiently. He had already mastered the method to enter the valley, so he swaggered in with the Heavenquake sword in hand. Whoosh! An entrance appeared in the formation, and Yi Xian walked in. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the valley was very abundant. It was very suitable for cultivation, even surpassing the cultivation space. However, Yi Xian's attention had already landed on the figure in the distance. The valley was quite large, but Temple Master Kui was a 9th level Nirvana realm expert, so his spiritual consciousness could cover the entire valley. Yi Xian was discovered by Temple Master Kui as soon as he stepped in. After all, Yi Xian was a stranger. However, Temple Master Kui did not act immediately because there were other people in the valley. However, he did not expect the 14 7th level Nirvana realm yin-yang patriarch guards to be indifferent. Instead, they followed behind Yi Xian and walked towards him. Have they betrayed us? Temple Master Kui immediately reacted. At this moment, he recalled the 3 elders at the 8th level of the rebirth realm that had gone missing yesterday. I'm afraid they've already perished. No matter who they are, anyone who dares to step into Master's place of seclusion will be sentenced to death. Temple Master Kui's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He was Yin-Yang Patriarch's disciple and also the 2nd Temple Master of Yin-Yang Temple. His strength was second only to Yin-Yang Patriarch. He and his sister were originally from a small village, and the strongest person in the village was not even at the manifestation realm. Later on, Yin-Yang Patriarch found them and said that they had the perfect Yin-Yang twin physique, so he brought them back to nurture them. After hundreds of years, they finally broke through to the peak of the 9th level Nirvana realm. Their fusion rate was even higher than Yin-Yang Patriarch's, reaching 95%. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Yin-Yang Patriarch back then. By the time his aura spread out, Yi Xian had already walked in front of him. Who are you? Temple Master Kui looked at the stranger Yi Xian and could not help but ask. Your Yin-Yang temple has already been destroyed. Yin-Yang people are like rats crossing the street. Does it matter who I am? Yi Xian replied coldly. Although the plan was to rescue the siblings, Song Suijing and Song Caijue, he couldn't say his purpose. It would only make the other party take precautions. I see. Hall Master Kui's eyes narrowed as the woman within his body spoke abruptly. A mere 14 pieces of trash at the 7th level of the rebirth stage, and you. Could it be that you want to injure me? We'll only know after we fight. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly brightened. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon roared out. At the same time, the 14 7th level Nirvana stage yin-yang beings also attacked with their full strength. Trash will always be trash. Die. Hall Master Kui shouted. Without even moving his feet, he flicked his finger and shot out more than 10 sharp lights. Shoo, shoo, shoo. These rays of light instantly pierced through the chests of the group of yin-yang people. Not only that, but also Yi Xian's group. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's heart wasn't a vital part. Even if he was shredded into pieces, he wouldn't die. Just as he attacked, a beautiful figure appeared in the air. It was Luo Luo. 9 reincarnation flash. Luo Luo turned into a stream of light and swooped down. What? Hall Master Kui was a little surprised. Under the cover of his spiritual sense, he had only discovered the 15 people in Yi Xian's group. Why was there another one now? Shoo. Hall Master Kui had no choice but to dodge this fatal blow. 9 reincarnation flash, second flash. When Luoluo's feet landed on the ground, she attacked Hall Master Kui again. 9 reincarnation flash, each flash faster than the last. How many times could Hall Master Kui dodge? Shoo. After all, Hall Master Kui was an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. He wouldn't die under the second flash. After dodging this attack, he threw out a punch straight at Luoluo's face. Although Luoluo had the immortal phoenix bloodline, she didn't have the Eye of Eternity. Even if she did, her head would probably explode if this punch hit her. Fortunately, Luoluo also relied on speed to survive. 9 reincarnation flash, third flash. Luoluo turned into a stream of light again and dodged this punch. While Luoluo and Hall Master Kui were fighting, Yi Xian reminded Luoluo in his heart. Then, his gaze fell on the residence in front of him. A defensive formation was set up outside this residence. Not only did it block out spiritual sense, but even Yi Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see through it. It must have been set up by the yin-yang ancestor. However, Yi Xian had a special skill to break through formations. Eye of destruction, eye of destruction, eye of destruction. Yi Xian consecutively shot out 3 eye of destruction and bombarded the defensive formation. Immediately, a small hole was broken in the formation, but it was quickly repaired. It's effective. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and used the combination of the unparalleled flame dragon slash and the eye of destruction. Now that his killing intent had exploded, he had already advanced once, and the killing intent that erupted had increased, which made his attack power very strong. At the same time, the sound of him attacking the defensive formation also fell into the ears of the 2 people inside the formation. Who is attacking the formation? Song Suijing and Song Caijue glanced at each other in astonishment. They had been captured for nearly 3 years and had broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. However, this was the first time they encountered danger. Of course, they did not know that the Yin-Yang temple had been destroyed. They also did not know that the Yin-Yang ancestor had gone out to investigate the destruction of the Yin-Yang temple. They also did not know that the person breaking the formation was Yi Xian. On the other side, Temple Master Kui was shocked to see that Yi Xian was not only not dead, but also breaking the formation. Just as he raised his hand and was about to blast Yi Xian into pieces, Luo Luo made another move. However, this time, it was not the 4th flash of samsara, but the Eye of Enchantment. When the pink eyeball formed above Luo Luo's head, Temple Master Kui could not help but tremble. This time, Luo Luo did not use the Eye of Enchantment to charm him. Instead, she used another ability. Bewitching technique. The bewitching technique was specially used to deal with yin-yang people. When Luo Luo was at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, she had used the bewitching technique on Guo Yurong, who was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Now that she was at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, she could naturally affect Temple Master Kui, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Furthermore, the bewitching technique was cast through the Eye of Enchantment, which greatly increased its effect. Temple Master Kui instantly fell into an illusion. Not good. When Temple Master Kui saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed greatly. Yin-Yang people generally had a stronger soul. Since Temple Master Kui was the older brother, he stole some of his younger sister's soul. He resisted the bewitching technique, but his younger sister did not. Once the Yin-Yang people who had fused broke the rules, they would be in danger of disintegration. Chapter 1386. Sister, wake up. Temple Master Kui shouted angrily. However, Luo Luo had already arrived. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 4th Flash. Luo Luo had already arrived in front of Temple Master Kui. However, Temple Master Kui's spiritual consciousness was still working, so he instinctively raised his hand to block it. Rip! A crisp sound was heard as Temple Master Kui's right hand was thrown into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was on the other side, immediately stopped breaking the formation. Then, he used the power of the Eye of Myriad Forms to quickly pull the severed hand over. The interspatial ring was taken by him. This universe ring contained a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures, but they weren't very useful to Yi Xian right now. His attention was completely focused on a strange flame. The Dragon Phoenix Flame. Ding. Host has devoured the Dragon Phoenix Flame. Ding. Host has broken through to the 6th level of Nirvana stage. Ding. Host has completed the special level-up mission. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash has advanced to the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash. 3 system prompts in a row caused Yi Xian to be stunned. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash had advanced once. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash sounded more powerful than the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash. At the same time, this was Mo Shui's ultimate move when he was at his peak. It was also a growing divine ability. Haha. Yi Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. He directly devoured all the ores and weapons in Temple Master Kui's interspatial ring. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through to the 8th level of Nirvana stage. Ding. Host has reached the peak of the 6th level of Nirvana stage. 2 more system notifications rang out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian did not have time to think about what kind of mystical flame was needed to break through to the 7th level of Nirvana stage. Wei Zhentian, go help Luo Luo. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. However, he was rejected by Luo Luo. Young master, there's no need, Luo Luo suddenly said, which stunned Yi Xian. In the next moment, he saw Temple Master Kui's head being thrown into the air. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. This time, after Luo Luo had broken through from the 6th to the 7th level of the Nirvana stage, she had already mastered the 5th Flash of the 9 Reincarnation Flash. Earlier on, Yi Xian thought that Luo Luo had mastered the 4th Flash, which was why he asked Wei Zhentian to help. Unexpectedly, the battle was already over. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This system notification proved that Hall Master Kui was already dead. An expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage was dead. Putong. Hall Master Kui's eyes widened. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he was already powerless. The head and corpse fell to the ground, releasing 2 sounds. Apart from this, there was no other sound. Yi Xian looked at Hall Master Kui's corpse and immediately reacted. He turned around and attacked the array. Killing intent explosion, Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, Eye of Destruction. This time, Yi Xian directly broke a large hole in the formation. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed in. When the 2 people inside saw who it was, they raised their eyebrows. Blonde hair, golden eyes, who is this? Looking at the astonished and vigilant gazes of Song Suijing and Song Caijue, the corners of Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but become moist. He directly returned to his original appearance and said, Suijing, I'm here. Previously, in order to avoid being wanted, he had been changing his appearance. Now, he finally restored his original appearance. Yi Xian. After seeing this familiar face, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were completely shocked. Yi Xian, what's going on Yi Xian? They thought he was an enemy of the yin-yang ancestor, but they didn't expect it to be an old friend. No wonder when they saw Yi Xian, they felt that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar. However, they couldn't pinpoint what was familiar about him. So that was it. Yi Xian. Song Suijing's tears that had been accumulating for 3 years gushed out crazily. She directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Xian stroked Song Suijing's back with one hand and stroked her hair with the other. He felt very guilty. I knew you would come. Song Suijing was already choked with sobs. 3 years, the two had been separated for 3 years. Moreover, she was kidnapped by the yin-yang ancestor on the day of her wedding. Haha, I knew you would come. Adjudicator Song couldn't help but go over and give Yi Xian a punch. Oh, be gentle, my cultivation is not as high as yours. Yi Xian said with some pain. At this time, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song finally reacted. Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. Outside this array, there was a peak 9th level Nirvana realm Hall Master Kui guarding it. Moreover, this array was personally arranged by the yin-yang ancestor. How did Yi Xian come in? Don't worry, Hall Master Kui has been killed. Come. Yi Xian understood the doubt on their faces. He raised his hand and swung his sword, once again creating a hole in the formation. He couldn't completely destroy this array, but by relying on the Eye of Annihilation, he could temporarily break a hole, which was enough. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song saw the light of day again under the leadership of Yi Xian. They had been locked in this residence for more than half a year, and now they were finally out. Then, the smell of blood drifted over. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song both turned their heads and saw the headless corpse not far away, as well as the 14 yin-yang ancestors who died with their hearts pierced. Could it be that these were all killed by Yi Xian? No, there was still someone around. They focused their eyes and found a petite and cute little girl from the Fox clan. At this time, the latter was looking at them with a smile, looking harmless. They would never have thought that the peak 9th level Nirvana realm Hall Master Kui was killed by this cute little girl. Hello, young mistress. Luo Luo jumped over with a smile and greeted respectfully. Let me introduce you to my younger sister, Luo Luo, Yi Xian said, then turned his head and said, you don't have to say much about these two people, right? Yes, yes. Luo Luo nodded obediently. She had been with Yi Xian for nearly 3 years. How could she not know what Yi Xian was looking for? Song Suijing was also a little confused. When did Yi Xian have a younger sister? Moreover, she was from the Fox clan. There's no time to explain so much. This is not the place to talk. Let's go first. Yi Xian said. His eyes flickered a few times, and a void door opened immediately. Then, Song Suijing and the others, who had just escaped, passed through. This place was near the Earth Fiend Island, and it was a distance away from the Yin-Yang Temple. Even the immortal stage Yin-Yang ancestor would need at least 3 days to come here. Moreover, the Yin-Yang ancestor would only arrive at the valley a day later. At that time, he would find that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had been rescued. Most importantly, he would not be able to find them. Now that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had been successfully rescued, Yi Xian directly opened up a cave residence for them to video call with their family in the eastern continent. Chapter 1387. Yi Xian had exchanged some recording crystals in the market. First, he would record the video and place it in the devouring space. Then, his second avatar in the eastern continent would take it out. If his family wanted to speak, he would record it and send it here through the devouring space. Although it was a little troublesome, there was no other way. After all, the two sacred lands were very far apart. Last time, Yi Xian's original body and avatar were able to return to the eastern continent because he committed suicide and used 2 devouring points to revive himself. Now, he was bringing along Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. He was afraid that he couldn't return to the eastern continent. Therefore, they had to go out and look for the Transrealm Transmission Array to return to the Penglai Sacred Land. As long as they could return to the Penglai Sacred Land, it would be much easier to return to the eastern continent. After not seeing each other for 2 to 3 years, everyone had a lot to talk about. They chatted for an entire day. Luo Luo, Guan Yulon, Yi Chong, and the others were very familiar with each other. Yi Chong and his wife had long treated Luo Luo as their own daughter. After a day of chatting, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song also got to know Luo Luo, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian. They also understood that Yi Xian had come from the eastern continent and experienced many dangers. Very quickly, a day had passed. Previously, Yi Xian was anxious to find them. He was afraid that the siblings would be merged. Now, he didn't need to worry about this problem because they had been rescued. However, the problem wasn't completely solved. If the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor found out that they had returned to the eastern continent, Lianyun City would definitely suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, Yi Xian must kill the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor to prevent future troubles. At the same time, the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor might know the location of the Transrealm Transmission Array to the Penglai Sacred Land. If possible, it would save a lot of trouble if he directly asked. However, Yi Xian reckoned that the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor wouldn't say anything unless he was controlled by him. However, if one wanted to control an immortal stage-old monster, one wouldn't be able to do so without reaching the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. It wasn't that easy for Yi Xian to break through to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Luo Luo was currently at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. She would need at least 2 days to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. As for the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, she would need at least 10 days if she didn't have a higher grade treasure. Fortunately, there was no need for them to be in such a hurry. After all, Yi Xian had placed a death warrant on Patriarch Yin Yang. Patriarch Yin Yang would definitely die in 10 days. 10 days later, they would return to the Penglai Sacred Land. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking this, he suddenly realized something. The Yin-Yang Ancestor paused in the valley for a moment before heading straight for them. What? Yi Xian was a little shocked. Could it be that Patriarch Yin-Yang was just guessing? They were in the southwest of the valley. It would take about 2 days for the Yin-Yang Ancestor to arrive. However, the Yin-Yang Ancestor was too lucky. What's wrong? Song Suijing, who was nestled in Yi Xian's arms, asked strangely. She heard Yi Xian's heartbeat was a little hurried. It seemed that something had happened. For some reason, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, which caused his heartbeat to accelerate. After hearing Song Suijing's question, he replied, "Nothing, let's go somewhere else." Go somewhere else? Not far away, Judge Song heard this and said in surprise. Yes, let's go. Yi Xian nodded and immediately broke through the void, leading Song Suijing and Judge Song into it. This time, they directly returned to the landing point of the Crossrealm Transmission Array. Strictly speaking, this place was in the southeast of the valley, which was about 3 days away. Song Suijing and Judge Song looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, they saw that Yi Xian seemed to be thinking about something, so they didn't disturb him. After a while, Yi Xian, who was standing quietly, suddenly widened his eyes. He sensed that one of the targets of the Death Hunting Command was rushing towards him. They're changing directions again. Patriarch Yin Yang can sense where we are. Yi Xian was shocked and immediately asked, "That Yin Yang Old Ancestor has been chasing us." Hearing this, Song Suijing and Judge Song were also shocked. They finally got out of this predicament with great difficulty. Could it be that they were going to be caught? Although they didn't know how Yi Xian knew about it, they trusted Yi Xian very much. Yi Xian must be right. Not good, that old monster must have left a tracking mark in our body. Why can't I find it? Judge Song reacted. I didn't feel anything, but after all, he's in the immortal realm. His means are not something we can imagine. Song Suijing also frowned and turned to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, what should we do now? Don't be afraid. If I want to, he won't be able to catch up. Yi Xian hurriedly comforted her. As soon as these words came out, Song Suijing and Judge Song also remembered that Yi Xian had a divine ability that could allow him to leave through space. It was simply a fantasy for the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor to catch up to them, unless Yi Xian ignored the distance, but such a thing would never happen. That old monster is 3 days away from us. When the distance is shortened to 2 days, we will break through space again. Then, he will have run for nothing. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Unless the yin-yang old ancestor set up an ambush in the void, it was absolutely impossible to catch him. Moreover, the void wouldn't leave a trace, so how would the yin-yang old ancestor know the location of the void? Therefore, the yin-yang old ancestor had been doing a useless thing. This yin-yang old ancestor doesn't know that I saved Judge Suijing and Judge Song. He only thinks that I destroyed the yin-yang temple and took them hostage. Yi Xian continued to think. But at this time, he suddenly sensed that the yin-yang old ancestor stopped and then turned around and rushed to the north. Not chasing. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, he would be relieved. However, Song Suijing and Judge Song had the perfect yin-yang twin physique. If they fused, their fusion rate would reach 100%. One must know that the yin-yang old ancestor's fusion rate was 90%, while their disciple Temple Master Kui's fusion rate was 95%. Song Suijing and Judge Song's fusion rate was 100%, which was the true perfection. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the yin-yang old ancestor wouldn't give up on Song Suijing and Judge Song. After all, this pair of old monsters had searched for more than 200 years before they found the eastern continent. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He suddenly remembered the circumstances of his death. Nalan Bing wanted his people, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. It was obvious that she had the ability to search his soul. Moreover, that evil god cult leader Shi Jiuyin also seemed to have such a method. What if the yin-yang old ancestor also had such a method? Chapter 1388. Not good. I recovered my true identity after seeing Adjudicator and Adjudicator. If the yin-yang ancestor has the ability to search my soul, he will definitely remember that I am that scum from the eastern continent. This is bad. Yi Xian's body trembled, and his face was filled with horror. If that was the case, the yin-yang ancestor would know that he was the one who saved Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, and not the enemy. Then, the yin-yang ancestor might be preparing to kill his way to the eastern continent and capture all of Yi Xian's friends and family. Or kill them all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian panicked. It seemed that he could not hide anymore. He had to delay the yin-yang ancestor. At that moment, he told the situation to Song Suijing, Adjudicator Song, and Luo Luo. After listening, they began to make suggestions. 2 days, Luo Luo still needed 2 days to break through, so they had to delay the yin-yang ancestor for 2 days. Only when Luo Luo broke through would she have the ability to kill the yin-yang ancestor. Luo Luo, you break through as soon as possible. I will delay that old monster. After Yi Xian finished speaking to Luo Luo, he once again broke through the void and returned to the mountain valley. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song also followed him through the void. The mountain valley was only half a day's journey away from the yin-yang ancestor. Not long after they landed, the yin-yang ancestor really changed his path and rushed towards them. Yi Xian, I have heard of the fire cloud flame that you need. There is a burning cloud sect in the west of the yin-yang temple. The sect master of the burning cloud sect has a fire cloud flame. The sect master of the burning cloud sect is a 9th level Nirvana realm expert. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The fire cloud flame was the heavenly flame that he needed. If he wanted to break through from the peak of the 6th level to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, he needed this fire cloud flame. Yi Xian quickly took out the map and carefully calculated in his heart. He found that there was enough time. All right, we will leave when the yin-yang ancestor arrives. Yi Xian nodded. It would not be easy to delay old ancestor yin-yang for 2 days. Therefore, he had to face old ancestor yin-yang personally to prevent old ancestor yin-yang from returning to Penglai. However, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Even if the yin-yang patriarchs were to return to the Penglai sacred land now, they would not have enough time. This was because Yi Xian still had an avatar in the eastern continent. As for Luo Luo, as Yi Xian's physical body, she could appear at any time. By the time Patriarch Yin-yang arrived at the eastern continent, Luo Luo had already broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. However, this could easily lead to a crisis. If Luo Luo was no match for old ancestor Yin-yang, or if he had other tricks up his sleeve, it would be troublesome. Therefore, this section of the road was used as a buffer. Yi Xian tried his best to prevent the Yin-Yang patriarchs from going to the Penglai sacred land. Soon, half a day had passed. Yi Xian carefully sensed old ancestor Yin-Yang's distance. Just as old ancestor Yin-Yang was about to arrive at the valley, he roared at the sky, "Ha ha ha ha, you old monster. You would never have thought that the second tribulation supreme would have grown to the point where he could kill your eldest disciple. If you have the guts, come and kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian and the other two had already passed through the void door and arrived at the ruins of the Yin-Yang sacred palace. 3 seconds later, old ancestor Yin-Yang arrived at his place of seclusion. At the same time, he heard the voice that was still echoing. "It's really you, you piece of trash." Old ancestor Yin-Yang immediately recognized this voice. He had heard this voice before. He really did not expect Yi Xian to break through to the Nirvana realm from the second tribulation supreme in 3 years. This was impossible. One should know that when he broke through to the Nirvana realm, he was already close to 100 years old. Then, he broke through to the immortality realm after a few hundred years. After that, he wanted to find a perfect yin and yang dual constitution to fulfill his wish. As long as a pair of perfect yin and yang dual constitution could fuse, the fusion rate would be 100%. With a 100% fusion rate, the cultivation speed of the sacred yin-yang technique would be several times faster than him. Then, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the rebirth realm in his lifetime. In order to make Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song compromise, he had threatened and tempted them countless times. However, the two siblings were resolute. They threatened that if old ancestor Yin-Yang dared to touch their family, they would definitely commit suicide. Even if they succeeded in fusing, they would also commit suicide. That was why old ancestor Yin-Yang did not touch the people from the eastern continent. Old ancestor Yin-Yang thought that he had spent more than 200 years looking for people. Now, only 2 years had passed. What was the difference? He wanted to slowly wear down Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song's patience. However, he did not expect that the Yin-Yang sacred palace would suffer such a devastating blow. Even Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were rescued. Of course, he would not link the destruction of the Yin-Yang sacred palace to Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian was only at the Nirvana realm. The person who destroyed the Yin-Yang sacred palace was at least at the immortality realm level 2 or even level 3. However, Yi Xian dared to rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, which had successfully angered him. "That trash, I'll definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons. This is the Yin-Yang sacred palace." Chase. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu cursed angrily. Their figures flashed. His valley was only half a day's journey away from the Yin-Yang sacred palace. However, he was afraid that Yi Xian would leave again. He did not know whether Yi Xian's space-piercing divine ability had a limit. If there was, then he could catch Yi Xian. If there was no limit, then it would be a little tricky. Whether there was a limit or not, he had to wait and see. When the Yin-Yang ancestor was rushing towards the Yin-Yang sacred palace, Yi Xian had already arrived at the palace. He was about half a day's distance away from the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, half a day was not enough to travel from the Yin-Yang sacred palace to the Burning Cloud sect. Therefore, Yi Xian had to split up. His original body led Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song to avoid the pursuit. As for his clone, he rushed to the Burning Cloud sect. This way, they could at most jump one more time. Immediately, they moved. Yi Xian's original body used Shadow Escape to escape in another direction. As for his clone, he also used Shadow Escape to head for the Burning Cloud sect. Luo Luo was still cultivating in the planting space. As long as she broke through, the Yin-Yang ancestor would be dead. Of course, if Yi Xian broke through to the Nirvana realm level 7, he would have a better chance. Because Yi Xian's original body was also leading Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, the Yin-Yang ancestor still could not catch up to him after half a day. Yi Xian estimated the distance and once again flew to the side of his clone. Merge. When his original body and clone merged, his battle strength suddenly increased by 60%. At this moment, he was still half a day's journey away from the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, He only needed an hour to arrive at the Burning Cloud sect. It's almost time. When the yin-yang ancestor finds us, Luo Luo will break through. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up, as if victory was in sight. Chapter 1389. However, Yi Xian still had to pray that the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect did not refine the fire cloud flame. The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, while Hall Master Kui was at the peak of the 9th level. The former had the fire cloud flame, while the latter had the dragon phoenix flame. Even Hall Master Kui failed to refine the dragon phoenix flame, and the fire cloud flame was ranked higher than the dragon phoenix flame. The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect, who was slightly weaker than Hall Master Kui, should have failed to refine the fire cloud flame. An hour later, Yi Xian saw the Burning Cloud sect built in a blazing valley. The people of the Burning Cloud sect mainly cultivated the flame divine ability, and their battle strength was extremely strong. Yi Xian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, and his aptitude was not bad. Any random elite from the Burning Cloud sect had a higher cultivation than him. However, Yi Xian swaggered along with Song Suijing and Song Jiaju to the entrance of the Burning Cloud sect. "Who are you?" The guarding disciple of the Burning Cloud sect furiously shouted. Yi Xian did not say anything and restrained the two of them. He then used his manifestation force to take off their interspatial rings and rushed into the Burning Cloud sect. Intruder. Seeing an unknown intruder, the disciples of the Burning Cloud sect jumped out one after another to block the intruder. However, Yi Xian, who possessed the Eye of Control, seized all of these people and plundered their belongings. Even the elders of the 7th level of the Nirvana realm did the same. Relying on the Eye of Control, he quickly found the location of the Burning Cloud sect's sect master and rushed over. Along the way, he suddenly swept his gaze and saw some special people. Yin-yang people? Yi Xian was slightly astonished. He actually saw some yin-yang people in the Burning Cloud sect. However, these yin-yang people had been captured and imprisoned. Their bodies were riddled with scars and some of their organs had been removed. There was even someone whipping a yin-yang person in the distance. After the destruction of the yin-yang temple, the once arrogant and despotic yin-yang people had become street rats. If they were exposed, they would be caught and used to vent their anger. In broad daylight, a dignified sect actually abused people like this. This sect style was not good. Sect leader of Burning Cloud sect, get the hell out here. Yi Xian suddenly roared at the sky. Even though he who held the Skyquake sword was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Nirvana stage, his current combat strength was sufficient to battle a 9th level Nirvana stage expert. Not to mention that even Hall Master Kui, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Rebirth stage, had died at Luoluo's hands. After a few days of cultivation, Luoluo's strength had become even stronger. Nobody below immortal level would be able to withstand Luoluo's attack. Yi Xian's roar was deafening as it reverberated throughout the entire valley. Very soon, a few 8th level Nirvana realm elders jumped out and blew their beards, wanting to beat up Yi Xian. "Whoever blocks me will die," Yi Xian reminded him. But no one listened to what he, who was merely at the 6th level of the Rebirth realm, said. "Brat, you're courting death." An 8th level Nirvana stage Burning Cloud sect elder attacked Yi Xian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. "You overestimate yourself." Yi Xian snorted coldly and drew his sword. Killing intent eruption, peerless flaming dragon slash. This move was sufficient to annihilate a 9th level Nirvana stage expert. A golden flame dragon that was even more powerful than the previous one appeared. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the 8th level Nirvana stage elder. The golden flame dragon whizzed past, leaving behind only a Chen Kuan ring and a weapon. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out. An 8th level Nirvana stage elder was instantly killed by Yi Xian. When this scene entered the ears of everyone, it caused them to be shocked to the point of being speechless. There were geniuses in the Burning Cloud sect that could surpass levels to challenge others, but there wasn't a single person that could surpass 2 levels to challenge others, let alone instantly kill someone that was 2 levels higher than them. Was Yi Xian really only at the 6th level of the Rebirth stage? Yi Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the Rebirth stage, possessed such strength. Then, could it be that the two 7th-level Nirvana stage martial artists behind Yi Xian were even stronger? After seeing this, the rest of the elders were also stunned for a second before attacking at the same time. A total of 3 8th-level Nirvana stage elders attacked Yi Xian. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he attacked again. Killing intent explosion, peerless flaming dragon slash. Another golden flaming dragon attacked. In addition, this time, even Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song attacked. Icefire Yin-Yang Sword, slash. Icefire Yin-Yang Sword, slash. Although the two siblings were only at the 7th level of the Nirvana stage, the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor had given them a lot of good things, so it was nothing to them to challenge those who were one level higher. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rip. Crack. The 3 8th-level Nirvana stage elders died in different ways. The two who were killed by Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were cut into two halves. Half of their bodies were incinerated, while the other half was frozen into an ice sculpture. Their wounds were sealed by ice, so no blood flowed out. The most miserable one was the elder who was incinerated by the golden flaming dragon. After his death, not even his corpse was left behind. He was directly turned into ashes. After their deaths, Yi Xian quickly took their interspatial rings and began to plunder the interspatial rings of the people around him. Ah, my interspatial ring. No, that's all I have. Where's the sect leader? Why hasn't he come out yet? If he doesn't come out, we'll all die. The 4 great elders have all fallen. Even if the sect leader comes out, he won't stand a chance. Screams resounded one after another. Due to the prestige just now, no one dared to disobey Yi Xian's trio. After all, even the 8th-level Nirvana stage elders were killed in seconds. If they dared to resist, only death would await them. Although Yi Xian was not lacking in cultivation resources, Wei Zhentian was lacking in them. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is currently at the 9th level of Nirvana stage. After a round of plundering, Yi Xian heard the system notification that Wei Zhentian had finally made a breakthrough. At the same time, a white figure swept out from the depths of the valley. It was a white-clothed middle-aged man. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my burning cloud sect? The white-clothed middle-aged man yelled furiously. He was the sect leader of the burning cloud sect. The sect leader is here. The sect leader is finally here. Sect leader, please avenge us. Sect leader, the 4 great elders are dead. They were killed by the 3 of them. After seeing the white-clothed middle-aged man, the morale of the group of disciples soared as if they had seen the dawn of hope. However, Yi Xian did not care about it at all. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. The sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect's aura is only slightly weaker than Hall Master Kui, who is at the peak of the 9th level of Nirvana stage. It seems like he has also made a breakthrough to the peak of the 9th level of Nirvana stage, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not see the mysterious flame in the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect. He only saw the ordinary Nirvana flame. Chapter 1390. Hand over the fire cloud flame and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said coldly. This kid actually knows that I have the fire cloud flame? The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect trembled and shouted furiously, "Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of my Burning Cloud sect? I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, I'll make my move." Yi Xian didn't want to say anything and just stood there. Even if there was a difference of 3 realms between them, he wasn't afraid of the other party. The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect didn't know where Yi Xian came from, nor did he know where Yi Xian picked up the courage to actually ask him to hand over the fire cloud flame. He was really courting death. Even if he could instantly kill 4 elders at the 8th level of the Nirvana stage, so what? Kid, you're courting death. The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect immediately made his decision. In less than a second, he made his move. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly made his move. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flame dragon slash. Icefire Yin-Yang sword. Icefire Yin-Yang sword. Yi Xian and the other 2 cooperated and their attack power was extremely terrifying. Even though the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect was at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, he actually couldn't withstand this round of attack and was instantly blasted away. However, it wasn't over yet. Whoosh! At the same time, the 9th level of the Nirvana stage Wei Zhentian suddenly tore through the sky and instantly pierced the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect's heart. What surprised Yi Xian was that the system notification didn't sound out. F***CK, the heart is on the right side. Yi Xian's brows raised. He actually saw this when he used the Eye of Revelation earlier, but he was paying attention to the mysterious flame at that time, so he didn't react for a moment. He didn't expect that the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect was actually an anomaly. His heart was actually on the right side. However, so what? Just as the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect was astonished and revealed a terrified expression, a sharp spike suddenly grew out of Wei Zhentian's sword. Swish! This sharp spike pierced the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect's heart on the right side. Countless small spikes grew out of it, even pierced the heart's heart. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. This system notification proved that the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect had died. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the corpse of the sect leader of Burning Cloud sect and the interspatial ring. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Not only were the 4 elders killed in an instant, even the sect leader, who was at the peak of the Nirvana realm, was killed in an instant. Who were these 3 people? Which of the surrounding forces could nurture such a genius? Even if the Yin-Yang temple hadn't been destroyed, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Under the astonished gazes of these people, Yi Xian found the fire cloud flame in the interspatial ring of the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect and swallowed it. Ding! Host has devoured the fire cloud flame. Ding! Host has broken through to the 7th level of Nirvana stage. Ding! Host has completed the special leveling up mission. Reward: Assassin's Eye is upgraded once. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. The Assassin's Eye only requires a large amount of killing intent. There is no limit to the number of times it can be used. What effect will there be after the upgrade? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be that the upgrade would increase the range of the Assassin's Eye? If that was the case, it would be a little too useless. After he saw the effect of the upgraded Assassin's Eye, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The upgraded Assassin's Eye didn't increase the range of the skill. Instead, it increased the attack power of the first attack after using the Assassin's Eye. 30%. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the upgrade this time. It seemed that he didn't make a mistake in accepting the special leveling up mission. Then, he swallowed the heaven and earth treasures that he had accumulated previously. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 7th level of Nirvana stage. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian also saw the item that he needed to break through to the 8th level of Nirvana stage. 9 Nether Wind Flame. Yi Xian just took note of the name and ignored it. The 9 Nether Wind Flame was very powerful. He should be able to obtain information about it nearby. However, it wasn't the time to look for it now. The Burning Cloud sect is disbanded today. Get lost. Yi Xian's voice fell into everyone's ears. Domineering. Extremely domineering. However, he had domineering strength. After all, he killed the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Nirvana stage. Even if everyone present joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. If anyone is still here in 3 seconds, I will turn him into a corpse. Yi Xian said to the group of Burning Cloud sect disciples who were astonished. Once these words were spoken, the 1,000+ Burning Cloud sect disciples dispersed in an uproar, and all of them flew outside. However, those Yin-Yang people couldn't escape because they were imprisoned. Wei Zhentian, set them free, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian turned into a stream of light and swept out. After a few crisp sounds, those Yin-Yang people's heads were chopped off. Next, Yi Xian quietly waited for the arrival of the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor in the Burning Cloud sect. Yi Xian was ready for a big battle. The Yin-Yang Old Ancestor knew about the Eastern Continent. If he wasn't killed, the Eastern Continent would be massacred. Therefore, he must die. Ding! Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 8th level of Nirvana stage. A system notification interrupted Yi Xian, who was thinking with his eyes closed. Luo Luo had finally broken through to the 8th level of Nirvana stage. This way, they would have more confidence in fighting against the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor's speed had increased a lot. He estimated that they would arrive at the Burning Cloud sect in less than half a day. Wei Zhentian of the 9th level of Nirvana stage, Luo Luo of the 8th level of Nirvana stage, Yi Xian of the 7th level of Nirvana stage, and Old Tree of the 7th level of Nirvana stage were Yi Xian's current team. Although Song Suijing and Judge Song were also at the 7th level of Nirvana stage, they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. It would be a tragedy if the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor became flustered and exasperated and dragged them down with him. Moreover, Yi Xian had a 90% chance of winning this battle because Wei Zhentian had yet to use the Bladestorm. If Wei Zhentian of the 9th level of Nirvana stage used the Bladestorm, he would be able to deal with the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. At that time, Luo Luo and Yi Xian would launch a sneak attack. They would have a 90% chance of winning, or even a 100% chance of winning. In less than half a day, Yi Xian sensed the powerful aura. The Yin-Yang Old Ancestor had finally arrived. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, you have nowhere to run this time, right? A burst of strange laughter came from afar. Then, a young man in a red and blue robe appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was already prepared. Yin-Yang Old Ancestor, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian slowly stood up. You were waiting for us. Chapter 1391. Lu Wenxing thought that Yi Xian was waiting for death because he could no longer use his teleportation skill. He did not expect that he was waiting for him. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Lu Wenxing was too lazy to care so much. He looked at Song Suijing and Song Caijue who were behind Yi Xian. Two ungrateful wretches. I have trained you for 3 years. How dare you betray me? Lu Wenyu shouted angrily. You old witch, it was clearly you who forcefully abducted us siblings, and now we're the ones who betrayed you. Song Caijue stepped forward and questioned. Lu Wenxing snorted and did not speak. He had tried to erase or seal the memories of Song Suijing and Song Caijue, but he did not know why he always failed. If he had succeeded, Song Suijing and Song Caijue would have broken through to Nirvana LV9. Brat, are you related to the person who destroyed the Yin-Yang Temple? Lu Wenyu asked. Yes. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly nodded and said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for provoking the wrong person. The branch hall on the other side of the UniCC region actually robbed a pair of reincarnator siblings. Along the way, a longevity stage powerhouse rescued them. At the same time, they conveniently destroyed your Yin-Yang Saint Hall. What? Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu shuddered when they heard this. Reincarnator? A reincarnator was at least a rebirth state powerhouse in his previous life. This was the realm after the immortal level. The two of them had cultivated for more than 800 years and were only at LV1 of the immortal level. Not to mention a rebirth state powerhouse, they were ants in front of a LV3 or 4 immortal level powerhouse. They did not expect that they would provoke a reincarnator. Then, they could not blame anyone for the destruction of the temple. Who are they? Although he could not afford to provoke them, Lu Wenxing could not help but ask. Neilan Bing and Neilan Jie. They are known as the Xianming Duo. Yi Xian slowly replied. The Xianming Duo. Lu Wenyu and Lu Wenxing remembered this name. Although they might not be able to take revenge, they had to use revenge to motivate themselves. Perhaps, they would encounter a fortuitous encounter before their end and break through to the rebirth state. Good. Although you are not the one who destroyed the temple, you will definitely die today. After Lu Wenxing finished speaking, Lu Wenyu spoke again. Boy, do you have any last words? I don't have any last words, I just want to ask a question. Yi Xian replied. Ask. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu said in unison, their voices filled with sarcasm. How did you go to the Penglai Divine Land? Yi Xian went straight to the point. Now that he had saved Song Suijing and Song Caijue, he only needed to kill the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor to return to Penglai. If the yin-yang old ancestor told them the location of the transrealm teleportation array, it would save them a lot of effort. I see. You still want to go back to the Penglai divine land? Lu Wanxing narrowed his eyes and said, there is no harm in telling you. There is a Lu family in the north of the yin-yang temple. They control a one-way teleportation array. I came to the Penglai divine land from that array. The Lu family. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the yin-yang ancestor's surname was Lu. The elder brother was called Lu Wanxing and the younger sister was called Lu Wenyu. Then, was the yin-yang ancestor related to the Lu family? Yi Xian was not interested in this question. Since he knew the location of the teleportation array, the next step was to kill the yin-yang ancestor. Boy, from your eyes, are you thinking of killing me with your 7th level Nirvana realm cultivation? Lu Wanxing sneered. A 7th level Nirvana realm cultivator was just an ant in his eyes. However, he was concerned about the fox girl. She did not seem to be nearby. That fox girl could even kill his first disciple. One had to know that the fox girl was only at the 7th level Nirvana realm at that time. Let's see if I can kill you or not. Yi Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He was ready for battle. As long as they killed the yin-yang ancestor, they could go home. You too, I will give you a chance. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will spare his life. What do you think? Lu Wenyu suddenly glanced at Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Unexpectedly, Adjudicator Song cursed, go to hell, you old witch. You will have a good time later. How dare you? Fine, after I kill this boy, I will let you know what it means to respect your teacher. Lu Wenyu was furious. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark night sky curtain. Whoosh. Wei Zhontian took the initiative to attack. He turned into a stream of light and swept toward the yin-yang ancestor. At the same time, Yi Xian also exchanged for a 7th level Nirvana realm burning sky pill and swallowed it. Come. Yi Xian held the scarlet flame sword and fiercely slashed at the yin-yang ancestor. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon suddenly attacked. This time, Yi Xian did not use the unparalleled flame dragon slash, but the ordinary unparalleled flame dragon slash. He wanted to pretend that he was very weak. This way, the yin-yang ancestor would lower his guard and they would have a higher chance of winning. In this battle, one of them must fall. Every bit of assurance was very important. You have some ability, but you are too naive if you think that you can contend against us with just this. Lu Wanxing coldly snorted. A ball of Nirvana fire suddenly appeared in his hands. No, this was not Nirvana fire, but an exotic flame. Fire cloud flame? Yi Xian was shocked. Due to the suppression of the realm, his insightful eye could not see through the yin-yang ancestor's body. This fire cloud flame was different from the one he obtained from the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect. This fire cloud flame was no longer an exotic flame, but a fire cloud flame that had been refined into Nirvana fire. This meant that the yin-yang ancestor's attack would be very powerful. The yin-yang ancestor used the fire cloud flame to set up a flame barrier. The golden flame dragon instantly collapsed when it hit the barrier. Not only that, but even Wei Zhontian could not pierce through the fire cloud flame barrier. It didn't burn to ashes. This weapon is not bad. Lu Wanxing coldly sneered, slightly surprised. The fire cloud flame could burn a 5th level divine artifact into ashes, but Wei Zhontian did not. This was inevitable because Wei Zhontian had the immortal phoenix bloodline now, so his resistance to fire was extremely high. How could an exotic flame burn him? However, the yin-yang ancestor did not take it seriously, and the latter allowed it to attack. I will give you one more chance. As long as you obey me, I will not kill him. I can even train him like how I train you, Lu Wanxing said. Chapter 1392. Of course, Yi Xian's aptitude was also very good. It was very rare for a 7th level Nirvana realm martial artist to be able to display a 9th level Nirvana realm martial artist's combat strength. Even in the entire Lu family, he was rare. Unfortunately, he did not know how many trump cards Yi Xian had. Do you think you're the only one with the fire cloud flame? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He opened his left hand, and another orange cloud flame appeared. It was the fire cloud flame. What? Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu were shocked. Why did Yi Xian also have the 88th ranked exceptional flame, the fire cloud flame? They knew that the Burning Cloud sect had a fire cloud flame. After all, the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect was related to the Lu family. That fire cloud flame was given by the Lu family. However, why did Yi Xian also have it? They could accurately sense that this fire cloud flame had been refined. It was nirvana fire, not an exceptional flame. They did not know that Yi Xian had merged with many exceptional flames before this. The exceptional flame ranking was based on a certain ranking. If one refined an exceptional flame that was ranked high, then the exceptional flames that were refined before would be overshadowed. Therefore, the effects of the exceptional flames like the eternal earthcore fire and the ice sealing flame were overshadowed by the fire cloud flame. You two old monsters, try this move again. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Killing intent explosion, peerless flame dragon slash. Last time, the peerless flame dragon slash only used his true chi and all creation's force. This time, he added the fire cloud flame. In addition, there was the addition of the immortal Phoenix Bloodline's flame power. This attack was not weak. If it hit a peak 9th level Nirvana realm martial artist, it would be enough to kill him. However, this was nothing to the yin-yang ancestor, who was in the longevity realm. Rumble. The golden flame dragon still hit the fire cloud flame barrier of the yin-yang ancestor. With a rumble, the golden flame dragon and the fire cloud flame barrier disappeared together. Yi Xian broke the yin-yang ancestor's defense. Even the yin-yang ancestor was shocked by this scene. Is this really the offensive strength of a martial artist at the 7th level of the rebirth realm? This brat. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu were extremely shocked as they whispered in their minds. In less than 3 years, Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm from the 2nd Tribulation Supreme realm. This was truly inconceivable. From the 2nd Tribulation Supreme realm to the 9th Tribulation Supreme realm, after the Supreme realm came the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme realm, followed by the Manifestation realm, Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, Fragmentation realm, and finally the Nirvana realm. Song Suijing and Judge Song were carefully nurtured by him, a longevity realm expert, yet they were only at the 7th level of Nirvana realm. Yi Xian had roamed the world on his own, but he had actually managed to reach this level in just 3 years. This was impossible. There must be a secret on this kid. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu thought to themselves. Because of this, they no longer wanted to kill Yi Xian. They were prepared to capture Yi Xian and dig out the secret behind Yi Xian's rapid breakthrough. Since this brat doesn't understand, then let's do it. Lu Wenxing said inwardly. Okay, big brother. Lu Wenyu replied. In the next moment, their figures flashed and turned into streams of light that swept toward Yi Xian. Next, they were going to use their full strength. The time has come. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes widened when he saw this. Wei Zhantian, who was at the 9th level of Nirvana realm, instantly turned into thousands of blood swords and attacked the yin-yang patriarchs. Not only that, but Luo Luo also appeared at this moment. Eye of Enchantment. Bewitching technique. A pink eyeball appeared and stared at the yin-yang patriarchs. Luo Luo was at the 8th level of Nirvana realm, which was only 2 levels lower than the yin-yang patriarchs. After using the Eye of Enchantment, she could use the bewitching technique to affect the yin-yang patriarchs. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's soul attack. What? The yin-yang patriarchs, who were charging down, were horrified. How could they, who were at the longevity realm, be affected by an illusion? Moreover, it was an illusion that could cause them to break their precepts. No, wake up immediately. Lu Wenxing's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, he broke the illusion of the bewitching technique. However, Lu Wenyu, whose soul power was weaker, was still immersed in the illusion. This brat, how dare he think of such a thing? Die. Lu Wenxing was furious. Fortunately, the two of them shared the same body. Although Lu Wenyu was in the illusion, Lu Wenxing was not. The bewitching technique was specially used to restrain the yin-yang patriarchs. Just now, Lu Wenxing had wanted to capture Yi Xian. However, in order to protect himself, he could only kill Luo Luo, who had appeared out of nowhere. Die! Lu Wenxing roared in his heart. His right hand struck out with a flaming palm. This palm was the longevity superpower. Coupled with the effect of the fire cloud flame, even an elite at the first level of longevity realm would die if they were not careful, let alone Luo Luo, who was only at the 8th level of nirvana realm. However, just as the palm was about to hit Luo Luo, she suddenly disappeared into thin air. Bang! Although the flaming palm did not hit Luo Luo, it destroyed the Eye of Enchantment. At the same time, Lu Wenxing felt a chill on his back. Assassination Eye. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. This time, Yi Xian was serious. The Assassination Eye had been upgraded once. After using it, the power of the first attack would increase by 30%. Coupled with the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash, even the Yin-Yang Patriarch would not be able to block it. Although the Yin-Yang Patriarch was an elite of the longevity realm, he did not know how Yi Xian had gotten behind him. However, he did not have time to think about it because the giant golden flaming dragon had swallowed him up. The unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash was Mo Shueri's ultimate move. Originally, Yi Xian would not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. This time, with the help of Luo Luo, he was able to advance in advance. Yi Xian used 1/5 of his qi to use the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. The ordinary unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash only used 1/20 of its qi. The consumption of qi was 4 times that of the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash, but its power was probably more than 4 times. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Yin-Yang Patriarch was swallowed up by the golden flaming dragon. No, he was not swallowed up. Instead, he was cleverly stuck in the golden flaming dragon's bloody mouth and kept retreating. The speed of an longevity realm elite is indeed fast. Wei Zhentian! Yi Xian quickly shouted in his mind. Wei Zhentian had already gotten behind the Yin-Yang Patriarch, and thousands of blood swords swept out like a storm. Kid, don't underestimate me, Lu Wenxing shouted angrily. Then, he suddenly burst out with a strong burst of qi, and actually shook off the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash and Sword Storm. This is, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. An longevity realm elite had a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, but some people had very short lifespans. Why? Because when one reached the longevity realm, they could freely burn their lifespan to fight. Just now, Lu Wenxing had burned his limited lifespan to increase the strength of his qi. However, in order to block this move, he had consumed 10 years of his lifespan. Chapter 1393. Yi Xian had long heard of the power of immortal-level powerhouses. People of this level were very difficult to kill because all of them could burn their lifespan to fight. If it was a battle of life and death, both sides would have to burn their lifespan. As time passed, their lifespan would continue to decrease. Even if the winner won, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, immortal-level powerhouses would have a slightly better temper. They would try to restrain themselves because once they fought, both sides would suffer. There were almost no immortal-level powerhouses who could live to the end of their lifespan. When they reached the immortal level, they would more or less burn their lifespan to fight. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was fully prepared. Let's see if you have more lifespan or I have more vital energy. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he attacked again. Killing Intent Explosion. Matchless Flame Dragon Slash. Another huge golden flame dragon swept out. Scatter. Lu Wenxing did not have time to feel sorry for his lifespan and punched again. Just now, he was ambushed and could not react in time, so he burned his lifespan to resist. This time, he only used his full strength. Rumble. In an instant, the golden flame dragon was blasted apart. However, at this moment, Luo Luo appeared again and used the bewitching art on Lu Wenxing. In addition, Yi Xian was also constantly using the Eye of the Soul and the bewitching art. Under continuous attacks, Lu Wenyu finally had some problems. Oh no, my body is beginning to reject it. It will disintegrate in a while. Lu Wenxing's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that he would be played like this by a few Nirvana realm brats. This was really unbelievable. At this moment, he scanned with his spiritual sense and suddenly thought of a way. Kidnap Song Swaging or Adjudicator Song. Humph. Yi Xian noticed the look in his eyes and slashed out again. Killing Intent Explosion, Matchless Flame Dragon Slash. Before Patriarch Yin Yang could turn around, the Golden Flame Dragon had already attacked. He had to raise his hand to defend. Rumble. The Golden Flame Dragon was defeated, but at the moment when the Golden Flame Dragon dissipated, a golden slash suddenly struck out. Bang! The flame barrier on Patriarch Yin Yang's body suddenly collapsed. On the other side, the Blade Storm attacked again. You annoying fellow, turn into ashes for me, Patriarch Yin Yang shouted and slapped the sword group again. This time, he burned his lifespan, which was extremely powerful. However, just as the giant flaming palm smashed onto the heaven-shaking sword, Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed and once again circled behind Ancestor Yin Yang. This time, Yi Xian drew his bow with both hands. Killing Intent Explosion, Matchless Flame Dragon Slash. Flame Cloud Palm. Hearing the howling wind behind him, old Ancestor Yin Yang's face darkened. This time, he couldn't escape. Rumble. Patriarch Yin Yang was sent flying. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Actually, Yi Xian could have suppressed Ancestor Yin Yang from the very beginning and not given him any chance to attack. Why? Song Swaging and Adjudicator Song had been kidnapped for nearly 3 years. Although they had been rescued, what about the interest for the past 3 years? Killing Patriarch Yin Yang like this would be letting him off too easily. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to see them disintegrate. Patriarch Yin Yang had been together for more than 800 years and had never disintegrated. If they were disintegrated by Yi Xian, would they collapse? Charm. Bewitching Heart Technique. On the other side, Luo Luo continued her soul attack. First, she used Charm to weaken the opponent's soul. Then, she used Bewitching Heart Technique to trap Lu Wenyu in an illusion. If she had attacked, Patriarch Yin Yang would have been dead. Lu Wenxing, who was sent flying, finally understood Yi Xian's plan. Sensing his sister's condition, he finally panicked. "No, you can't do this," Lu Wenxing exclaimed. "You can kidnap my wife on my wedding day. Why can't I do the same?" Yi Xian sneered and attacked again. Killing Intent Explosion, Matchless Flame Dragon Slash. Fire Cloud Palm. Patriarch Yin Yang could not dodge and was forced to burn his lifespan to block the attack. He had already burned decades of his lifespan. He estimated that he only had about 200 years left. Now, he only had a little more than 100 years left. He would die in a while. However, it was not certain if he could hold on until his lifespan ran out. While Patriarch Yin Yang was at a disadvantage, Yi Xian immediately followed up with another attack. Patriarch Yin Yang was completely helpless. Due to the Bewitching Heart Technique, Patriarch Yin Yang's body had also undergone some changes. His vital energy flow had slowed by at least 30%, and he was already showing signs of disintegration. "No, no!" Lu Wenxing shouted angrily. However, Lu Wenyu was still trapped in the illusion. After the yin and yang merged, the merged person's soul strength would be greatly weakened and added to the main body. Lu Wenyu had not woken up ever since she fell into the illusion. At this time, she was already with Lu Wenxing in the illusion. "No, sister, stop," Lu Wenxing shouted in his heart. However, Lu Wenyu was still trapped in the illusion and could not extricate herself. At this time, a figure had grown out of Lu Wenxing's back. It was Lu Wenyu, who was about to split. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately increased his attacks. He did not want to kill Patriarch Yin Yang, but he wanted to see the look of despair on Patriarch Yin Yang's face. Patriarch Yin Yang's lifespan was also decreasing. Soon, his lifespan had decreased to less than 100 years. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly used the Eye of Assassination again and appeared behind Patriarch Yin Yang. Then, he threw a punch. Bam! Patriarch Yin Yang was sent flying again. However, this time, his clothes suddenly tore apart as he was sent flying. Disintegration. Swaging, Luo Luo, close your eyes and don't look. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. Even if he did not say that, the two ladies would not want to look. Fortunately, only Patriarch Yin Yang's clothes tore apart. It was Lu Wenyu who was exposed, not Lu Wenxing. When a yin and yang person disintegrated, their cultivation level would drop. At this time, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu had already fallen to the 9th level of the nirvana stage. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them now, it would be a piece of cake. This is impossible. This is impossible. Lu Wenxing roared at the sky. After being fused for more than 800 years, they had actually disintegrated today. This was too much for him to bear. On the other side, Lu Wenyu was limp on the ground. Although she had disintegrated, she was still in the illusion. Her hands were roaming around her body, and she would occasionally make a sound. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The two in front of him were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. Yi Xian naturally had no interest in their bodies. Chapter 1394. Yin-Yang Patriarch, you deserve this. Yi Xian slowly walked over. You will die a horrible death. Lu Wenxing turned his head angrily and said through gritted teeth. I don't know how I will die, but I know that you will die soon. After Yi Xian finished speaking, his eyes flickered twice. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 system notifications rang out. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu, whose soul strength had greatly decreased, were directly controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Then, Lu Wenyu also woke up. Then, she and Lu Wenxing knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. It was hard to imagine that the 2 arrogant people who wanted Yi Xian to surrender were now kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Yi Xian. This change was too fast for ordinary people to accept. Haha, these 2 old monsters deserve this. Song Ju walked over with large strides. He knew that the 2 of them were already under Yi Xian's control. He immediately grabbed Lu Wenxing's collar and slapped him a few times. Lu Wenxing's face was red and his head was buzzing. He was also venting his anger from the past 2 years. After all, on Yi Xian's wedding day, he was also marrying a wife. They were together. Suijing, do you want to? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. No need. It's enough to see you again. Song Suijing shook his head and glanced at the naked Lu Wenyu in disgust. Okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His eyes flashed as he took the interspatial ring from Lu Wenxing's hand. At the same time, he asked a few questions. This battle was already over. Old ancestor Yin Yang would definitely die in the end, but he was still of some use to them. For example, did he know about the 9 nether wind flame? Was it true that the Lu family had a cross-realm teleportation array to the Penglai Divine Land? In addition, there was one thing that Yi Xian was more interested in. Soul-searching divine ability. Yi Xian asked the Yin-Yang Patriarch to write down this divine ability, then he copied it. Ding. Soul-searching divine ability successfully copied. Ding. Soul-searching divine ability can be perfectly combined with Eye of the Soul. Do you want to proceed? This system notification was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Yes. He immediately answered in his mind. Ding. Fusion. Ding. Host has learned Eye of the divine ability. Yi Xian also did not expect that. He immediately used his Eye of the Soul on Lu Wenxing. Furthermore, the immortal divine phoenix bloodline wouldn't be able to quickly recover its eye power. Yi Xian didn't even need a few seconds before he felt his eyes ache. However, in those few seconds, he found something interesting. He found a treasure map in the Yin-Yang Patriarch's interspatial ring. Yi Xian murmured. He turned his head and asked, where did this come from? I obtained it by chance when I was in my 50s. After hundreds of years of searching, I can only find one. Lu Wenxing replied. Forget it. Yi Xian ignored him and threw it into the devouring space. The Yin-Yang Patriarch had been searching for this heavenly treasure map for hundreds of years, but he could not find any clues. However, this treasure map was called the Heavenly Treasure Map. It was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. If it was not an exaggeration, then it was a real treasure. Letting them die like this will not relieve my hatred. Suijing, Luo, stay away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Song Suijing and Luo looked at each other. It seemed that Yi Xian was going to do something that was not suitable for children. The 2 girls obediently left, followed by Wei Zhentian. As for Judge Song, he wanted to see what Yi Xian was going to do. "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Judge Song curiously asked. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth revealed an evil smile, but he didn't answer this question. His eyes flickered twice. Bewitching heart art. Bewitching heart art. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu, who were only at the 9th level of Nirvana realm, suddenly fell into an illusion. Judge Song already knew what was going to happen next. "Fuck, brother-in-law, your taste is really heavy. They are more than 1,600 years old." Judge Song couldn't help but ridicule. However, before his voice fell, Yi Xian turned around and left step by step. As for Judge Song, after glancing at Yi Xian, he also decided to stay and watch. Who was the one with a heavy taste? However, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu had trapped Judge Song and Song Suijing for nearly 3 years. Every day, in addition to cultivation, they were also instilled with thoughts. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat them, Judge Song would have chopped them down with his axe. Now, there was a good opportunity for revenge. How could he let it go? A few seconds later, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu couldn't stand it anymore and began some kind of inappropriate activity. Pa, pa, pa. A crisp sound echoed. Judge Song shrunk his neck and turned around to follow Yi Xian. However, after 5 seconds. "Fuck, it's over in 5 seconds. Judge Song, who had just turned around and walked a few steps, trembled. How fast was that? 5 seconds. It was only 5 seconds. However, it was also true that the two siblings had been together for 800 years. Not to mention doing it, once the mind had that kind of thought, there would be a crisis of disintegration, so it was normal. At this time, Yi Xian, who had walked a dozen steps, also heard the movement. After his eyes flickered twice, he gave some kind of order to the two. "Catcher, catcher." 2 crisp sounds echoed. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's necks were twisted. Moreover, they knew each other's life. Ding, the killing intent of the host has increased. Ding, the killing intent of the host has increased. The 2 lines of system prompt sounded, indicating that Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu had fallen. Yi Xian threw out a nirvana fire without turning his head. Huff, huff, huff. The yin-yang old ancestor's corpse began to burn and soon turned into ashes. Now that the yin-yang old ancestor's matter had been resolved, Yi Xian and the other 2 could be considered as avenging. However, Yi Xian was still stuck at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Therefore, he had to find the mysterious flame to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, which was the 9 nether wind flame. Fortunately, the yin-yang old ancestor revealed that the Lu family had the 9 nether wind flame. However, the Lu family had more than one immortality realm powerhouse. This was a huge family with thousands of years of inheritance, so Yi Xian still needed to plan. "Young master, what should we do now? Return to the Penglai Divine Land?" Luo Luo asked. "Yes, it just so happens that the Lu family has the 9 nether wind flame. I must get it. Then, we will go through the Lu family's teleportation array and return to the Penglai Divine Land." Yi Xian nodded. Chapter 1395. Now that the yin-yang ancestor is dead, we can finally go home. Adjudicator Song grinned. He was also kidnapped on his wedding day, so he was going to hold a new wedding when he returned. "All right, you guys stay here first. I'll hurry on my way." Yi Xian nodded. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were both at the 7th level of Nirvana realm, but they would soon break through to the 8th level of Nirvana realm. Old Tree was also about to break through to the 8th level of Nirvana realm. With the addition of Wei Zhentian, who was at the 9th level of Nirvana realm, they wouldn't be in danger as long as no longevity realm experts came. The 4 of them casually found a place to stay, and then Yi Xian began his journey. As for Luo Luo, she stayed in the planting space to cultivate. With the cultivation resources of the yin-yang ancestor, she estimated that she would be able to break through to the 9th level of Nirvana realm in 3 days at most. However, just as Yi Xian was rushing to the Lu family, something happened in the Lu family. Ancestor, not good. An expert of the Lu family hurriedly rushed to a mansion in the depths of the Lu family. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The gate of the courtyard was opened, but no one came out. Only an old voice was heard. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's life jade tokens have shattered. The expert of the Lu family reported truthfully. What? The old voice suddenly shook, and in the next moment, a figure rushed out of the mansion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. An longevity realm expert could condense a life jade token. If the life jade token shattered, it meant that the person was dead. Now that Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's life jade tokens had shattered, it meant that they had fallen. After the ancestor of the Lu family rushed out, he rushed to the ancestral hall of the Lu family. After taking a closer look, he found that Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's life jade tokens had shattered. Xing Yu the ancestor of the Lu family, was an old woman named Lu Bingzhen. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu, whose jade plates of life had shattered, were her son and daughter. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu cultivated as one and were hated by the Lu family, so the two of them left the Lu family. Even so, they were still the children of the ancestor of the Lu family, so the jade tablet of life was still kept in the ancestral hall. There were a total of 6 life jade tokens in the Lu family's ancestral hall. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu were 2 of them. Excluding Lu Bingzhen, the Lu family had 3 immortal level powerhouses. Now that 2 immortal levels were dead, it was a huge blow to the Lu family. The Yin-Yang Sacred Hall was destroyed first. Xing and Yu also died after asking me to investigate this matter. It seems that they provoked a powerful enemy. As Lu Bingzhen thought to herself, her figure flashed and she arrived in front of a mansion. "Grandma, why are you here?" A middle-aged man walked out of the mansion in surprise and looked at Lu Bingzhen. "Your uncle and aunt are dead," Lu Bingzhen said with a gloomy expression. "Dead?" The middle-aged man was shocked. Lu Bingzhen had 3 children in total. Her eldest son, Lu Wenyang, her second son, Lu Wenxing, and her third daughter, Lu Wenyu. Her eldest son, Lu Wenyang, was adopted by Lu Bingzhen and her husband in the early years. He was not her biological son. This middle-aged man was Lu Wenyang's son, Lulin. He was also an ancestor of the Lu family and an immortal level LV1. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu were his uncle and aunt. "That's right. Their life jade tokens have been shattered. I want you to investigate," said Lu Bingzhen. "The Yin-Yang Sacred Hall was just destroyed, and my uncle and aunt died one after another." Lulin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll go now. Be careful. The Lu family can't afford to lose any more," reminded Lu Bingzhen. "Yes, Grandma." After replying, Lulin turned into a ray of light and shot out of the Lu family. The Lu family was actually not related to Lu Bingzhen by blood because she had adopted Lu Wenyang. However, she had built the Lu family single-handedly. She had been in charge of the Lu family for 1,000 years. Now that her time was almost up, if the Lu family lost any more immortal level experts, they would definitely go downhill in the future. They might even be wiped out by the surrounding forces. At this moment, Yi Xian was rushing to the Lu family. He first broke through the void and arrived at the valley, then headed north. At his speed, it would take him about 3 days to reach the Lu family. In 3 days, Luo would probably break through to the 9th level of Nirvana. At that time, he would have the confidence to go against the entire Lu family. However, after a day's journey, a powerful aura suddenly swept into his range of perception. Whoosh! The figure stopped in front of Yi Xian and asked in a questioning tone, "Where did you come from?" Yi Xian glanced at him and said, "Senior, is there a problem?" Immortal level experts could condense life jade tokens. Previously, Lu Wenxing had said that their life jade tokens were in the Lu family. There were not many forces with immortal level experts here. Now that an immortal level expert had appeared, it was very likely that the Lu family had sent him to investigate. "Let me ask you, where did you come from?" Lulin opened his eyes wide. He could see that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of Nirvana. In his eyes, this level of cultivation was like an ant, so he disdained to make a move on him. "You are from the Lu family, right?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Huh!" When he heard this, Lulin trembled. He did not expect Yi Xian to be able to guess his identity so quickly. "I killed Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu." Just as Lulin was astonished, Yi Xian told him the truth. This sentence frightened Lulin. He was here to investigate the deaths of Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu, but now, suddenly, a 7th-level Nirvana brat told him that he had killed an immortal-level expert. Was this not a dream? What a joke. You think you can kill an immortal-level expert? Lulin snorted coldly. In terms of strength, the Yin-Yang Patriarch was stronger than him, but Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of Nirvana realm. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. How could he have killed him? However, Yi Xian actually knew the names of Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu, and even knew that they were dead. It seemed like he knew something. I killed them. Believe it or not. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he went around Lulin and swept into the distance. How dare you? Did I say you could leave? Lulin shouted in a low voice. He raised his hand and prepared to capture Yi Xian. Then you're courting death. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and raised his sword. Killing intent explosion, peerless flaming dragon slash. This golden flaming dragon collided with Lulin's true energy giant palm, but surprisingly, Lulin's attack was actually dispersed. This scene fell into Lulin's eyes, which made Lulin very surprised. Chapter 1396. In Lulin's eyes, even a martial artist at the peak of Nirvana realm was just an ant. Breaking through a major realm was like reaching the heavens in a single step. The difference was huge. Not to mention, Yi Xian was only at the 7th stage of Nirvana realm. There was a difference of 3 realms. This kid is strange. He might know what happened. Lulin's eyes lit up and attacked again. Yi Xian raised his hand to counterattack, but his figure retreated quickly, making his opponent think that he was escaping. Haha, kid, aren't you very arrogant? You think you can escape from me? Lulin laughed and attacked with both hands. Yi Xian was helpless. An immortal-level powerhouse was attacking him, but he felt superior. He really didn't know where that came from. This person is slightly weaker than the Yin-Yang Patriarch. I'm not his match in a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian thought to himself and informed Luo Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. Luo Luo immediately stopped cultivating and appeared on Lulin's left. 9 reincarnation flash. Luo Luo attacked directly after she appeared. What? Lulin didn't understand the situation. There were only the 2 of them here. Why was there a fox girl here? Moreover, she was so fast. Get lost. Lulin attacked with his palm, but Luo Luo nimbly dodged it. 9 reincarnation flash, 2nd flash. 9 reincarnation flash, 3rd flash. In the blink of an eye, Luo Luo was in front of Lulin. 9 reincarnation flash, 4th flash. Whoosh. Lulin's face darkened and his heart trembled. So fast. The 4th flash of the 9 reincarnation flash was no slower than an immortal-level powerhouse. Lulin was shocked and raised his hand to block. Swish. 2 of Lulin's fingers were cut off. The pain transmitted to his brain proved that this wasn't a dream. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly used his ultimate move. Burning Sky Pill. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled True Flame Dragon Slash. A huge golden flame dragon rushed out like a prehistoric giant beast and instantly engulfed Lulin. Lulin felt that his life was in danger for the first time in the past 100 years. It was also the first time since he had broken through to immortal level. The combination of a 7th-level Rebirth Realm martial artist and an 8th-level Rebirth Realm martial artist had actually forced him to burn his lifespan to block their attacks, and this caused him to be embarrassed. Scram! Lulin was enraged. He gathered his chi and blasted the golden flame dragon apart, along with the Eye of Destruction that was hidden within. But at this moment, 9 reincarnation flash, 5th flash. Hiss. Luo Luo sped up again, her figure flashing past Lulin. With a crisp sound, Lulin's head was separated from her body. The Zhunqi in her body instantly lost control and was incinerated by the golden flame dragon. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification was heard. Another immortal-level powerhouse had died. Good coordination, Yi Xian said to Luo Luo with a smile. This immortal phoenix bloodline is really amazing. My Zhunqi recovered instantly. Luoluo couldn't help but praise. The immortal Phoenix bloodline had extremely strong recovery and detoxification abilities. In addition, it also increased fire attacks and fire resistance. It was indeed very good. Go back and cultivate first. I will send the items in. Yi Xian said to her. Okay. Luoluo nodded in response. Then, she was sent into the planting space by Yi Xian and continued to cultivate. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept Lulin's Chen Kuan ring. Lulin had actually refined a type of mystical flame, but because he underestimated Yi Xian, he was killed by Luoluo. He didn't even have the chance to use 30% of his combat strength and died without knowing why. After Yi Xian obtained Lulin's Chen Kuan ring, he sent the cultivation resources into the planting space for Luoluo. After the death of the Yin-Yang Patriarch, Wei Zhentian was already at the peak of Nirvana stage level 9. However, because Yi Xian's level didn't increase, he was also stuck at this level. Therefore, these ores and cultivation resources that he didn't need were accumulated. There's actually an immortal level heaven-reaching beast's corpse. When I return to the old tree, it should be able to break through to Nirvana stage level 9. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The old tree usually absorbed his blood to break through. Of course, it could also devour corpses. The higher the level, the better. The immortal level heaven-reaching beast's corpse was naturally not as good as Yi Xian's blood. Unfortunately, the immortal level heaven-reaching beast's soul was gone. The Lu family has a total of 6 immortal level patriarchs. Besides Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyu, another one died, so there are only 3 left. Among these 3, one of them is at immortal level 2. She's Lu Wenyu and Lu Wenxing's mother. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the Yin-Yang Patriarch had revealed all the secrets of the Lu family, not leaving out a single one. In addition to some things in the Yin and Yang ring, Yi Xian knew that the one he just killed was called Lulin. He was the son of Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's brother, which meant that he was their nephew. As for the remaining 2 immortal level Lu family patriarchs, one was called Lu Wenyang and the other was called Lu Feng. Lu Wenyang was Lulin's father and Yi Xian's target this time. This was because the key to Yi Xian's breakthrough, the 9 Serenities wind flame, was in his hands. As for Lu Feng, he was the top genius of the Lu family. He only spent 200 years to break through to the immortal level. After reaching the Nirvana stage, each stage would increase one's lifespan by a lot. Therefore, many people delayed giving birth to children to focus on cultivation. Some people only gave birth when they were 100 years old, while others only gave birth when they were a few hundred years old. This way, they would not be distracted. The Lu family had been passed down for thousands of years. If they were like ordinary people who had a generation in their 20s, then the population would be too terrifying. Moreover, it was not easy to manage as the cultivation resources were too scattered. It was better to centralize them. Therefore, the Lu family's population was maintained at around 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were all elites. If it was before, as long as Yi Xian plundered the Lu family, he would probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. Unfortunately, he accepted a special leveling mission and couldn't obtain the designated items. No matter how many heavenly and earthly treasures he had, it was useless. After killing Lulin, Yi Xian traveled for 2 days and finally arrived at the Lu family. However, he did not enter. Instead, he waited outside the Lu family because Luoluo had not broken through yet. Not to mention the patriarch Lu Bingzhen, who was at LV2, he could not deal with the 2 immortal level patriarchs. Therefore, it was better to wait for Luoluo to break through first, just in case. Very quickly, 2 hours later. Ding! Luoluo has broken through. She is now at Nirvana stage 9. The sound of the system notification finally rang out. Luoluo had broken through to Nirvana stage 9. Now, she was not afraid of anyone in the Lu family. Chapter 1397. Alright, let's begin. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian finally strode towards the Lu family. Sir, is something the matter? Before he could approach the Lu family, he was stopped by a guard. The Lu family was much more powerful than the Yin-Yang temple. Just one of the guards was at Nirvana stage level 7. However, before the guard could finish his sentence, he was controlled by Yi Xian's Eye of Soul. "Bring me to Lu Wenyang," Yi Xian ordered the guard through the air. "Master, I don't have the authority." The guard walked to Yi Xian and said softly. "Then bring me to the one with the authority," Yi Xian said. There were only 3 immortal-level powerhouses in the Lu family. They were Lu Bingzhen, Lu Wenyang, and Lu Feng, who were at Nirvana stage level 2. Other than them, there were no other immortal-level powerhouses, therefore, Yi Xian's Eye of Soul could control everyone except the 3 of them. The guard nodded and brought Yi Xian into the Lu family. Yi Xian's target this time was Lu Wenyang. As long as he could obtain the 9 nether wind flames, he would be able to break through to Nirvana stage level 8. By then, he would be able to kill an immortal-level powerhouse alone. Soon, the guard brought Yi Xian to a person. It was a butler of the Lu family. Eye of Soul. Ding. Control successful. The butler, who was at Nirvana stage level 9, was immediately controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian gave him another order. Unexpectedly, the butler didn't have the authority to contact Lu Wenyang, so he brought Yi Xian to look for him again. This time, he brought Yi Xian to look for Lu Wenyang's grandson. Yi Xian had no choice but to control Lu Wenyang's grandson. Finally, he could look for Lu Wenyang. With his powerful eye of perception, Yi Xian could sense that he was approaching an immortal-level powerhouse. "Grandpa, are you there?" Lu Wenyang's grandson shouted from outside the mansion. Not just anyone could enter this area. The number of people who could enter could be counted on one hand. Clang. As his voice faded, the door to the courtyard opened, and a deep voice sounded from within. "What is it?" Sun Tzu replied, "A friend of mine obtained news of the 9 Serenities wind flame." "Oh." When Lu Wenyang heard this, he opened his eyes and dashed out. 9 nether wind flame? Lu Wenyang came outside and looked at his grandson and Yi Xian, who was at the 7th level of the Nirvana stage. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized that there was another figure around him. Luo Luo. Eye of Charm. It was too easy for Luo Luo, who was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, to use the Eyes of Charm to control someone who was 1 level higher than her. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wenyang was subdued. He had obtained the 9 Serenities wind flame. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took off his interspatial ring. However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that there was no 9 Serenities wind flame inside. Where did the 9 Serenities wind flame go? Yi Xian asked in surprise. "I couldn't refine the 9 Serenities wind flame after decades, so I gave it to Lu Feng," Lu Wenyang replied. Lu Feng. He was the current number 1 genius of the Lu family. He had broken through to the immortality stage after cultivating for less than 200 years. Yi Xian trembled when he heard this. He asked, "When did you give it to him?" "Half a year ago," Lu Wenyang replied. Many things could happen in half a year. If the 9 Serenities wind flame was refined, it would be a tragedy. "Bring me to him immediately," Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Lu family?" An old voice was heard. Yi Xian turned his head and focused his eyes. A figure was quickly approaching from outside his eye of perception. That speed. She's at LV2 of the immortality stage. She should be the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Bingzhen. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He reckoned that Lu Bingzhen must have sensed the aura of Luoluo's eye of enchantment when she used it. If that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. Luoluo had broken through to LV9 of the Nirvana stage and was controlling Lu Wenyang, who was at the immortality stage. So what if she was at LV2 of the immortality stage? "Young master, I'll stop him." Luoluo suddenly flew into the sky. "All right, be careful." Yi Xian nodded and said to Lu Wenyang, "Bring me to Lu Feng." "Yes." Lu Wenyang nodded respectfully. Fortunately, Lu Feng was cultivating in the Lu family. Otherwise, they would have to look for him. In the distance, Lu Bingzhen was extremely astonished when she saw Lu Wenyang being brought away by Yi Xian. It was unbelievable that a LV7 Nirvana stage and a LV9 Nirvana stage could control an immortality stage. Little girl, get out of my way. Lu Bingzhen was furious. She slapped Luo Luo. Hundredfold fox demon clone, purifying demonic lotus flame. Luo Luo transformed into hundreds of clones and formed a flaming lotus. Then, she smashed it down. Boom. A shockwave swept across the area. Fortunately, the people living nearby were not weak. Even so, they vomited blood from the shockwave. A LV9 Nirvana stage martial artist actually had the strength to contend with a LV2 of the immortality stage. It was terrifying. In the distance, Lu Feng, who was refining the 9 nether wind flame in his residence, heard Lu Bingzhen's roar and went out to check. He happened to see Lu Wenyang and Yi Xian rushing towards him. Ancestor, what happened? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Everyone in the Lu family, except for Lu Bingzhen, Lu Wenxing, and Lu Wenyu, were Lu Wenyang's children. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Feng to address Lu Wenyang as ancestor. Lu Feng, give me the 9 nether wind flame now. Lu Wenyang said anxiously. The 9 nether wind flame was originally given to Lu Feng by Lu Wenyang. When Lu Feng saw Lu Wenyang's reaction, he took out the 9 nether wind flame from his interspatial ring and threw it to Lu Wenyang. However, Lu Feng was shocked in the next moment. He saw Lu Wenyang pass the 9 nether wind flame to the LV7 Nirvana stage martial artist behind him after receiving it. He gave it away. Lu Feng's eyes widened. Then, he felt Yi Xian's aura suddenly surging. Ding. Host has devoured the 9 nether wind flame. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at LV8 Nirvana stage. Ding. Host has completed the special level up mission. Wei Zhantian has broken through the level limit once. The system notification shocked Yi Xian. Wei Zhantian was no longer restricted by his level. This meant that Wei Zhantian could break through to become a level 6 divine weapon, which was also the immortal stage. However, Yi Xian suddenly saw a LV1 immortal stage label behind Wei Zhantian. This meant that Wei Zhantian could break through to LV1 immortal stage now. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He then devoured the ores that he had accumulated earlier. Ding. Host has reached the peak of LV8 Nirvana stage. Chapter 1398. Ding. The host has reached the pinnacle of Nirvana stage level 8. Ding. Wei Zhantian has broken through and is currently at immortality stage level 1. 2 more system notifications rang out. Yi Xian glanced at the heavenly flame that he needed next, then his eyes flickered. Eye of Soul. This move was used on Lu Feng. Lu Feng had just broken through to immortality stage and was much weaker than Lu Wenyang. However, he was still 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Eye of Soul failed this time. However, when Yi Xian used his Eye of Soul, Lu Wenyang suddenly made his move. Boom. Lu Wenyang's fist landed on Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. He couldn't understand why his ancestor would give the 9 nether wind flame to someone else. He also couldn't understand why he would attack and injure him. However, in the next moment, he understood. Eye of Soul. Ding. Control successful. Lu Feng was also controlled by Yi Xian. The Lu family was only left with Lu Bingzhen, who was at immortality stage level 2. Now, Lu Bingzhen had to face 4 immortality stage powerhouses. If Wei Zhantian was here, there would be 5 of them. However, Wei Zhantian was far away and was protecting Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. When Lu Bingzhen saw Lu Wenyang make a move and bring Lu Feng along to follow behind Yi Xian, her heart went cold. It seemed that Lu Feng was also being controlled. Who are you guys? Lu Bingzhen asked in confusion. If they were immortality stage powerhouses, it would be fine. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only Nirvana stage powerhouses. This was too strange. Could it be that the world had changed? Could Nirvana stage be after immortality stage? Submit to me and I will ensure the safety of your Lu family. Otherwise, the 2 of them will die immediately. Yi Xian's cold voice fell into Lu Bingzhen's ears. Lu Bingzhen suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "It was you who destroyed the Yin-Yang Temple?" The Yin-Yang Temple was destroyed by 2 samsara travelers, not me. Yi Xian replied calmly. Reincarnator. Lu Bingzhen trembled and couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a moment, she asked, if I submit to you, what if you go back on your word? If I want to kill you, you won't live for more than 10 seconds. If I want to destroy your Lu family, it won't take more than 10 seconds. Yi Xian didn't answer the question. He only spoke the truth. Luo Luo was able to stall Lu Bingzhen by herself. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, his strength wasn't any weaker than Luo Luo's. In addition to Lu Wenyang and Lu Feng, if they were to really fight, Lu Bingzhen would fall within 10 seconds. Seeing Lu Bingzhen hesitate, Yi Xian continued, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, you will personally witness the destruction of the Lu family. 3 seconds was very fast for an ordinary person. However, for an immortal realm elite, it was very long. In 3 seconds, they could think of many things. In the end, Lu Bingzhen compromised and nodded, all right, I submit to you. I hope you will keep your promise. Don't worry, I don't make promises easily. Once I agree, I will definitely do it. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he immediately used his soul eye on Lu Bingzhen. At first, the 1,000-year-old Lu Bingzhen resisted. This was normal. After all, there was an unyielding will in her body. After Yi Xian used his soul eye for the 3rd time, a system notification rang. Ding! Control successful. Lu Bingzhen, who was at the 2nd level of the immortal realm, had become Yi Xian's fighter. If Lu Bingzhen resisted, it would be difficult to subdue her even with his soul eye. However, Lu Bingzhen was threatened by Yi Xian, so she could only agree. As Yi Xian said, Luo Luo alone could hold her back. In that case, Yi Xian, Lu Wenyang, and Lu Feng could easily destroy the Lu family. Very good. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Lu Bingzhen's shout had attracted many people's attention. Now that they saw Lu Bingzhen submit, they were shocked speechless. The strongest person in the Lu family actually submitted to a Nirvana realm martial artist. No one dared to believe it, but this was the truth. Now that he had subdued Lu Bingzhen and the Lu family was under his control, it was time to collect the spoils of war. Lu Bingzhen had submitted to him, so he didn't want to be too ruthless. After all, the Lu family still needed to run. After collecting the spoils, it was time to get down to business. Where is the cross-realm teleportation portal? Yi Xian turned his head and asked Lu Bingzhen. It's under the Lu family. Lu Bingzhen replied. Okay, open it. I want to teleport to the Penglai Divine Land. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he broke through the void and directly took Song Suijing and Judge Song. Finally, they were going home. This cross-realm teleportation portal was much more advanced than the one in the Penglai Divine Land. It could teleport many people at once. However, Yi Xian only had 3 people, so it didn't cost much. Before leaving, Yi Xian also instructed Lu Bingzhen to find some things he needed. For example, the Scarlet Bloodfire. The Scarlet Bloodfire was ranked 84th on the exceptional flame list. It was usually born in the body of a great killer. The so-called great killer was a killer who killed without blinking an eye. For no reason, they would annihilate an entire family. They killed for fun and had killed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. This was the key to Yi Xian's breakthrough to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. In addition, Yi Xian asked Lu Bingzhen to do her best to find the Devourer beast. Whoosh! The cross-realm teleportation portal began to rotate. After a dazzling light bloomed, Yi Xian, Song Suijing, and Judge Song's careers changed. They had arrived at the Penglai Divine Land. Are we back? Judge Song touched his head in astonishment. Yes, we're here. Yi Xian nodded. The yin-yang old ancestor had also been to this place before, so Yi Xian knew where it was. However, before they were teleported back, Yi Xian's second clone in the eastern continent was the first to arrive. Ta, ta, ta. A series of footsteps passed through. Song Suijing and Judge Song trembled and were extremely vigilant. It's me. Yi Xian's second clone walked out. The 3 clones had gathered. Let's go home. Before the second clone rushed over, he had left a lot of void trackers, so they only needed to pass through the Void Door to reach the Bloodrock sect. After passing through several Void Doors, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Bloodrock continent. Then, they passed through the Secret Territories entrance. They had returned to the Bloodrock continent. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here is too thin. After passing through the Secret Territories entrance and returning to the Bloodrock continent, Judge Song could not help but frown after feeling the yuan qi. Chapter 1399. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, it's far worse than the sacred ground. Ordinary people needed to absorb yuan qi to cultivate, but he didn't need it. Thus, the yuan qi didn't affect him. However, if the yuan qi in the Bloodstone continent was 1, then the yuan qi in the Yin-Yang temple was 1 million yuan qi. The difference was like heaven and earth. Let's go." After returning to the Bloodstone continent, Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he opened a Void Door. Next stop, Lianyun City. After Song Suijing and Song Caijue passed through the Void Door, they arrived at a large hall. There were already hundreds of people gathered here. They all received the news and gathered here to welcome the return of Song Suijing and Song Caijue. After seeing Song Caijue, Lan Yu and Song Caijue's wife rushed over and hugged each other. It has been 3 years. At that time, Yi Xian, Yi Chong, and Song Caijue were holding a wedding together. However, they didn't expect that a yin-yang ancestor would appear out of nowhere and snatch Song Caijue and Song Caijue away. Fortunately, no one died that day. The only ones who succeeded in getting married were Yi Chong and Lin Wenyu. Yi Xian's wife, Song Suijing, and Lan Yu's husband, Song Caijue, were kidnapped. This made Yi Xian embark on the road of finding his wife. Now, he finally found her. Father, grandfather, tears welled up in Song Caijing's eyes when he saw Song Zheng and Song Cheng walking towards him. "Good, it's good that you're back." Song Zheng hugged his daughter who had been separated from him for 3 years and revealed a gratified smile. Their family was finally reunited. In the past 3 years, many people had moved into Lianyun City. Those who had retired from the Great Song dynasty had all come. Yi Xian was thinking that when the cultivation space's level increased, he would directly open up a continent for them to live and develop. After all, the yuan qi in the cultivation space wasn't any worse than the yin-yang temple. These people could all live to 100 years old. In the future, when Yi Xian achieved immortal level or even rebirth level, they would be able to benefit from him and break through to immortal level as well, becoming a powerhouse. This time, Yi Xian had no intention of leaving in the near future. Furthermore, his original body was still overseeing the Lu family and investigating some matters. After resting, the first clone would go to the Glazed Light Holy Land to meet up with the main body, and then they would begin their training. But right now, there was still an important matter to attend to. The wedding 3 years ago was interrupted by the yin-yang old ancestor, so Yi Xian and adjudicator Song wanted to hold another wedding. It only took a day to prepare for the wedding. Lianyun City specially sent experts to pick up the representatives of the various forces. There was no need for gifts when attending a wedding. Instead, there were all kinds of precious pills and elixirs. There were over 10,000 guests. Yi Xian remembered that it was the supreme sacred beast, Rainbow Sparrow, that escorted the bride to the wedding. Now, of course, he couldn't use such low-level saint beasts. This time, it was a pair of Nirvana level 9 colored phoenixes. Last time, there were 6 brides, but this time, there were only 4. After all, Lin Wenyu and Jiang Xinyan were already married to Yi Chong. The wedding went much smoother than expected. This time, no one dared to disturb them. Soon, Yi Xian and adjudicator Song married their respective brides and returned to their own mansions. Next, it was time for the bridal chamber. In Yi Xian's floating island, there were only Song Suijing, Guan Yulon, and Yi Xian. One person married 2 brides at the same time. This body was generally not enough, but Yi Xian was different. TSK, there is only one adjudicator, but I have 2. Yi Xian had a sneaky look on his face. He suddenly cloned himself outside the door, and then walked into the bridal chamber. Not long after, sounds of nature could be heard from inside. The Gemini bloodline, no, the immortal Phoenix bloodline's undying clone was simply a divine skill, On this day, the two girls, Song Suijing and Guan Yulon, had successfully transformed into women. Originally, they could have consummated their marriage 3 years ago, but because of the yin-yang old ancestor, it was delayed for 3 years. In these 3 years, Yi Xian had been restraining himself. Now, he could finally vent and become a real man. A newlywed's moment was worth 1,000 gold. Although Yi Xian wasn't in the immortal realm, his body had been tempered by the mysterious fire. Last night, Yi Xian and his 2 wives didn't sleep at all. God knows how many rounds they fought until the sky brightened up. Song Suijing was in the 7th level of the Nirvana realm and was about to break through. Guan Yulon was slightly weaker, but she also relied on pills to reach the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. It was also because of this that they could withstand Yi Xian's torment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure it. Yi Xian had the immortal phoenix bloodline, but Song Suijing and Guan Yulon didn't. Therefore, the 2 women were exhausted and fell asleep. Then, Yi Xian left the floating island and came to Lianyun City. Bad young master, you bullied the 2 sisters for an entire night, right? When Luo Luo saw Yi Xian, she hurriedly came up to him. How did you know? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Of course I guessed, I'm not stupid. Luo Luo stuck out her tongue, then grabbed a drumstick and ate it. I'm going to see a senior, do you want to come? Yi Xian suddenly said. Senior? There's a senior here? When Luo Luo heard this, she was a little surprised. Yi Xian was in the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, so it was impossible for there to be anyone higher than him. Therefore, Luo Luo guessed that the senior Yi Xian was talking about should be a senior. Yes, a hidden expert, I don't know what realm he is at. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The senior he was talking about was old immortal Tianju of the vast wilderness. 3 years ago, after Song Suijing and Song Saijue were captured, Yi Xian went to see old immortal Tianju. If old immortal Tianju hadn't told him about the Yin-Yang temple, he probably wouldn't have gone to the glazed light sacred ground. Therefore, Yi Xian owed old immortal Tianju a favor, a big favor. This time, he was going to thank old immortal Tianju. Hidden expert, it seems that he's at least in the immortality realm. Luo Luo was also a little curious, so she followed Yi Xian and left. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, his spiritual sense was enough to cover the entire Blood Cliff continent even without the eye of perception and killer instinct. However, he couldn't penetrate the vast wilderness. In the blink of an eye, he brought Luo Luo to the depths of the vast wilderness. Senior, Yi Xian opened his mouth, but before he could finish, an old voice sounded. Come in through the light pillar. The voice belonged to old immortal Tianju. Even Yi Xian could cover the entire Blood Cliff continent, so it wasn't surprising that this mysterious expert knew of his arrival. Yi Xian brought Luo Luo through the light pillar and arrived in front of a wooden house. Old immortal Tianju was sitting in the courtyard in front of the wooden house, practicing calligraphy and cultivating his mind. Chapter 1400. Junior is here to thank Senior. Junior's wife has been found. Yi Xian cupped his fists and thanked him. Small matter. Old immortal Tianju waved his brush and finished the last stroke. It was the word Tian. Junior's realm is too low. I don't know how to repay Senior. Yi Xian said as he suddenly took out a piece of parchment from his interspatial ring and handed it to old immortal Tianju. Old immortal Tianju glanced at it, and in the next moment, the brush in his hand suddenly trembled. Sky-piercing treasure map? Old immortal Tianju shouted in his heart. His eyes widened, and his expression was extremely shocked. After a pause, he asked in surprise, "This thing, where did you get it?" His tone made Yi Xian somewhat startled. It seemed that this thing had aroused old immortal Tianju's interest. Junior got this after killing Yin-Yang old ancestor, but Junior couldn't understand it. Yi Xian replied honestly. Yin-Yang old ancestor, old immortal Tianju almost rolled his eyes. He naturally knew about this sky-piercing treasure map, but he didn't expect that he would almost miss such a treasure. Yin-Yang old ancestor had come to Bloodrock continent before. He didn't expect that this thing would be in his interspatial ring. You want to use this thing to repay my favor? Old immortal Tianju's eyes fell on Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. The value of this sky-piercing treasure map had probably exceeded his expectations. Even old immortal Tianju was interested in it. But if it wasn't for old immortal Tianju, Yi Xian wouldn't know where to find Song Suijing. He would just wander around Penglai Holy Land blindly, and he didn't know if he would ever see her again in this life. Although 3 years was a long time, Yi Xian might not find Song Suijing for 100 years without old immortal Tianju. After all, who knew what would happen in the future? Just like before, when the Yin-Yang Temple suddenly provoked a powerful enemy and was destroyed, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song might also die. No matter how precious this heavenly treasure map was, it couldn't compare to the Song Suijing, so Yi Xian felt that it was worth it. Alright, I'll take it. Old immortal Tianju nodded and kept the heavenly treasure map. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the heavenly treasure map was worthless. If that was the case, he would always remember this favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come find me. I will do my best, old immortal Tianju added. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian cupped his fists and thanked him. In the future, he would know what old immortal Tianju's do your best meant. You brought this little girl here to ask about the bloodline in her body, right? Old immortal Tianju glanced at Luo Luo and said, her bloodline is rare, even for me. However, I know something related to this little girl. If you want to know more, you should go to the west of the land of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The land of reincarnation? The west? This name was obviously related to the rebirth state. Yi Xian hadn't even reached the immortality state, so it shouldn't be that fast. However, Yi Xian didn't expect Luo Luo's bloodline to be so powerful that it was related to the rebirth state. Could it be that Luo Luo was also a reincarnator? Thank you, senior. Yi Xian cupped his fists and thanked old immortal Tianju once again before leaving with Luo Luo. After the two of them left, old immortal Tianju couldn't help but take out the heavenly treasure map from before. Then, he took out another piece of paper and pieced it together. I actually obtained 2 heavenly treasure maps. Old immortal Tianju muttered. Old immortal Tianju muttered. He didn't dare to believe this fact. After leaving the great wilderness, Yi Xian returned to Lianyun City. Young master, that senior looked so powerful. What realm do you think he is? Luo Luo asked curiously. At least the rebirth state, Yi Xian replied. I don't think so. Luo Luo shook her head. Anyway, he's much stronger than us. Yi Xian paused for a moment before sending a voice transmission to Luo Luo. Furthermore, I feel that this isn't the real body of that senior. What we saw just now was just a true energy avatar, it can't be? Luo Luo turned around in shock and replied, then where is his real body? I'm not sure. I don't know why he would appear in the Bloodrock continent. Yi Xian shook his head. However, he only knew that old immortal Tianju was related to the monster race in the Great Wilderness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped him previously. At that time, Yi Xian wanted to exterminate the monster race in the Great Wilderness. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little creeped out. Yi Xian stayed in the eastern continent for a month. During this month, Song Suijing and Guan Yulon rarely appeared. This was because they had to play with Yi Xian at night and sleep during the day. After a month, it was time for Yi Xian to leave for the sacred ground of flowing light again. As for the eastern continent, he left his second avatar to accompany his family. Soon, the first avatar met up with his real body in the Lu family and fused with him. During this month, the Lu family had heard about the Crimson Bloodfire. There's a broken sky city in the north of the Lu family. There's a longevity pageant held there. Anyone below the longevity state can participate. The Crimson Bloodfire is one of the rewards. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he left the Lu family. The longevity pageant would be held 3 days later. Therefore, Yi Xian had to arrive at the Broken Sky City within 3 days. Fortunately, he was at the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. If he used the Dark Shadow Steps, his speed would far surpass that of a longevity state expert. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the Broken Sky City. Tomorrow was the day of the longevity pageant. The main purpose of this longevity pageant is to unearth geniuses. First, it's to test their realm. Second, it's to test their age. Then, everyone will be graded. After 100 people have been graded, the test will be held. The crimson bloodfire is the reward for the first place. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the longevity pageant's registration point. The registration test only allowed those who passed and those who failed. Those who passed would be tested again at the longevity pageant tomorrow. At that time, the results would be determined. If there was a sect that had taken a fancy to them, they could extend an olive branch to them. If they couldn't even pass the registration test, it would mean that their aptitude was extremely poor. Yi Xian entered the longevity pageant and handed over the nirvana pills to register. The test was very simple. He used a special crystal. Whoosh! The crystal glowed. This meant that Yi Xian had passed the test. This is the qualification token for the longevity pageant. You are number 666. An attendant handed the token to Yi Xian. Not a bad number. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked in his mind, Luo Luo, do you want to try? Chapter 1401. Luo Luo was even scarier. She was only 16 years old this year, but she had already reached the peak of Nirvana realm at such a young age. Her aptitude was probably enough to instantly kill all the geniuses in Broken Sky City. Not to mention Luo Luo, even Yi Xian could instantly kill her. Me? I'm not going. If I go, young master won't be able to get first place. Luo Luo shook her head in the planting space. Yi Xian was stunned. Luo Luo was at the peak of Nirvana realm, and even he wasn't confident of defeating her. Most importantly, Luo Luo's aptitude would probably cause a huge commotion. Luo Luo was already at Nirvana realm. As long as Yi Xian broke through, she would break through as well. Who would believe that a teenage immortality realm powerhouse? Even rebirth realm powerhouses would probably fight to take her as their disciple. Soon, the next day arrived. The Longevity Grand Meet was a grand event held in Broken Sky City every year. Many people came to join in the fun. The number Yi Xian received yesterday was 666, which proved that there were more than 600 people ahead of him. TSK, TSK, TSK. So many powerhouses. Old Tree stood beside Luo Luo and laughed softly. He had long been at the peak of Nirvana realm, but because of Yi Xian, he couldn't break through. As for Wei Zhentian, he transformed into a little green fox and laid on Yi Xian's shoulder with a lazy look. No one would have thought that this cute little green fox actually had the combat strength of an immortality realm. Soon, people arrived one after another. Even the organizer of the event, the Broken Sky City's City Lord Mansion, had come. Apart from the Broken Sky City's City Lord Mansion, there were two other major sects sponsoring the Longevity Grand Meet. One was the Mystic Heaven sect, and the other was the Northwind Mountain. These three forces had Immortality Realm Level 3 powerhouses overseeing them. Their strength wasn't weak. 17 Immortality Realm powerhouses, and 6 of them are at Immortality Realm Level 2, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This Longevity Grand Meet wasn't in vain. If he could control all these Immortality Realm powerhouses, it would be a huge fortune. However, he had broken through so crazily in order to save Song Suijing. Now that he had rescued Song Suijing, he wasn't in a hurry. Otherwise, he could directly find the owner of the Crimson Fire and take it. Soon, the Longevity Grand Meet began. Number 1, come up to the stage. Yi Xian's City Lord Mansion was Immortality Realms to the Immortality Realm Level 1. Following that, a man to the stage. The disciples of Broken Sky City, Profound Heaven Sect, and Northwind Mountain also participated, but it did not mean that they had to be tested first. This number 1 was a lone cultivator. The test was very simple, and it was done with a special crystal. Not only could the crystal measure one's cultivation level, but it could also measure one's age and give a score. 8th level of the Nirvana stage, 43 years old, 70 point. The general manager of Broken Sky City said loudly, was 2 to the was to come. 8th level of the Nirvana stage, 40 years old, 72 point. Number S. Nirvana realms. 43 years old, 73 points. Number 3 was the same age as number 1, also at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. But don't forget, there was a difference in strength between the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Number 3 was probably at the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. The tests continued one by one. The speed of the test was very fast. It didn't even take 5 seconds to test a person. Some of the people in front of them were solo cultivators, while others belonged to clans. The so-called solo cultivators were solo cultivators who didn't join any forces. Soon, 100 people finished the test. Among these 100 people, the one with the highest score was a 50-year-old 9th-level Nirvana realm martial artist with 80 points. This scoring mechanism was jointly decided by the 3 great forces. The others present didn't know how to judge, but those with high scores recorded it. Next, the disciples of the 3 great forces also began to appear one after another. 82 points, 83 points, 85 points. In the blink of an eye, it overshadowed those who were tested before. Presently, 300 people had already been tested, and the one with the highest score of 85 points was a young master of Broken Sky City's city governor's estate at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm at the age of 43. Practically all these people had the hope of breaking through to the longevity realm before the age of 100. But accidents couldn't be avoided on the path of cultivation. There seemed to be many geniuses now, yet less than 10% of them had truly matured. These people are all so weak, Luo couldn't help but mutter during the test. Of course, these words were spoken via voice transmission, otherwise, it would surely draw the attention of the people in the surroundings. A 43-year-old 9th-level Nirvana realm martial artist was still weak. TSK. It's already not bad. If I were to ascend the ring, I probably wouldn't even be able to obtain 30 points. Old Tree smiled as he transmitted his voice. He'd lived for a few hundreds of years, yet was only at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm now, and he was considered to be trash amongst these people. Right at this moment. 9th level of the Nirvana realm, 30 years old, 92 point. When this voice entered into the ears of everyone, it caused everyone to be shocked. 92 points. A person with 92 points had finally appeared. Everyone's attention was focused on the white-clothed young man on the ring, and some people even recognized him. It's the young sect master of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Tian. So it's him. I heard he's the #1 genius of the Profound Heaven sect. I didn't expect him to participate as well. Isn't this bullying? Sigh, the scarlet bloodfire is extremely precious. How could the 3 great powers be willing to give it to an outsider? The people in the surroundings started to discuss. TSK, what genius? Young master will definitely obtain 100 points later, Luo muttered via voice transmission. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said awkwardly, cough, I'm only at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Wouldn't I be letting you down if I didn't obtain 100 points? In any case, you'll definitely obtain more points than this #1 genius. Young master, I believe in you. Luo smiled as she raised her small fist. Her large eyes were filled with trust. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. The test continued. The disciples of the 3 great powers didn't have low scores. All of them were above 80 points, and a few were close to 90 points. However, this was only the score of the first round. There were still a few more rounds to go. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Number 666. The Broken Sky City's general manager on the ring shouted. This number isn't bad. I wonder how many points he'll obtain. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. When he heard this, Yi Xian stomped his feet and leaped onto the ring. Begin the test. The Broken Sky City's general manager passed the test crystal to Yi Xian. Yi Xian placed his palm on the crystal. In the next moment, the crystal emitted a bright light. The Broken Sky City's general manager glanced at it and was slightly surprised. 8th level of the Nirvana realm, 26 years old, 95 points. Chapter 1402. 95 points. That was 3 points higher than the young sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect, Yi Tian. At the same time, it was the highest score in the test. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the young man on the stage was a hidden genius from some force? The general manager of Broken Sky City was a little surprised. He let Yi Xian take the test again and the result was the same. How is that possible? Yi Tian, who was in the mysterious Heaven Sect's camp, was shocked. The arrogant him had already taken the first place in the Longevity Grand Meet. Now, there was a problem in the first round. What was going on? I remember that there was a 30-year-old peak 8th level Nirvana realm martial artist in the Profound Heaven sect with a score of 88 points. This young man is 4 years younger than him, and his aura is also at the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. An old man from the Northwind Mountain said as he stroked his beard. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people felt that it made sense. After all, the test crystal belonged to the 3 major forces. It couldn't be faked. 95 points then. It's only the first round. The governor of Broken Sky City said. Yi Xian, 95 points. It's settled. However, Yi Tian from the mysterious Heaven sect was a little unconvinced. After remembering Yi Xian's score, he ignored him. After all, it was only the first round of the Longevity Grand Meet. There were still 2 more rounds. Young master, I told you that your score would be higher than his. Seeing Yi Xian get off the stage, Luo Luo transmitted her voice to him. You will definitely score 100 points. Yi Xian transmitted his voice with a smile. I don't like being stared at by so many people. Luo Luo shook her head. Just as the 2 of them were chatting, someone suddenly landed beside them. It was a middle-aged man who was at Immortality Realm Level 2. I'm the sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect, Yi Ting. May I know which sect you are from? The middle-aged man cupped his fist and asked. I don't belong to any sect. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, he knew the reason why the sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect was there. Oh! The sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect was surprised. If he didn't belong to any sect, it meant that Yi Xian had worked hard to get to where he was. This was a bonus. One had to know that Yi Tian, the son of the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, had eaten precious treasures of heaven and earth since he was young. Furthermore, he had the guidance of various experts. It was hard for him not to have a high cultivation base. The surrounding people who were listening attentively were also shocked. It seemed that Yi Xian would have a good place to go in the future. After all, Yi Teng was the leader of the Profound Heaven sect. If he could become his disciple, he would definitely be able to break through to the immortal realm in the future. This little girl is, at this moment, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect focused his gaze on Luo Luo. Don't look at me, I'm already 130 years old. Luo Luo suddenly put on a weathered expression. Oh, after the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect heard this, he did not ask further. Some people just like to look young. Don't look at how young a person is. Bonehead might already be a few hundred years old. Take the yin-yang ancestor for example. He looked like a young man, but he was already more than 800 years old. However, there were not many old people in this area. Broken Sky City only had a history of 200 years. The other 2 sects only had a history of 300 to 400 years. They were not even as old as the Lu family. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect finally focused his attention on Yi Xian and said, I wonder if you're willing to become my disciple? As soon as he said this, a huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. As expected, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect was here to recruit a disciple. Instantly, countless envious gazes fell on Yi Xian. However, no one expected that Yi Xian would not agree immediately. Let's talk about it after the Longevity Grand Banquet, Yi Xian replied casually. What a joke. Asking him to join the Profound Heaven sect. What an international joke. If these people knew how long it took him to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm from the Manifestation realm, their mouths would definitely open so wide that they could swallow an egg. After the Longevity Grand Banquet, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect did not expect Yi Xian to give such an answer. He wanted to say more, but suddenly, another person flew over. Sect leader Yi, let's wait until the Longevity Grand Banquet is over. The person who spoke was an old man. He was the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain and was also at the second level of the longevity realm. It seemed that he had also taken a liking to Yi Xian. Not only that, but the city lord of Broken Sky City also cast a friendly gaze. All three major forces were interested in Yi Xian. "Mph, let's wait until the longevity grand banquet is over." Yi Ting snorted coldly and immediately flew back to the profound heaven sect's camp. This scene fell into the ears of almost everyone. It was only the first aptitude assessment, and Yi Xian was already taken in by the three major forces. It seemed that Yi Xian had made a meteoric rise. Of course, there were also people who guessed Yi Xian's intentions. This was only the first assessment, and there were still a few more to come. They guessed that Yi Xian might become even more popular. When that time came, he would receive even more attention. After joining a force, he would also obtain a higher status. Soon, everyone was done with the assessment, and there were exactly 700 people. Then, the next step was to eliminate the 600 people who were ranked at the bottom, leaving only 100 people. The first 100 people were all above 70 points, and there were even a few who were unlucky enough to score 70 points and were eliminated. They were ranked between 100 and 105. The first 100 have been listed. The rankings are as follows. The City Lord of Broken Sky City began to announce the rankings. The first place was naturally Yi Xian with 95 points, and the second place was Yi Tian of the Profound Heaven Sect with 92 points. As for the third place, it dropped to 89 points. For the second and third round, the City Lord will draw the assessment content. The City Lord of Broken Sky City took out a lot pot. The content of the second and third round of the Longevity Grand Banquet was different every time. Last time, it was the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Sect, and the next time it was the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain, so this time, it was the City Lord of Broken Sky City. The City Lord of Broken Sky City took out 2 bamboo lots one after another. The second round, the Illusion Array Test. The third round, the Attack Power Test. The City Lord of Broken Sky City announced loudly, "Please come to the stage." The Illusion Array Test was set up by an expert to see who could break the array faster. As for the Attack Power Test, it was needless to say. "Young Master, do your best." Luo Luo smiled and transmitted her voice. Yi Xian smiled and also leaped onto the stage. The Illusion Array Test was a common occurrence for him. With the Eye of Revelation, he could see through everything. When all 100 people gathered on the stage, the City Lord of Broken Sky City continued, "Please sit down. When the test begins, the first person to break the illusion will stand up. Breaking the illusion in one breath is 99 points, 2 breaths is 98 points, and so on." Yi Xian followed his instructions and sat down. Chapter 1403. As usual, we'll set up the Ichthyosaur illusory array. The elder from Beifeng Mountain said. "No problem." The two of them immediately started setting up the illusory array. In less than half a minute, the array was completed. Once one fell into the Ichthyosaur illusory array, one would feel like a carp. Only by crossing the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon could one be considered to have successfully broken the array. However, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Let the illusory array test begin. As soon as the City Lord of Broken Sky City finished speaking, the two experts activated the Ichthyosaur illusory array. In an instant, the hundreds of participants in the field fell into the illusory array. Even Yi Xian was the same. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Revelation. He saw that he was in the water and there were many fishes swimming around him. He had turned into a carp. His arms, legs, and head had all disappeared. He was now a carp. Other than swimming, he had no other abilities. Even his spiritual sense had disappeared. The array was so advanced that it made people think that they were a carp even though they were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. Although Yi Xian wanted to play with the illusory array, he decided to use the Eye of Revelation to ensure that he didn't make a mistake. However, it was only after 5 breaths. The Eye of Revelation broke all the illusory arrays. After silently counting in his heart, Yi Xian didn't open his eyes and directly stood up from the ground. He had successfully broken the array. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. In just 5 breaths, Yi Xian had broken the illusory array? How was this possible? One had to know that Yi Tian of the Profound Heaven sect was still in the illusory array. He was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. This kid is either skilled in array formations or his soul strength is stronger than Yi Tian's. Many of the experts thought so in their hearts. Yi Xian had broken the illusory array in 5 breaths, which meant that he had a score of 95 points. He was still ranked first with 95 points in 2 rounds. This was the first time in the history of the Longevity Grand Meet that such a score had appeared. The first round of the Longevity Grand Meet would never change. It was a test of aptitude. There might be some differences in the second round, but there were many who had drawn the illusory array test in the second round. However, this was the first time that a score of 190 points in 2 rounds had appeared. The crowd below the stage, as they recalled the scene when Yi Xian had rejected the sect leader. Sure enough, Yi Xian had a trump card and needed to continue exploding. Yi Xian's the sect leader. The sect leader of the Beifeng Mountain was also the sect leader of the Mountain sect. It seemed like they were going to compete. After another 3 breaths of time, the Profound Heaven sect's Yi Tian finally succeeded in breaking the illusion array. Score: 92 points. In the first round, he also had 92 points, and now he still had 92 points. In total, he had 184 points, which was a full 6 points lower than Yi Xian. What? When Yi Tian opened his eyes and stood up, he saw Yi Xian's straight back. Yi was Yi Array. One had to know that in order to get a high score, he had specially asked the formation expert in his sect to set up the ichthyosaur illusory formation and had specially practiced for a period of time. He could cross the dragon gate and break the illusory array within 8 breaths. How could he have expected Yi Xian to be faster than him? That was impossible. 92 points. The Broken Sky City's chief steward glanced at Yi Tian and reported the score. At the same time, he mouthed Yi Xian's score. 95 points. Yi Tian was shocked. He looked at Yi Xian's back with resentment. Yi Xian had stolen his thunder in the first round. Yi Xian had stolen his thunder in the second round. How could he tolerate this? The third round is a test of attack power. I'm at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, and this kid is only at the 8th level. I'll close the gap in an instant, Yi Tian thought to himself. He had the strength to fight against an Immortality Realm expert. As long as the Immortality Realm expert didn't burn his life force, he could fight them. He didn't believe that he would still be in second place after the third round. Time passed by slowly. Soon, the second round was over. The illusory array wasn't a powerful one. All 100 of them had successfully broken the illusory array. The longest they had taken was 30 breaths, which was 70 points. The Broken Sky City's chief steward added the 2 scores of the participants and reported the last one. Every time he reported Yi Tian's name, Yi Tian's eyes would become filled with resentment. He had always been in first place in the Profound Heaven sect. How could he be in second place this time? The third round is a test of attack power. After the Broken Sky City's chief steward finished speaking, he suddenly took out a giant tortoise shell from his yin and yang ring. This is the tortoise shell of the Profound Spirit Tortoise. Someone recognized it. Nonsense. The second round 2 years ago was also a test of attack power. It was tested using the tortoise shell of the Profound Spirit Tortoise. The tortoise shell of the Profound Spirit Tortoise has been specially refined. I heard that the tortoise shell will emit different colors according to the strength of the attack. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold. If it's gold, it will leave a mark on the tortoise shell. Yi Xian heard about the origin of the tortoise shell from the people around him. It was said that the Profound Spirit Tortoise was an immortal level Tong Tian beast. Its defense was amazing. Even a level 2 immortal level expert might not be able to kill the Profound Spirit Tortoise. Alright, I will determine the score. All of you just have to do is to use your strongest attack. We will start from the 100th place, the Broken Sky City's chief steward said. Then, The participants in the arena retreated to the side while the Broken Sky City's chief steward stood on the other side. He used his manifestation force to support the profound spirit tortoise's shell that was 10 meters tall. Profound Sun Swordplay. The sword in the 100th place's hand suddenly burned and he slashed at the tortoise shell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame attack pierced through the air and accurately hit the Xianling giant turtle's shell. Bang! The flame dissipated. Swoosh! The tortoise shell of the profound spirit tortoise shone. It was blue. The color was a little dark, but it was not purple. Hence, it should be between 60 and 70 points. The chief steward of the Castellan mansion looked at it and announced, 67 point. The 100th place had obtained more than 70 points in the first and second round. However, he had obtained 67 points in the attack power test. It was unexpected. Only the top 10 places would be rewarded. The 11th to the 100th place did not receive any rewards. However, some of them were only there to show off. They did not care about the rewards. Then, it was time for the 99th place to start the test. 72 points. The chief steward of the Castellan mansion continued to announce. The participants started the test one by one. Yi Xian, who was at the side of the arena, did not care. Those attacks were too weak for him. Chapter 1404. Not to mention that Wei Zhentian had already broken through to Immortality Stage 1, Yi Xian still had the Divine Sword Bloodline, Immortal Phoenix Bloodline, Matchless Flame Dragon Slash, Killing Intent Explosion and Burning Sky Pill. Even a Stage 1 Immortality Stage expert would not be able to compete with him in terms of attack power, let alone a Nirvana Realm expert. The participants were tested one by one. Soon, it was the turn of the top 10. The top 10 were the elites of the three forces and they were all Stage 9 Nirvana Realm martial artists. 87 points. 87 points. 88 points. The third place was the young governor of Broken Sky City. However, he was 3 years older than Yi Tian and he scored 90 points in one strike. The next one would be Yi Tian from the Mysterious Heaven sect. Mph, watch me take back the points. Yi Tian snorted in his heart and walked out with his sword. Mysterious Heaven sword skill. Swoosh. A ray of sword light pierced through the air and struck the mysterious spirit tortoise's shell. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. The attack had actually shattered the mysterious spirit tortoise's shell. It was dark gold in color. 96 points. The general manager of Broken Sky City announced. His attack power was 96 points. In addition to the previous score of 184 points, he had a total of 280 points, which was 10 points more than the young governor of Broken Sky City. Currently, Yi Xian had 295 points, which was 190 points. If he wanted to continue to be the first, he would have to score at least 90 points. But those few 8th level Nirvana stage martial artists from before, the highest was only 80 points. Yi Tian snorted and glanced at Yi Xian. It was as if he was saying, "Trash, if you have the guts, you can try to score 90 point." Yi Xian chose to ignore Yi Tian's stupid stare. Second place is second place. You want to be first? How dare you challenge me? Then, I will let you be second place forever. Number 1, come out and test. The general manager of Broken Sky City shouted. Yi Xian walked out. In his hand was the Scarlet Flame Sword, a high-grade divine artifact of the 5th step. Just now, he had already calculated the defense of the mysterious spirit giant tortoise and he was confident that he could break through it. However, piercing through would not be fun. Actually, the surrounding experts weren't too optimistic about Yi Xian. They only felt that Yi Xian was a talent that could be molded. However, Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm after all. It would be difficult for him to defeat Yi Tian in the test of offensive strength. If this brat can score 90 points in the attack power test, I'll admit defeat. That might not be the case. Look at how confident he is. He's so handsome, I want to marry him. This was what a passerby beauty said. However, she had already been charmed by Luoluo and could be considered as Luoluo's accomplice. There was an uproar below the arena. At this time, Broken Sky City's chief steward suddenly raised his hand and bellowed, "Silence! The crowd immediately quieted down. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Xian suddenly laughed strangely in his heart, and then directly attacked. Raging Inferno Sword Technique. Swish. A flaming sword chi pierced through the air. This move was a high-grade Nirvana divine ability that he had just copied down, and it happened to be of the fire attribute. Rumble. The sword chi slashed on the turtle shell of the mysterious spirit giant tortoise, and only a crisp sound could be heard. A crack appeared on the turtle shell. Crack. At the same time, there was a dazzling golden light. The entire crowd was silent. A crack appeared, and a golden light bloomed. This was at least 90 points. 91 points. After being stunned for a moment, Broken Sky City's chief steward announced. 91 points. Yi Xian's score. 95, 95, 91, a total of 281 points, just 1 point higher than the second place Yi Tian. 1 point. Gulp. After hearing this score, Yi Tian's throat suddenly surged with a bitter liquid, but he forcefully suppressed it. No, this is impossible. Yi Tian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He, who was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, actually lost. How was this possible? Not only did he not expect this, but the people around him also felt the same. Compared to everyone else, there were only a few people who thought that Yi Xian would score 90 points. However, Yi Xian had exceeded everyone's expectations and produced a golden light. After 3 rounds of testing, Yi Xian was ranked first. The Crimson Bloodfire was his. This kid is a moldable talent. We must get him. The sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect's eyes flickered. Yi Xian's talent was above Yi Tian's, and he would definitely become the strongest person in the mysterious Heaven sect in the future. However, the other 2 major forces were also eyeing him covetously. The sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect knew that they would definitely not back down. Then, it all depended on Yi Xian. After all, the mysterious Heaven sect was the first force to extend an olive branch to Yi Xian. Alright, the testing is over. Then, the chief steward of Broken Sky City was about to announce the overall results. However, at this moment, someone suddenly interrupted. Wait. As the voice sounded, everyone's gaze fell on that person. That person was actually Yi Tian. I feel that the attack just now can only be counted as 90 point. Yi Tian suddenly said. As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people felt that Yi Tian was a bit of a sore loser. Almost everyone thought that the golden light was a score of 91 people, and the chief steward of Broken Sky City also judged it to be 91. Could it be that Yi Xian had to fight again? This kid, the sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect, was a little displeased because Yi Tian actually acted like a sore loser in front of so many people. This was a disgrace to him and the mysterious Heaven sect. However, he did not stop him. After all, Yi Tian was his son. He also wanted Yi Tian to get first place because the reward for first place was not cheap. Although Yi Xian's talent was not bad, he did not belong to any sect. Who knew if he would join the Broken Sky City or Mount Beifeng? If the Crimson Bloodfire fell into his hands, wouldn't it be a loss? The chief steward of Broken Sky City glanced at the city lord. He could not make the decision on this matter. If it's 90 points, then his score will be the same as yours, 280 points. However, it's not like it's 90 points just because you said so. As the city lord of Broken Sky City spoke, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Yi Xian and said, "Young man, what do you think? Since someone has doubts, then I'll test it again." Yi Xian replied casually, 91 points, yet it was said to be 90 points. He was drunk. Therefore, this time he decided to give 2 or 3 more points. This way, Yi Tian would not have any objections. The attack power test is not very convincing. Why don't we fight? If you win, you'll be first. Yi Tian was a little flustered and exasperated, so he said such brainless words. When the surrounding people heard this, they cursed in their hearts. Chapter 1405. At this moment, the faces of the people from the Profound Heaven sect were a little red. It was amazing that the eldest senior brother of the Profound Heaven sect could be so thick-skinned. The city lord of Broken Sky City held back his laughter and turned to ask Yi Xian, "What do you think?" This battle was destined to be unfair, but he felt that Yi Xian was not that simple, so he asked this question. When almost everyone thought that Yi Xian would not agree, Yi Xian answered very casually. It doesn't matter, let's fight. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. What? This answer shocked everyone. Yi Xian actually agreed. What kind of joke was this? Yi Xian was the #1 genius of the Profound Heaven sect, a 9th-level Nirvana realm martial artist. Actually, when Yi Tian said that he wanted to challenge Yi Xian, he was already regretting it. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to actually agree. You're courting death. Yi Tian shouted in a low voice. It's not certain who will die in the end. Yi Xian answered confidently. Yi Xian was too lazy to use his Eye of Soul on such a person. It was not worth it. The best way was to teach him a lesson and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you agree, then let's fight. Whoever wins will get the Crimson Blood Flame, ranked 84th on the Exceptional Flame list, said the City Lord of Broken Sky City. Hearing this, the surrounding testers also jumped out of the ring tactfully. Even the City Lord of Broken Sky City did the same. Then, they raised the protective formation around the ring. What's considered winning? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Go ahead, I'll judge later, said the City Lord of Broken Sky City. All right. Yi Xian nodded and slowly walked to the other side with the Crimson Flame Sword in his hand. Everyone in the audience began to hold their breaths in concentration. Yi Xian dared to accept the battle, which meant that he had a certain degree of confidence. After all, ordinary people would not dare to gamble with the Crimson Blood Flame. If Yi Tian won, it would be reasonable. If Yi Xian were to win, then that would be awesome. Yi Tian, whom the Profound Heaven sect had painstakingly nurtured, couldn't even beat Yi Xian, whom he had worked so hard for. How could he still have the face to live in this world? I don't know where this brat gets his courage from, but he actually dares to accept the challenge. Yi Tian was very unhappy because he was actually looked down upon by Yi Xian. Intolerable. Begin. Seeing that the two of them were almost done with their preparations, Broken Sky City's chief steward also shouted loudly. The battle had begun. One was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm while the other was at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Due to the superiority of their realms, Yi Tian was slightly magnanimous. You're one realm lower than me, so I'll give you 3 moves. No, 5 moves. Yi Tian said generously. I'll give you 10 moves. Yi Xian suddenly retorted. What? Yi Tian suspected that he had misheard. Wasn't this Yi Xian a little too savage? He actually gave him 10 moves. All right, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Yi Tian's eyes flickered, mixed with a trace of killing intent. Yi Xian's aptitude had already surpassed his. If he were to enter the Profound Heaven sect, then he would be completely suppressed. At that time, who would remember him, Yi Tian? Moreover, in order to prevent the other 2 powers from obtaining the treasure, he had decided to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who possessed the bloodline of the god of slaughter, was very sensitive to killing intent. He had already sensed that Yi Tian had already made a move to kill him. For those who wanted to kill him, Yi Xian didn't care what kind of background they had. All of them would be killed. Die, brat. Yi Tian instantly exploded and fiercely stabbed his sword towards Yi Xian. This attack was the same one he used to attack the mysterious spirit giant tortoise's shell. No one expected Yi Tian to use such a big move right from the start. It seemed like he wanted to instantly kill Yi Xian. This bastard. The City Lord of Broken Sky City suddenly sat up straight. He didn't expect Yi Tian to be so bold. Not to mention that both he and the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain thought highly of Yi Xian. Even the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect wanted to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. However, Yi Tian's attack speed was extremely fast. Even if they were at the 2nd level of the immortality stage, they wouldn't be able to reach the stage in time. This bastard, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, shouted in his heart. He knew Yi Tian's attack power. This attack was enough to threaten the immortality stage, not to mention Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Nirvana stage. It seemed like a prodigy was going to fall. Indeed, a prodigy was going to fall, but it definitely wouldn't be Yi Xian. "You're not qualified to kill me." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly slashed his sword. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Yi Xian didn't need to use the unparalleled flaming dragon slash to deal with Yi Tian, who wasn't even at the immortality stage. A golden flaming dragon swept out and collided with the sword light. Whoosh! The sword light was instantly incinerated by Yi Xian's golden flaming dragon. At the same time, the shocked Yi Tian was also engulfed by the golden flaming dragon. Yi Xian's attack speed was even faster than Yi Tian's. Tian the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Teng, widened his eyes when he saw this. Not only that, but so did the people around him. Just now, Yi Xian scored 91 points in the attack power test, but Yi Tian scored 95 points in the attack power test. Now, Yi Xian's attack easily defeated Yi Tian's attack. This meant that Yi Xian's attack power had exceeded 95 points and even reached 100 points. 100 points of attack power. This was an attack that could penetrate the mysterious spirit tortoise's shell. How could a mere 8th level Nirvana stage achieve this? Impossible. While everyone was still in shock, the golden flaming dragon had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Yi Tian's figure also disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left on the battlefield, along with his interspatial ring and weapon scattered on the ground. This weapon was Yi Tian's. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out, representing that Yi Tian had really been insta-killed by Yi Xian. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Xian swiftly swept over and put away the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Tian's interspatial ring and weapon. Oh, there are quite a lot of things. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was already used to killing geniuses in an instant. Not to mention a 9th level Nirvana stage martial artist, even an immortality stage martial artist would not be able to withstand such an attack if they did not burn their life force. Only Yi Xian was left on the battlefield. Everyone below the battlefield was shocked. Instant kill. There was actually an instant kill. Yi Xian deserved to be number 1. However, after killing the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, did Yi Xian still want to live? When the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect saw that his son had turned into ashes, his eyes were instantly filled with tears. He could not care less as he roared and immediately charged into the arena. Oh no! The expressions of the Broken Sky City's governor and the sect leader of the Northwind Mountain changed drastically. One should know that the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Teng, was at immortality stage 2. If he wanted to kill Yi Xian, it would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1406. Yi Teng, have mercy. The governor of Broken Sky City hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Teng had already made his move. However, before that, Yi Xian had already made his move. I heard that the Crimson Bloodfire was given out by the Profound Heaven sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly made his move when Yi Teng charged into the arena. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. This attack was much more powerful than the one that killed Yi Tian because Yi Xian had already exchanged for an 8th level Nirvana realm burning sky pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant golden flaming dragon roared out. Kid, I want you dead. Yi Teng, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, shouted. This time, he attacked with all his might and did not burn his life to increase his vital energy because Yi Xian was only an 8th level Nirvana realm martial artist. Using all his strength to deal with a junior was already unacceptable. How could he burn his life? However, it was precisely because of this that he suffered a great loss in this confrontation. Rumble. The giant golden flaming dragon and the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect clashed. After a moment of shock, Yi Xian actually gained the upper hand. The golden flaming dragon attacked the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, which shocked him. His attack was actually inferior to Yi Xian's. How was that possible? Bang! The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect was sent flying and crashed into the defensive formation. However, this was not the end. Whoosh! When the golden flaming dragon dissipated, a golden slash struck out. With a crisp sound, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect's left hand was chopped off. There was an interspatial ring on his left hand. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect felt pain in his head. This proved that everything was real and not an illusion. He, an Immortality Realm Level 2 expert, had his hand chopped off by a junior. Was this really not an illusion? Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. They stood rooted to the ground like statues. Just a moment ago, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Teng, was prepared to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. But now, Yi Xian had actually chopped off his arm. The contrast was so great that it was hard for everyone to accept. By the time the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect reacted, his severed arm had already fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had taken off his interspatial ring. There was indeed a crimson blood fire in the interspatial ring, which was exactly what Yi Xian needed. Ding. The host has devoured the scarlet blood fire. Ding. Host has broken through to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. Ding. The host has completed the special leveling up mission. The reward is the immortal divine phoenix bloodline's rebirth from the ashes advancement once. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the 9th level of the rebirth realm, and then he swiftly devoured and broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the rebirth realm. His strength had increased exponentially. Not bad, rising from the ashes has actually evolved once. Its recovery ability has become even stronger. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Currently, the immortal divine phoenix bloodline was shared with the 3 treasures. Since rising from the ashes had evolved, all 3 treasures would be upgraded. The scarlet bloodfire was the reward for the first place of the longevity grand meet. However, since he had instantly killed the second place Yi Tian, he was naturally the first place. Therefore, the scarlet blood fire originally belonged to him. As for the other treasures, they were merely things that he had snatched, so they still belonged to him. At this moment, the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Teng, was looking at Yi Xian in shock. He had broken through while fighting? Or could it be that Yi Xian was originally at the 9th level of the Nirvana stage? The aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. This kid actually suppressed his cultivation level. Outside the arena, the city lord of Broken Sky City and the sect master of Mount Beifeng looked on in shock. However, after thinking about it, they felt that it was not very possible. The first round of the longevity grand meet was to test one's cultivation level and age. Even they could not fake the test crystal, let alone Yi Xian. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of so many powerhouses, it was impossible for Yi Xian to conceal his cultivation level. In other words, Yi Xian had broken through on the spot. However, it was not that easy to break through from the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana stage to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, let alone all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. Is this kid still human? Many people thought so in their hearts. Sect Master Yi, do you know why I rejected him? Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. Just now, when the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect wanted to take him as a disciple, Yi Xian wanted to wait until after the longevity grand meet. The surrounding people thought that Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to gain more attention. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. As an 8th level Nirvana stage martial artist, he injured a 2nd level longevity stage martial artist. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, it was hard to say whether the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect could defeat Yi Xian. Take him as a disciple? What a joke. Who exactly are you? The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect shouted in a low voice. It was impossible for someone with such talent to not belong to any sect. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Xian must be from a sect that was stronger than the Profound Heaven sect. Why do you care what I say? Yi Xian could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the sect master. He said, the crimson bloodfire is the reward for the first place, so I'll accept it. As for the rest, I'll take it as compensation for offending me. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill my son, don't think that you can leave this place alive. The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect said furiously. This time, he was going to do it for real. At the same time, everyone from the Profound Heaven sect took out their weapons and stood on the same side as the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect. If that's the case, I'll slaughter the entire Profound Heaven sect. Come on up if you dare. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and said coldly. Immediately after, 4 elders from the Profound Heaven sect rushed out from the Profound Heaven sect's camp, including the formation expert who set up the Ichthyosaur illusory formation. 4 of them were at Immortality Realm Level 1 and 1 was at Immortality Realm Level 2. Now,